Order. Today we are marking the 80th anniversary of the destruction of the House of Commons chamber by the Luftwaffe during what was the biggest air raid on London of the Second World War. This morning, the Lord Speaker and I laid wreaths at the memorial in Westminster Hall in memory of the 3 members of staff who lost their lives that night. On the way into the chamber today, my procession paused at the entrance arch to commemorate the raid. Colleagues will know that Winston Churchill ordered that the arch be retained in its bomb-damaged state as an enduring reminder of the ordeal Westminster suffered during the war. We remember those who gave their lives to defend this place and all it represents, and thank friends and allies from across the Commonwealth who helped rebuild what was lost. This renewed chamber will always remain a symbol of resilience of democracy in the face of adversity. As colleagues will know, the chair of the Backbench Business Committee is elected each session. Nominations are open now and will close at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, the 18th of May. Nomination forms are available from the Vote Office, on the internet or by emailing the Public Bill Office. And what I would say that is pbohawk@parliament.uk. Candidates need the support of no fewer than 10 members from the party representing government and no fewer than 10 members from the party not representing government or from no party. Only members from a party not representing government may be candidates. If a ballot is necessary, I will announce the arrangements in due course. Order. Mark Spencer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I beg to move that Mr Speaker do issue his warrant to the Clerk of the Crown to make out a new writ for the electing of a member to serve in this present Parliament for the county constituency of Chesham and Amersham, in the room of Dame Cheryl Elise Kendall Gillen, deceased.
The question is that I do issue my warrant to the Clerk of the Crown to make out a new writ for electing of a member to serve in the present Parliament for the county constituency of Chesham and Amersham, in the room of Dame Cheryl Elsie Kendall Gillen, deceased. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the urgent question. I call Layla Moran to ask the urgent question. Layla Moran.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State of Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs if he will make a statement on the violence in Israel and Palestine.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, the recent escalation in violence in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories is deeply concerning. It is the worst violence seen there for several years. As the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary have made clear, this cycle of violence must stop and every effort must be made to avoid the loss of life, especially that of children. The UK offers our deepest condolences to the families of those civilians killed. Civilian deaths, both in Israel and Gaza, are a tragedy. We urge all sides to refrain from any kind of provocation so that calm is restored as quickly as possible. As we enter the final days of the holy month of Ramadan, restoration of peace and security is in everyone's interest. The UK will continue to support that goal. The UK unequivocally condemns the firing of rockets at Jerusalem and other locations in Israel. We strongly condemn these acts of terrorism from Hamas and other terrorist groups, who must permanently end their incitement and rocket fire against Israel. There is no justification for any targeting of civilians. Israel has a legitimate right to self-defence and to defend the citizens from attack. In doing so, it is vital that all actions are proportionate, in line with international humanitarian law, and make every effort to avoid civilian casualties. Violence against peaceful worshippers of any faith is unacceptable. The UK has been clear that the attacks on worshippers must stop. The status quo in Jerusalem is important at all times, but especially so during religious festivals, such as Ramadan. Our priority now must be an immediate de-escalation on all sides and an end to civilian deaths. As I made clear over the weekend, we are concerned about tensions in Jerusalem linked to threatened evictions of Palestinian families from their homes in Sheikh Jarrah. That threat is allayed for now, but we urge Israel to cease such actions, which in most cases are contrary to international humanitarian law. The UK continues to support international efforts to reduce the tension. The Foreign Secretary delivered a message of de-escalation in a call to the Israeli Foreign Minister yesterday and will speak to the Palestinian Prime Minister shortly. I have spoken to the Israeli Ambassador and the Palestinian Head of Mission in the UK to urge them to de-escalate and to restore calm. The UK is also engaged at the UN Security Council, calling for all sides to make measures to reduce further violence and making clear our deep concern at the violence at the holy sites in Jerusalem. I am sure the Security Council will continue to monitor the situation closely and is due to reconvene. UK embassies throughout the Middle East are engaging with regional partners, and we remain in close contact with the US administration and our European allies. The situation on the ground over the last few days demonstrates the urgent need to make progress towards peace. The UK remains committed to a two-state solution as the best way to bring peace and stability to the region. I repeat again, we urge all sides to show maximum restraint and refrain from taking actions which endanger civilians and make a sustainable peace more difficult.
I call Ellen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ibrahim al-Masri, 11. Marwan al-Masri, 6. Rahaf al-Masri, 10. And Yazan al-Masri, aged just 2. These are some of the names of the children killed this week, and last night an Israeli child was added to their numbers. My heart breaks for them. And Mr. Speaker, my heart bleeds for Palestine, for Jerusalem, the city of my family, for the worshippers attacked by extremists at the Al-Aqsa Mosque on the holiest night of Ramadan, and for all innocent civilians, Israeli and Palestinian. We cannot allow this to escalate any further. The Israeli government, pursuing evictions in Sheikh Jarrah that would be illegal under international humanitarian law, including the 4th Geneva Convention, and the subsequent overly aggressive reaction of the Israeli authorities that injured hundreds, has ignited a tinderbox. And Hamas then retaliated, and those strikes must be condemned too, because violence only begets more violence. The UN Special Envoy last night warned that the situation is escalating towards a full-scale war. The Minister will know that he does not say such words lightly, and he refers not just to Israel-Palestine, but indeed the entire region. So my questions to the Minister are these. Will the UK back Security Council resolutions condemning these attacks, regardless of what the US does? And should that fail, will the Minister work with international partners like the European Union to issue a statement on de-escalation in the strongest possible terms today, now? What steps is the UK taking to stop the attempted illegal evictions in Sheikh Jarrah? And will the government commit to supporting a new round of peace negotiations and indeed new elections in Palestine? And finally, if this isn't the time to recognise the state of Palestine, then when is? Mr. Speaker, the United Kingdom has a historic responsibility to the people of Palestine and a fundamental obligation to uphold international law. That two-state solution, as promised to the likes of my family, is as elusive as ever. It is time for the government to not just say, but do.
Mr. Speaker, I recognise the passion with which the Honourable Lady speaks and her personal connection to both Jerusalem and the region. I can assure her that the United Kingdom will work with international partners, both bilaterally and through multilateral institutions, to encourage an end to the violence and conflict, which does nobody any good. We all mourn. We all feel the deepest sympathy and condolences for those who have lost children and loved ones, whether they be in Gaza or in Israel. And it is in everybody's interests to de-escalate, and we will work with our regional partners, as I say, as well as the leadership of the Palestinian Authority and Israel to work towards de-escalation. The rocket attacks coming from Gaza cannot be justified, and we call upon them to cease immediately as part of that de-escalation.
Now come to Jameson.
Mr. Speaker, over the past week, Hamas is alleged to have fired over 1,000 rockets at indiscriminate targets inside Israel. By the same token, Israeli aggression has also escalated. Does my honourable friend agree that we must press in this place for both sides to return to direct peace talks, and also that the targeting of civilians against international law is abhorrent? We have spoken with both Israel and with the Palestinian Authority to work with them to de-escalate and bring about peace. He mentions the avoidance of civilian casualties. We press for that as a priority in all instances, and we will continue to work both with parties in the region and in multilateral forum, the United States and the European Union most perhaps closely, to push for peace, so that we don't have to hear of any more fatalities in either Gaza or in Israel.
Let's go to Shadow Minister Wayne David. Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like everyone else in this House, I have been appalled by what we have seen in Jerusalem, Gaza and Israel. The loss of life has been terrible, and my heart goes out to the families who have lost loved ones. The Labour Party strongly condemns the indiscriminate firing of over 1,000 rockets by Hamas. And I also strongly condemn Israeli actions that have killed Palestinian civilians. Israel and the Palestinians generally must do everything possible to de-escalate the situation. And I would urge the government to do all it can to prevent further conflict. The violence must stop now. Once this terrible violence is ended, we must ensure that the root causes of the violence are recognised and addressed. The eviction of Palestinians from their homes in East Jerusalem must end. International law must be upheld, and all religious sites must be respected. At the same time, Britain and the international community must recognise the commitment to a two-state solution. Will the government commit to doing this?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman highlights a number of areas where the UK's policy is long-standing, particularly with regard to settlements and evictions, issues which I've discussed a number of times from this dispatch box. The UK government will continue to work towards peace in the immediate instance to bring about the end to this particular violence, but in the longer term to secure a meaningful, peaceful, prosperous two states. That remains the UK's policy, and we will continue to work to bring that about.
Richard Graham.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister will know how deeply shocked many of my constituents in Gloucester and across the land are by the extraordinary images this week during Ramadan of the Israeli Defence Force effectively attacking the Al-Aqsa Mosque, centre of Islamic worship in Jerusalem for hundreds of years. And although the rocket attacks by Hamas from Gaza are completely indefensible, it's clear that a major cause for the increased discontent is the number of illegal evictions from Sheikh Jarrah. So will my right honourable friend confirm today that the government will ask Israel to cease immediately any further illegal evictions from East Jerusalem, to respect the sanctity of mosques? For without both of these steps, surely an already fragile situation can only deteriorate further.
With regard to the holy sites in Jerusalem, which is the home of some of the holiest sites for all three Abrahamic religions, our position is that the status quo must be maintained and those religious sites must be respected. Obviously, many people would have been very distressed by the images that we've seen from the region. We will continue to
we will continue to speak directly with our contacts in the Israeli government about evictions and settlements, and as I say, our position on that has been long-standing, and I've spoken about that issue from the dispatch box, and we call upon Hamas to immediately cease its indiscriminate rocket attacks into Israel, and we call upon all actors in this to bring about peace so that we don't see any more fatalities and casualties.
SNP spokesperson Alan Smith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'd congratulate the Honourable Member for bringing this very urgent issue to the House. The SNP condemns all violence, whoever perpetrates it and whoever it is perpetrated against. We send our deepest condolences to the innocents who have been caught up in this dreadful, dreadful conflict. We're a friend of Palestine, we're a friend of Israel also, but above all else, we stand foursquare behind international law. And I'd suggest it's through that prism that we need to look at this latest flashover of a long-simmering injustice. So I've got two particular points for the Minister, and I agree with much of the tone and sentiment of his statement. I think it's worth stressing the unity of this House in this situation. But surely now is the time to recognise Palestine. That would give an impetus to the two-state solution. And settler goods, by their very definition, are illegal. The UK should not be trading in them. And if we won't ban them into our presence, can we not at least label them as such so that consumers can make a choice? Because we do have influence within the State of Israel, which is a deeply complex place. And the government is not, the Israeli government is not entirely in charge of events, but we do have influence. Warm words, however sincere, won't cut it, Mr Speaker. Now's the time for action. Thank you.
I thank the honourable gentleman for the comments he's made about the tone of this debate, and I agree with him on that. Our priority at the moment, and I understand the points he makes about the timing of recognition and long-standing conversations about goods coming from Israel. And whilst those issues are well worthy of debate, our priority at the moment is to bring about peace. We are focused relentlessly on that. That will be the UK government's priority, working with international partners to bring about a resolution to the current conflict. Other wider issues, I'm sure we'll have the opportunity to debate in this place and others in the future.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Many in Dudley South are shocked at the scenes from Al-Aqsa Mosque and a police response that does not appear to be proportionate. Does my honourable friend agree that a lasting two-state solution requires both sides to feel secure, and that means a stop to the stream of rocket attacks from Hamas, restraint from Israeli forces and the wider population, and a reconsideration of the evictions and settlements policy by the Israeli government and courts?
The policing of Jerusalem and the holy sites within Jerusalem are always a sensitive issue, particularly so during religious festivals like Ramadan. And we have and we will continue to call for restraint in the policing of those areas. As I say, our position on settlements and evictions is long-standing, but ultimately I do agree with my honourable friend that a two-state solution is the best chance for a sustainable peace in the region, and that's what we'll continue to work towards.
Right, let's go to Lillian Greenwood. Lillian.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituents have watched with growing anxiety, anger and frankly horror at the spiralling events in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories. The threat of forcible evictions and demolitions, restrictions on Palestinians entering the city of Jerusalem and violence against worshippers at the Al-Aqsa Mosque have all inflamed tensions, and we now see a terrifying escalation with Hamas rocket attacks and Israeli airstrikes, both killing and injuring innocent Israeli and Palestinian civilians. Both are unacceptable and both must end. But does the Minister agree that if proper accountability and the rule of law had been followed in the past, we might not be where we are today? And what steps will he take now to ensure that the Israeli government adheres to international law, ends the evictions, ends the discriminatory planning laws and ends the construction of illegal settlements?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, as I have said, the UK's position on settlements and evictions is long-standing. We've communicated that both from the dispatch box and directly with our interlocutors in the Israeli government. But ultimately, as I say, our priority at the moment is to do everything we can, both bilaterally and through the multilateral institutions, to bring about an end to this conflict. So that the terrible images, the terrible and distressing images that she and others in this chamber have spoken about come to an end. And then we can work on a long-term, sustainable, peaceful solution for the region.
Let's go to Crispin Blunt. Crispin.
If my right honourable friend examines his statements today and compares them to those made by the Foreign Office 25 years ago in respect of illegal settlements at Har Homa, he will find a remarkable similarity. What has changed is the end of any hope for the Oslo peace process, built out of existence by illegal settlements, and the dominance of factions in both communities of those least committed to justice, security and reconciliation between the Israeli and Palestinian peoples. When will the United Kingdom take real accountability for those breaching international and humanitarian law, including those indiscriminately mortaring the innocent, the disproportionate response of by the occupiers to violence by the occupied, and decades of the violation of the Fourth Geneva Convention that has made a practical mockery of British policy commitment to a two-state solution?
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, the UK's position on settlements is long-standing, and it is clear and has been communicated here and elsewhere. There is no justification. There is no justification for the violence that we're seeing coming out of Gaza and the targeting of civilians. As I said, Israel absolutely has the right to defend itself. We call upon them to act with caution and care in discharging that defence, but ultimately what we are seeking to do is bring about a speedy conclusion to the current violence that we are seeing, and then we will continue to work. And I appreciate you said that this has been a long-standing aim of this and other governments to bring about a peaceful two-state solution so that we have a sustainable, peaceful resolution to this region.
Jessica Morton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the many constituents in Newport East who have been in touch with me over the last couple of days, expressing their horror at events and calling for an end to the violence, can I too join others here calling on asking the Minister to use the considerable diplomacy of the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office to try and bring an end to this humanitarian crisis. The murder and maiming of children and civilians cannot be the solution to the ongoing tragedy of this conflict.
I can assure the Honourable Lady that we will use our considerable diplomatic might to work both with the government in Israel and in the occupied Palestinian territories through the Palestinian Authority, and with regional partners and through multilateral forum to bring about a speedy resolution to this terrible conflict, which does no good for anyone.
John Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I draw the House's attention to my register of interests. My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, said, "Our commitment to Israeli security is unwavering. Of the 1,000 rockets that have been fired towards Israel, many of them have fallen short and caused damage and death in Gaza. So will the Minister confirm that we are doing everything possible to support our close ally against what amount to nothing more than terrorist groups who are out to seek Israel's destruction?"
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend makes a good point that the rocket attacks by Hamas from Gaza do harm not only indirectly but directly to the Palestinian people. We call upon them to cease immediately. As I've said, Israel does have the right to defend itself, and in doing so, we urge them to act with caution and to do everything within their power to minimise civilian casualties.
Let's go to Deirdre Boak. Deirdre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The COVID-19 pandemic has hit Palestinian communities disproportionately hard, but despite Israel having the world's highest COVID-19 vaccination rate, it remains the case that under 150,000 Palestinians had been vaccinated in the occupied West Bank and Gaza. What are FCDO ministers and the representatives there doing to rectify that injustice?
Mr. Speaker, as I said, our main priority at the moment is the cessation of the violence that we have all seen. The Honourable Lady will know that the UK has been one of the most generous donors to the COVAX vaccination programme, which has helped communities across the globe have a route out of this pandemic through the vaccination process. We're incredibly proud of the £548 million that we have contributed to that, as well as our technical expertise, and that will be to the benefit of the Palestinian people and others around the world.
Let's go to Rehman Chisti. Rehman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like all members of Parliament, I condemn all acts of violence and the loss of innocent lives. The focus of my question to the Minister is with regards to freedom of religion or belief for all. Does the Minister agree with me that the force used against the worshippers at the Al-Aqsa Mosque on the 27th of Ramadan, the night of Laylatul Qadr, one of the most important nights in the Islamic calendar, was completely and utterly unacceptable? And in light of the United Kingdom's commitment to human rights and freedom of religion or of belief for all, I know the Minister has raised these matters with the Israeli authorities, but can you assure the House that you will continue to raise these with the Israeli authorities to ensure that all individuals can practice their faith freely and openly in the holy city of Jerusalem? And with that, can the Minister ensure that freedom of religion or belief and human rights is put on the G7 presidency agenda later this year?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, and I pay tribute to the work that he's done with the freedom of religion or belief. He is right that violence against worshippers of whatever faith is unacceptable. As I've said, it is important that that policing is particularly sensitive around the holy sites of the religions in Jerusalem, and particularly so during religious festivals like the holy month of Ramadan. We have made that position clear with the Israeli authorities, and we will continue to make that argument in our bilateral conversations with them.
Mr. Speaker, after years of persecution and oppression, indiscriminate attacks, a brutal siege of Gaza, the expansion of illegal settlements and demolition of Palestinian homes, unfair trials, arbitrary detention and restrictions on the freedom of movement, and now with the attack on worshippers at the Al-Aqsa Mosque, tensions in the region are now the highest they have ever been. And I join others in condemning the escalation in violence and the loss of life. Mr. Speaker, yet the silence of the international community is deafening, even as the Palestinians scream out for help. So I have to ask the Minister, how many times will we come back to this House to debate the persecution of the Palestinians, and when will the international community finally wake up?
Mr. Speaker, I don't recognise at all the scenario that the honourable gentleman paints. This is an issue that I've spoken about from this dispatch box. The Prime Minister has made a statement on this issue. The Foreign Secretary has made a statement on this issue. We are speaking with the United Nations Security Council. United Nations regularly make statements on this issue. This is a terrible situation, no doubt. We are working to bring it to a conclusion, and we will continue to work to bring about a peaceful two-state solution so the Israelis and the Palestinians can live and work side by side in peace, which should be, I am sure, the goal of everyone in this House and in the wider international community.
Richard Holden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's clear from voices across this House and internationally that everyone is incredibly disappointed to see that the violence has broken out in the region once again after the Palestinian Authority recently resumed cooperation with Israel. And does my right honourable friend agree that continuing down the path of normalisation, rather than that of violence and escalation, as we've seen recently, is the only way to secure long-term peace for the region? And will the UK Government continue to support that end?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend makes a very important point. The The UK government, at both ministerial and official level, encourages greater cooperation between the Palestinian Authority and the Israeli government. I have spoken with representatives of both yesterday. I'm sure I will have further such conversations in the future. We will always support the closer working between the Palestinian Authority and the government of Israel as part of our or part of their route towards a sustainable two-state solution.
Let's go to Andy Slaughter. Andy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Foreign Secretary will take action on ethnic cleansing in Xinjiang, why not in Sheikh Jarrah? If the UK government will impose sanctions for the occupation of the Crimea, why does it allow trade with the illegal settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories? The Minister rightly condemns the killing of children in Gaza and Israel. Does he recognise that these war crimes spring from an unlawful occupation, and will he now give his full support to the investigation of the International Criminal Court?
Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's at all helpful to try and imply that there is a commonality between the examples that he gave and the situation that we see in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories. He will know that where we have criticism of the Israeli government, we have a strong enough relationship that we are able to air those criticisms, whether it be from the dispatch box here or in terms of our bilateral conversations. We will continue to work towards a sustainable, peaceful two-state solution. That remains the UK government's goal, and that will be our focus once we have helped bring this current conflict to a conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the last few days, I've been contacted by hundreds of constituents concerned by the proposed evictions in Sheikh Jarrah, the activities outside the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the events we've seen in the last 36 hours. Could the Minister reassure them and me and the whole House that the government will use the full power of its diplomatic network to de-escalate the immediate issue and then bring both sides back to peace talks, because that's the only way that we can prevent events like this happening again?
Mr. Speaker, the Al-Aqsa Mosque is one of the most holy sites in Islam, and Jerusalem has the privilege of being the home of a number of the holiest sites in the Abrahamic religions. Therefore, the policing of Jerusalem needs at all times to be sensitive, as I say, particularly so during the holy month of Ramadan. I can assure him and others that the UK government will work tirelessly to bring about a conclusion to this, so that we no longer have to see the distressing images that we have seen in Jerusalem, in other parts of Israel, and that we no longer have to hear about fatalities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As others have said, I condemn the violence wherever it comes from and feel very strongly that those responsible for that violence should be held to account. The Minister has spoke about bringing an end to the hostilities. There have been 4 wars in Gaza since 2000, and no one has been held to account from any side. So bringing an end to the current hostilities is not enough. The underlying problem of nobody being held to account, the demolition orders in Sheikh Jarrah, are only the tip of the iceberg. The status quo is not really the status quo. There is a third of Palestinian homes probably under threat, according to the UN, of demolition orders in the Jerusalem area. These issues need addressing before we could move to a two-state solution. Does the Minister agree with me that those engaged in violence from any side should know there will be a day of reckoning and consequences for their actions? And what will the British government do, in line with the international community, to ensure this happens?
The Honourable Lady is right that we should focus on bringing about a speedy resolution to the conflict. As I have said, the rocket attacks from Gaza are unacceptable, they are unjustified, they are completely illegitimate. Israel does have a right to defend itself, And we have made clear that in doing so, they must abide by international humanitarian law and make every effort to minimise civilian casualties. Ultimately, the two-state solution is, in our assessment, the best way of bringing about lasting peace for the people of the region, and that will continue to be a priority area for UK foreign policy in the region.
Jack Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's deeply upsetting that we are again witnessing such violence and division, especially when the Abraham Accords signed between Israel and Gulf partners last year showed that peace is achievable. So what discussions has my right honourable friend and the Foreign Secretary had with his Israeli and Gulf counterparts on how the current tensions can be de-escalated?
I thank my honourable friend for the question. As I say, the Foreign Secretary has spoken with his Israeli counterpart and will very shortly be speaking with the Palestinian Prime Minister, amongst other calls that ministers and senior officials have been making and will continue to make. We will use our significant diplomatic strength to be a passionate and powerful voice for de-escalation and peace, and I am sure that many others in the international community will join us in doing so.
Let's go to Paula Barker. Paula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The human misery on display in East Jerusalem, in Gaza and in Israeli cities is on show for the entire international community to bear witness to as the violence escalates. I join with honourable members on both sides of the House in condemning the violence on both sides. Sometimes the most difficult conversations are required with our allies. So what is the position of the British government on forced evictions and displacement of Palestinian families in East Jerusalem? And has the position been relayed to the Israeli government? And does the Minister believe that Mr. Netanyahu's government is sincerely committed to a viable two-state solution, given the plan previously cooked up with President Biden's predecessor? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the UK government's position on settlements and evictions is long-standing and, as I say, has been communicated a number of times, both today at the dispatch box and at previous occasions in the dispatch box. We do, of course, outline directly to the Israeli government our position on such matters, and also from the dispatch box. And we will work with the government of Israel and the Palestinian Authority and their regional friends and neighbours to work towards a sustainable two-state solution, which remains a priority UK foreign policy.
Let's go to Jane Hunt. Jane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of my constituents have contacted me about the recent reports from Jerusalem, and I share their concerns about the ongoing violence and unrest. I therefore welcome the government's strong call for calm and de-escalation. Does my right honourable friend agree that this violence is completely unacceptable and that all sides must now come together to de-escalate tensions and achieve a peaceful resolution?
Minister.
The Honourable Lady makes a very good point that ultimately peace has to be something which is delivered by both sides, and we call upon everybody to step back from the situation, not allow it to escalate further, and indeed de-escalate so we can see an end to this conflict. We will work tirelessly to achieve that, both bilaterally and through multilateral fora.
Mr. Speaker, the government's response to this and every other episode in Palestine is and are completely inadequate. The Palestinians have lived under brutalistic oppression and apartheid by Israel with the tacit consent of the West for too long. We've heard the plague on both their houses sung too many times. Of course, we must condemn all violence on both sides. So in that spirit, can the Minister tell me whether he thinks it appropriate that the UK grant arms licences that sees UK weapons used in these indiscriminate Israeli attacks on civilians, including children?
Mr. Speaker, the government takes its arms export responsibilities very seriously, and we aim to operate one of the most robust arms export licences in the world. And we consider all our export applications against a strict risk assessment framework and keep all licences under careful and continual review as a standard.
Let's go to Andrew Salu. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while there is never any excuse for firing rockets on civilians, wouldn't Israelis sleep more soundly at night if access to all the holy sites was maintained as agreed in 1967, free Palestinian elections were allowed in East Jerusalem, and Palestinians were not being evicted from their homes in Jerusalem?
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, the UK's position on evictions is well known. It is incredibly important that worshippers have access to these very holy sites in Jerusalem. We have been supportive of Palestinian Authority elections, and we push for them to go ahead, including in East Jerusalem.
Let's go to Janet Davey. Janet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we're seeing in the news is absolutely horrific. Many constituents have contacted me in the last few days about the violence against worshippers during Ramadan, as well as the evictions in Sheikh Jarrah. Airstrikes on both sides must absolutely end, and I condemn this violence. As the occupying power, the Israeli government has legal obligations that it is not meeting. What is the UK government doing to ensure Israel adheres to international law?
The Honourable Lady is right that violence against peaceful worshippers of any faith is unacceptable. We condemn, as I've said, the rocket attacks from Gaza, and we will continue to be a voice for calm and region. A voice for calm and peace in this region, and we'll work with international partners, and that does include at times having difficult conversations with some of our friends in the region, but we are unafraid of doing so when necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The violence and the loss of life is tragic, and it does need to stop. But isn't it the case that right under the noses of the international community, Hamas has been allowed to build a terrorist city-state in Gaza? They've diverted humanitarian resources into stockpiling missiles behind civilian buildings. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that it's wrong to draw some kind of phony equivalence between the actions and the aggression of terrorists and the sovereign right of a legitimate democratic government to defend its citizens? I wouldn't expect the Minister at the dispatch box or anybody else in our government to do anything other than what the Israeli government is doing to defend its citizens.
Minister.
My right honourable friend makes an important point that the military wing of Hamas is a proscribed terrorist organisation, and we have a policy of no contact with Hamas in its entirety. We completely condemn the rocket attacks from Gaza into Israel, and they are the actions of a terrorist organisation. As I've said, Israel has the right to defend itself, but what we have said, and I have said this at the dispatch box and directly to representatives of the Israeli government, that in doing so, they must abide by international humanitarian law and they must do everything they can to minimise civilian casualties.
Let's go to Yasmin Qureshi. Yasmin.
Mr. Speaker, the extensive expansion of illegal settlements in East Jerusalem, forced eviction of Palestinian families from their homes in Sheikh Jarrah, brutality against worshippers in the third most holy site in Islam and during Ramadan. This isn't about a clash between two equal sides. Until we discuss the root issue, we miss the entire context, but fails to recognize that one side is an occupier and the other is occupied. Will the minister demand that the Israeli ends all the discriminatory and illegal practices that have actually provoked these current tensions? And what specifically will he do to ensure for accountability and for violations of international law, which have been going on for the last 50 years?
Mr. Speaker, as I say, the UK's position on settlements and evictions is clear. I have spoken about it from this dispatch box today and in the past, and we've also had that conversation directly with the Israeli government. However, I would make the point there is no legitimacy, there is no justification for the indiscriminate rocket attacks from Gaza into Israel.
Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Muslim community in Aylesbury are extremely distressed by recent events in East Jerusalem, describing this as a moment of deep anguish and sorrow. They want an immediate end to the eviction of Palestinians from their homes, as well as immediate and concrete progress towards a two-state solution. So does my right honourable friend agree that that is in fact the only way to deliver Palestinian self-determination, to permanently end the Arab-Israeli conflict and preserve Israel's Jewish and democratic identity, and that therefore his department remains committed to achieving that solution based on 1967 borders with agreed land swaps?
Mr. Speaker, I think members in every part of this House and our constituents will have been deeply distressed by the images that we have seen in some of the most holy sites, as you say, not only in Islam but in Christianity and Judaism. It is in everybody's interest to de-escalate, to bring this current period of violence to a conclusion, and then, as he says, work towards what has been a long-standing UK government position of a peaceful two-state solution based on the lines with agreed land swaps through a political process.
27 withdrawn, so we're going to go to Steve Baker. Steve.
Mr. Speaker, given how hard and fast this conflict escalated, and as we approach Eid, can I ask what will the government do specifically to encourage Israel to guarantee freedom of worship for Muslims at the Al-Aqsa Mosque?
My honourable friend makes, maybe in the future, my honourable friend makes an incredibly important point about the importance during this holy month of Ramadan for worshippers to have access to one of the most holy sites in Islam. And this is something we have communicated with the Israeli government. We will continue to work towards a de-escalation, particularly at this most sensible and religious time. That is a conversation that we have had recently, and we will continue to have both at ministerial and senior official level.
Mr. Speaker, in 2018, I stood in Malfalson in the southern district of Israel, just on the edge of the Gaza Strip, and held in my hands the remains of a Hamas-engineered rocket fired into a playground of school children, with one intention only: to murder mothers and children doing what we have the freedom in this nation to do, raise our kids in peace. The horror in the Holy Land. No right-thinking person could not be heartbroken by what they see on our television screens. But isn't it the case, Minister, that Hamas will not negotiate with Israel because they want to murder Israelis and they want to obliterate the state of Israel off the map of the world? That is their stated objective and position, that the Palestinian people need to free themselves from being used as human shields by a terrorist and political organisation that wishes to continue to rocket launch attacks into Israel. And I would urge the Minister to do everything in his power to persuade the Palestinian people to free themselves from the grip of Hamas.
Mr. Speaker, the rocket attacks by Hamas, which, as I say, whose military wing is a prescribed terrorist organisation by the UK government, is completely counterproductive to the effort for peace, does harm to the Palestinian people. We urge Hamas to cease on behalf of moves towards peace. We urge them to stop these actions because it is completely completely counterproductive to peace and completely against the interests of the Palestinian people in Gaza and elsewhere.
Imran Hamad Khan.
Mr. Speaker, I'm deeply concerned by the escalating tension between Israel and Palestine, and we all here condemn the violence against civilians on both sides, whether that be the murderous missile attacks or what I consider the misguided attempted eviction of Palestinian residents in Sheikh Jarrah. Mr. Speaker, given that the missile technology employed attacking Israeli heartlands could only have come from Iran, does my right honourable friend agree with me that now is not the time to do a deal with Iran that rewards it for instigating further instability in the region, as well as violating its JCPOA nuclear commitments and its obligations under the Non-Proliferation Treaty? Is this not another reminder, where one needed, that we must not appease this dangerous regime?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not able to speak on the point that he's made about the relationship between Iran, or the potential relationship between Iran and Hamas at this point. We are working to de-escalate the situation, as I have said, and to bring about peace. More broadly, we are seeking to bring greater stability to the region, to dissuade Iran from its destabilising actions within the region, and that will continue to be a priority piece of work for Her Majesty's Government.
And a question, Christian Wade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The events in Jerusalem have triggered emotive responses here in the UK, and we only need to look at the protest last night to see that. My constituents and others have seen in the past that when conflict erupts in the Middle East, the UK Jewish community is targeted by those wishing to import this complex situation onto our streets, our university campuses and online. So what does my right honourable friend say to those who seek to cause divisions between communities here in the UK? And will he join me in thanking the CST for all the work they're doing to keep the Jewish community safe?
Mr. Speaker, anti-Semitic acts and violence against the Jewish community, wherever they be, are unacceptable. I do pay tribute to the CST and others that seek to keep communities safe. In the UK, we enjoy, for the most part, very good community relations. We should be very proud of that and seek to reinforce that. And I think one of the things that is important for us to do is to demonstrate that we are good friends of Israel, good friends of the Palestinian people, seeking a peaceful two-state solution which can see people of all faiths enjoy the peace and security that they deserve.
Order. I'm now suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable the necessary arrangements for the next business to take place. Order. I now call the Prime Minister to make a statement. Prime Minister Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. With your permission, I will update the House on our response to COVID. The patience and hard work of the British people have combined with the success of the vaccination programme to reduce deaths and hospitalisations to their lowest level since last July. And from Monday, England will ease lockdown restrictions in line with step 3 of our roadmap. This will amount to the single biggest step of our journey back to normality. But after everything we've endured, we must be vigilant because the threat of this virus remains real and new variants pose a potentially lethal danger, including the one first identified in India, which is of increasing concern here in the UK. So caution has to be our watchword. Our country, like every country, has found itself in the teeth of the gravest pandemic for a century, imposing heartbreaking sorrow on families across the world, with more than 127,000 lives lost in the United Kingdom alone. And our grief would have been still greater without the daily heroism of the men and women of our National Health Service, the protection of our vaccines, already in the arms of over 2/3 of adults across the UK, and the dedication of everyone who has followed the rules and sacrificed so much that we cherish. Amid such tragedy, the state has an obligation to examine its actions as rigorously and as candidly as possible and to learn every lesson for the future, which is why I have always said that when the time is right, there should be a full and independent inquiry. So, Mr. Speaker, I can confirm today that the Government will establish an independent public inquiry on a statutory basis with full powers under the Inquiries Act of 2005, including the ability to compel the production of all relevant materials and take oral evidence in public under oath. In establishing the inquiry, we will work closely with the devolved administrations as we have done throughout our pandemic response. And my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, has this morning spoken to the First Ministers of Scotland and Wales and the First and Deputy First Ministers of Northern Ireland to begin those conversations. Every part of our United Kingdom has suffered the ravages of this virus, and every part of the state has pulled together to do battle against it. And if we are to recover as one Team UK, as we must, then we should also learn lessons together in the same spirit. So we will consult the devolved administrations before finalising the scope and detailed arrangements so that this inquiry can consider all key aspects of the UK response. Mr. Speaker, this process will place the state's actions under the microscope, and we should be mindful of the scale of that undertaking and the resources required to do it properly. The exercise of identifying and disclosing all relevant information, the months of preparation and retrospective analysis, and the time that people will have to spend testifying in public, in some cases for days, will place a significant burden on our NHS, on the whole of government, on our scientific advisers, and on many others. We must not inadvertently divert or distract the very people on whom we all depend in the heat of our struggle against this disease. And the end of the lockdown is not the end of the pandemic. The World Health Organization has said that the pandemic has now reached its global peak and will last throughout this year. Our own scientific advisers judge that although more positive data is coming in and the outlook is improving, there could still be another resurgence in hospitalizations and deaths. We also face the persistent threat of new variants, and should these prove highly transmissible and elude the protection of our vaccines, they would have the potential to cause even greater suffering than we endured in January. And there is, in any case, a high likelihood of a surge this winter when the weather assists the transmission of all respiratory diseases and when the pressure on our NHS is most acute. So I expect that the right moment for the inquiry to begin is at the end of this period in the spring of next year, spring 2022. And Mr. Speaker, I know that there will be some in this chamber and many bereaved families who will be anxious for this inquiry to begin sooner. So let me reassure the House that we are fully committed to learning the lessons at every stage of this crisis. And we've already subjected our response to independent scrutiny, including 17 reports by the Independent National Audit Office and 50 parliamentary inquiries already. And we will continue to do so. We will continue to learn lessons as we have done throughout the pandemic. But no public inquiry could take place fast enough to assist in the very difficult judgments which will remain necessary throughout the rest of the year and the remainder of the pandemic. And we must not weigh down the efforts of those engaged in protecting us every day and thereby risk endangering further lives. Instead, this inquiry must be able to look at the events of the last year in the cold light of day and identify the key issues that will make a difference for the future. Free to scrutinise every document, to hear from all the key players and analyse and learn from the breadth of our response. And that's the right way, I think, to get the answers that the people of this country deserve and to ensure that our United Kingdom is better prepared for any future pandemic. Mr. Speaker, entirely separately from the inquiry, there is a solemn duty on our whole United Kingdom to come together and cherish the memories of those who have been lost. Like many across this chamber, I was deeply moved when I visited the COVID memorial wall opposite Parliament. And I wholeheartedly support the plan for a memorial in St Paul's Cathedral, which will provide a fitting place of reflection in the heart of our capital. I also know that communities across the whole country will want to find ways of commemorating what we have all been through. So the government will support their efforts by establishing a UK Commission on COVID commemoration. This national endeavour above party politics will remember the loved ones we have lost, honour the heroism of those who have saved lives and the courage of frontline workers who have kept our country going, celebrate the genius of those who created the vaccines, and commemorate the small acts of kindness and the daily sacrifice of millions who stayed at home, buying time for our scientists to come to our rescue. We will set out the Commission membership and terms of reference in due course. And in telling the whole story of this era in our history, we will work again across our United Kingdom together with the devolved administrations to preserve the spirit which has sustained us in the gravest crisis since the Second World War, resolving to go forwards together, Mr. Speaker, and to build back better, and I commend this statement to the House.
I now call the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for advance sight of his statement, and can I clearly welcome the independent inquiry into the pandemic and the establishing of a UK Commission on COVID commemoration. Both are necessary, both will play an important part in learning the lessons and commemorating those we have lost. Mr. Speaker, let me speak first for the families grieving the loss of a loved one. I too attended the COVID memorial wall that the Prime Minister spoke of opposite Parliament. It is moving. Everybody who's been there knows it's moving. Hearts on the wall, thousands of hearts, stretching from one bridge to the next and rightly facing this place. But I've also taken time to meet the grieving and bereaved families on a number of occasions and talk to them and with them about their experience. Mr. Speaker, those meetings have been amongst the most difficult I've ever had in my life. And the same goes for the staff that came with me and the other members of my team that were in those meetings. Because what those families described was not just the loved one they have lost, the dad, the mum, the sister, the brother, and tell me something about the individuals. was not just the fact that they had passed away. The hardest bit was the details. They told me about not being able to say goodbye in the way they wanted, whether that was a hospital or elsewhere, and not being able to have a funeral in the way that they wanted. It's very hard to hear some of those stories, and lots of those families have searing questions about what happened, the decisions, what went wrong, why what happened to their families. So it is good that the government is consulting the devolved authorities, of course it is. But the government must also consult the families, because this inquiry will only work if it has the support and confidence of the families. And I urge the Prime Minister and the government to consult the families at the earliest possible moment. The government should also consult those on the front line who have done so much, whether in the NHS, social care or other front lines that we've seen, because they too deserve answers to the very many questions that they have, and they have done so much in this pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the next question is timing. The principle is that the inquiry should be as soon as possible. As soon as possible. Now, I understand an inquiry, a statutory inquiry, will take time to set up. Of course it will. But why can it not be later this year? Why can it not start earlier? And I want to press the Prime Minister just on one particular point. The Prime Minister says the inquiry will start in spring 2022. Is that, Prime Minister, the opening of the inquiry and the beginning of taking of evidence, spring 2022, or is that starting work in setting up the inquiry? They're two very different things, because if it's the latter, the inquiry won't then be for many months afterwards. So if it is to open, formally open, start taking evidence in the spring of 22, I'd be really grateful if the Prime Minister could make that clear. Then there's the question of the terms of reference. Obviously that will take time. There will have to be consultation with the devolved administrations, again with the families and those on the front line, but crucially with this Parliament. This House needs to be involved in the question of what the terms of reference should be. There will be different views across the House, and they need to be heard, because this has to have the confidence of all in this chamber. And all relevant questions must be asked and answered. And that must, of course, include the decisions made in the last 14 or 15 months, all of the decisions made. But there are wider questions of preparedness and resilience, particularly about public services, that need to be asked. And, Mr. Speaker, there are reasons why the pandemic hit those in overcrowded houses and insecure work hardest. They need to be addressed as well, and no inquiry that doesn't address those questions will give the answers that many deserve. Finally, Mr. Speaker, there's the question of who chairs the inquiry. Again, this is too early, but I would say this, that the wider the engagement on that question, the wider the likely support for the inquiry. What we need is an independent inquiry which has the full support of everybody, so that its conclusions bear real authority. That will be achieved with the widest embracing of the terms of reference and the chair of the inquiry. But, Mr. Speaker, let me be clear, I do welcome this inquiry, and we will play whatever part we can to make sure that this works well and gets the answers to the questions. And again, we do support the Commemoration Commission, and will work on a cross-party basis to ensure that that is fully the sort of commemoration that the families and others who've lost through this pandemic feel is appropriate. And that should, of course, be on a cross-party basis. It is above politics, and rightly so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his support for both the measures announced today, for the Commemoration Commission, and also for the inquiry. And he asks some entirely justifiable questions about engagement with the bereaved, with those who've been on the front line, about the areas in which the inquiry will want to be focusing, all the background to the growth of the pandemic. And I have no doubt that when it is set up, the inquiry will certainly be looking at all of those, and will be making sure to have the widest possible consultation consultation and engagement. I just think the House should understand that I feel personally very, very strongly that this country has been through a trauma like no other. It is absolutely vital for the sake of the bereaved, for the sake of the whole country, that we should understand exactly what happened. We should learn the lessons. Obviously, we've been learning lessons throughout, but we need to have a very clear understanding of what took place over the last 14 months. I think we owe it to the country to have as much transparency as we possibly can. And I think we owe it to the country to produce answers within a reasonable timescale, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure that the House will want to see that as well, though clearly that will be a matter for the chair of the inquiry in the terms of reference when they are set up. But it is my strong, strong view that the country wants to see a proper, full, and above all, an independent inquiry into the pandemic of the last year. I must repeat my point to him that I do think that the timing that we've set out is the right timing. I think that it would be wrong to consecrate huge amounts of official time, of public health workers' time to an inquiry when they may very well be still in the middle of the pandemic. But clearly, just to clarify the point that the right honourable gentleman raises, the steps taken to set out the terms of reference, to establish the chair of the inquiry, all that will happen before the spring of next year. So we'll be getting it underway, we'll be taking some key decisions, but I think that the House will agree that it would not be right to devote the time of people who are looking after us, who are saving lives, to an inquiry before we can be much more certain than we are now that the pandemic is behind us. And I hope that carries the approval of the House.
Let's go to Caroline Noakes. Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Primary care networks have done an incredible job rolling out the vaccine, but GPs and practice nurses need to return to their surgeries and their patients. And as my right honourable friend has said, we have to anticipate a difficult autumn and winter. What reassurance can he give that there will be capacity in the system for second jabs, potentially for booster jabs in the autumn, and the annual rollout of the flu jab?
My honourable friend raises a very important point, particularly about the flu jab, because as she will know, there wasn't much of a flu pandemic over the last winter period. We're worried about people's levels of resistance to flu, but we have the capacity, and we will also have the capacity for the booster jabs as well.
Come to SNP spokesperson Kirsten.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me begin by thanking the Prime Minister for an advance copy of his statement. I was interested to hear the Prime Minister committing to an inquiry. He'll be aware the First Minister already committed to this, and of course the devolved administrations have tailored their decisions to their needs. I do think all of us can feel a sense of optimism, the feeling that after such a difficult year things are edging towards some normality. And the simplest of things, hugging a loved one, have never felt so important after a year of restrictions, and have never, as he said, seen people suffer so much. The vaccines have generated the hope people are feeling now, and that hope is within touching distance. But, Mr. Speaker, just as the hope is fragile, so is the economic recovery. The Prime Minister has just spoken of lessons and answers and timing. This morning's ONS figures demonstrate the depth of the plummet that's been experienced by the economy, and equally show the scale of the recovery needed. That's why the glaring omission of an employment bill from yesterday's Queen's speech was so shocking, a clear signal of a UK government with no recovery plan. So today, let me ask the Prime Minister 3 specific questions on concrete measures that would help kickstart the economy and help those still in need. Firstly, will his government reverse its rigid plan to suddenly end the furlough scheme in September, which will result in a damaging cliff edge for millions of workers? Secondly, there's another damaging cliff edge due in September with the planned Tory cut to the lifeline of £20 universal credit uplift. Is he really still planning to rip that lifeline away from the most vulnerable when they most need it? And finally, as people re-enter the workplace, will the Prime Minister commit to supporting legislation led by my colleague, the member for Paisley and Renfrewshire North, that would finally ban the disgraceful practice of fire and rehire of workers?
Mr. Speaker, the entire programme of this government is dedicated to ensuring that we go from jabs, jabs, jabs to jobs, 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 as I said yesterday in the Chamber. And she talks about kick-starting an employment recovery. Actually, we have, as she knows, for young people, the £2 billion Kickstart programme to get 18 to 24-year-olds into work, the Restart programme for those who are long-term unemployed. Our campaign, our mission, Mr. Speaker, is to use the resources of the state, as we have done throughout the pandemic, to get people into work. We had to, because of the unusual circumstances, the extraordinary circumstances that we faced, Mr. Speaker, we had to use the resources of the state to keep people out of work. We're now going through a massive programme of investment in infrastructure across the whole of the United Kingdom to get people into work, and I hope that she will support that.
Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The whole House will welcome the tone and the content of what the Prime Minister has said today, and in particular his proper commitment to the transparency of the inquiry, learning everything we can from the past. If I may just make this point to him, there are 3,500 people across my constituency who are involved in the hospitality sector, and many businesses have invested their own money in making COVID adaptations to ensure the safety of their customers when they return. Given the very sensible roadmap that he has outlined, will he emphasise the increasing role of personal judgment and common sense rather than government fiat, as greater normality returns, and with it, of course, our hugely valued and much cherished civil liberties?
I thank him very much, and as he knows, the hospitality sector in Sutton Coldfield, which I know from my own to be wonderful, will, like the rest of the hospitality sector across the country, be able to open up in full on Monday, including indoors. And as we go forward, we hope, and I can't see any evidence, Mr. Speaker, to contradict this, we hope that we'll be able to open up fully from June the 21st, though people will still clearly need to exercise caution and common sense in the way they go about their lives, because the virus, I'm afraid, is still going to be present in our lives for a long time to come.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The public inquiry is very welcome and desperately needed so that the public can understand why the UK has suffered one of the highest death tolls in the world. So it is critically important that this inquiry is properly independent and has the confidence of the public, including the bereaved families of the over 127,000 people who so tragically lost their lives. Consulting with those families once the inquiry is started is too late. So will the Prime Minister today commit to urgently meeting with the COVID-19 bereaved families for justice to consult with them both on the chair and the terms of reference for the inquiry?
Mr. Speaker, I can certainly reassure the Honourable Lady that the inquiry will be fully independent, and that the bereaved and other groups will be consulted on the way it's set up, and I meet representatives of the bereaved and indeed bereaved families regularly, and will continue to do so.
Jeremy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the announcement on the public inquiry and the timings. The Prime Minister will know that the Science and Technology and Health and Social Care Select Committees are doing their own inquiry, which is hoping to report in July. So the Government will have an early chance to learn immediate lessons, but it would be crazy to ask ministers and officials to spend time with lawyers and going through emails and texts and WhatsApps when we want their entire focus to be on the pandemic. As we seek to support the NHS going forward, the additional 50,000 nurses pledges are very welcome. But does the Prime Minister know we also have shortages in nearly every single specialty for doctors? And is this not now the moment to overhaul our long-term workforce planning for the NHS so that we can give the public confidence that we really are training enough doctors for the future?
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Speaker, and a distinguished former Health Secretary will, I'm sure, know that there are now 50,000 more people working in the NHS this year than there were at the same time last year, including, I think, about 11,000 more nurses already and 6,700 more doctors. But we're going to get even more, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Prime Minister for his statement, in particular for those who have lost family members. I'm very conscious of my wife losing her mum and we all grieve for her especially. So the involvement of the Northern Ireland Assembly in this to have the inquiry and look back on that is very, very important, and I welcome that, Prime Minister. Could the Prime Minister outline what discussion has taken place between the devolved regions to ensure a parity of travel restrictions and to ensure that every area of the UK can safely be accessed? And would the Prime Minister confirm that help will be made available to make travel affordable and encourage people to go to Northern Ireland over the summer to make the most of the Great British Summer Staycation throughout every area of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland?
I thank him for his excellent question, and we, of course, consult regularly with all the DAs about making sure that travel can continue to flow freely through our United Kingdom. And he makes a superb point about the attractions of Northern Ireland as a holiday destination. I hope people take him up on his point.
Let's go to Suzanne Webb. Suzanne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, may I start with thanking you for coming to visit the good residents of Stourbridge last week. Cars stopped, horns were honked, and people came out in their droves to say thank you for the success of the vaccine rollout. Last week, voters made it clear right here in Stourbridge that they want the focus to be on their priorities, not political games, demonstrated by the fact that I now have Conservative councillors and traditional Labour bastions of Quarrybank, Lye and Cradley, more voters coming out than ever before to say this. Does the Prime Minister share my hope that the members opposite will now act constructively with this government so it can deliver on their priorities as we build back better?
Mr.
I'm very grateful to Margaret, and I much enjoyed my trip to Stourbridge, and she's entirely right in what she says. And to get back to the point I was making, the honourable lady from the Scottish National Party, I think that the agenda that we have is right for the country. This is the right time to build back better with the colossal programme that we have, the investments that we're making. But we've also got to learn the lessons from the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we're setting up the inquiry in the way that we are.
Let's go to Andrew Gwynn. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Prime Minister's statement and particularly his commitment to an inquiry at the appropriate time. On that, terminology really does count. So can the Prime Minister confirm that it's not just going to be independent and judge-led, but it will be a statutory public inquiry under the Public Inquiries Act with the powers to compel witnesses under oath? And most importantly of all, will bereaved families have a role in setting the terms of the inquiry and be given the full opportunity to give evidence at the inquiry?
I wouldn't like to accuse the honourable gentleman I admire greatly of missing my opening statement, but of course it will be a full public independent inquiry under the terms of the 2005 Act, and of course it's right that the bereaved, along with many other groups, should be consulted about the terms of reference.
No, Shraka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Prime Minister's statement, especially that the inquiry will be independent. In fear of already judging the inquiry, I am anxious about institutions such as Public Health England and how they responded early on to key workers. And I hope the inquiry will also congratulate the fantastic doctors, nurses and volunteers who helped roll out over 1.5 million vaccines in Sussex. And I'm incredibly grateful for all the staff in Uckfield, Crowborough and Howsham. But the Prime Minister can do two things immediately for my care homes in my constituency. One is, at the moment, if you want to reside in a care home, you have to spend 14 days isolated in your room. Can the Prime Minister look again at that isolation period, because it is so impactful on the physical and mental health of residents? And the second is this: the care homes have taken such a big hit. Can we consider a short financial package to support them so they can support our loved ones throughout this period? Thank you.
My honourable friend is totally right to raise the work of care homes. We've put repeated investments into, and I think another £1 billion went into supporting care homes throughout the pandemic. But she's also right to raise the very painful questions of visiting and the ability of care home residents to leave their care home safely. And Mr. Speaker, there we have to balance the risks to them as well. We've tried to, as you know, to increase the number of visitors they can have, and we hope very soon that greater freedoms will be possible.
Cat Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Prime Minister reassure the House that the terms and reference of this inquiry will include those suffering from long COVID, including diagnosis and treatment and support for those that will be no doubt suffering for a foreseeable future?
She makes an excellent point, and I'm sure the chairman of the inquiry will want to consider that as we set up the inquiry in due course. But I certainly don't exclude that long COVID could be something that the inquiry will want to look at.
Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has talked powerfully about the importance of economic recovery now. And for those of us that supported the lockdown, I think it's incumbent on us to get behind that however we can. If we get it wrong, we'll pay the cost of the pandemic twice over. Tomorrow, a report will be released describing the opportunities of geothermal investment for our economy, potentially creating over 1,000 new jobs and £100 million of investment by 2025. New jobs, new technologies, that's the key to getting our economic recovery on track. Will the Prime Minister give the report his personal attention and agree to meet with me and other MPs that are getting behind this important new industry?
Mr. Speaker, I'm very excited and interested by his geothermal plans, and they sound good to me, and we are certainly investing in that kind of technology. You know, 22 billion into just pure R&D. We're putting in record sums for this country, and I'm sure that geothermal could be part of the mix of our green industrial revolution, Mr. Speaker.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Prime Minister agree that the inquiry is going to have to look at the original decision-making process, which failed to control borders, delayed the lockdown while talking about herd immunity, look at the appointment process for Dido Harding to head up the track and trace system, and also look at the billions of pounds worth of PPE contracts awarded to Tory chums and friends? And will it confirm that the inquiry will have the powers to call all electronic communications between government ministers and the Tory chums that got contracts?
Speaker, without in any way accepting the premises of his questions, I can certainly confirm that it will be a full public inquiry under the 2005 Act with full powers to compel evidence.
Jonathan Gillis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate the Prime Minister on his statement and the announcement that my right honourable friend announced that Step 3 of our roadmap to recovery will go ahead as scheduled on the 17th of May. Like many across Stoke-on-Trent North, Kids Grove and Talk, I enjoyed a pint from the Mill Race in Milton and another at the Bull's Head in Burslem, as pubs were able to open outdoors under Step 2 of our roadmap. However, not every publican has been able to open their doors yet, and both they and the excellent local brewers, such as Titanic Brewery in Burslem, have faced a very hard time throughout this pandemic. So will my right honourable friend create a new draft beer duty rate to provide targeted support for breweries and pubs throughout the UK, which is only possible since leaving the European Union, recognising the importance pubs play in our local communities?
I thank him for pointing out another of the advantages of leaving the European Union. But although we've consulted publicans and brewers on the potential for a differential duty rate on draft beer, we're awaiting the responses from the Treasury, and the Treasury will reply in due course.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An 11-year-old girl called Mary caught COVID in December 2020. Her family used to describe her as bouncing off the walls and full of energy. She loved sport and was excited about starting secondary school in September. Now she is fatigued, lethargic, she walks with a stick and she can only attend school part-time. The doctors are baffled because she had no underlying health conditions and she seems unable to recover. Please can the Prime Minister help me find the family the expert advice and support that Mary needs and provide urgent resources for children suffering with long COVID in Hollands riding?
I thank her for raising the case of Mary, and I'm very sorry to hear about her suffering. If she would be kind enough to write to me about her, I will see what I can do to make sure that we get the right answers from government and see what we can do to get her the medical help she needs.
Let's go to Elliot Colburn. Elliot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I warmly welcome the Prime Minister's statement today. I know from speaking to Carshalton and Wallington residents that they are particularly concerned as we emerge from the pandemic about backlogs in elective surgery, cancer treatments, and looking after the mental health of those who have struggled in lockdown. So can my right honourable friend assure me that these will be front and centre of our plans for the NHS as we emerge from the pandemic?
He is quite right to raise that issue, and I can tell him that we've already invested considerably in mental health and mental health support, mental health youth ambassador, but we will continue to do more. And I think I said in the press conference on Monday, this is Mental Health Awareness Week, and people who have been struggling during the pandemic really should not hesitate to seek help.
Let's go to Steve McCabe. Steve.
Thank you. When does the Prime Minister expect pregnant women and others advised to seek an alternative to the AstraZeneca jab to be able to book one without being passed from pillar to post?
Well, Mr. Speaker, to the best of my knowledge, everybody is getting the jabs when they're asked to come forward. If he has a particular cases where people are worried about the time when they're going to get a jab, whether it's AstraZeneca or Pfizer or Moderna or another one, I'd be very grateful if he would send me the details, and we'll see what we can do to sort it out.
Let's wander up to Mark Logan. Mark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And a high prevalence of the Indian variants, amongst the highest infection rates in the UK at 150 plus per 100,000. Can the Prime Minister join me in pushing for most of Bolton to be vaccinated ASAP?
He's making a very good point about the rates of infection amongst the B1617.2 variant, as I think we should probably call it. At the moment, the cases are looking as though they're about 860 or so, but there may be more. It may be more transmissible, Mr. Speaker. It may be considerably more transmissible. We're looking at all the potential solutions for the surges we're seeing in Bolton and elsewhere, including the one he describes, though that's not top of the list at the moment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister says in a statement that the public inquiry, which I certainly welcome, will put the state's actions under the microscope. Now, the Prime Minister is, of course, the First Lord of the Treasury, and he has said many times before that this government has put its arms around people financially. Can you tell us why, therefore, people on legacy benefits did not get the extension of the £20 uplift that people in universal credit got?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this country has done everything it can to support people throughout the pandemic, and with increasing universal credit, with a furlough scheme, with loans and credits and grants that I think most people around the world would consider amongst the most, if not the single most generous regime that any country put in place. And I think it was the right thing to do, and we will continue to support people for as long as the pandemic endures.
Let's go to Sir Robert Neal. Sir Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A reference has already been made to the unfortunate impact that the lockdown had upon treatment for other medical conditions. As the Prime Minister has seen, the Stroke Association report, Stroke Recoveries at Risk, that demonstrates starkly how unhappily every aspect of stroke aftercare and rehabilitation has been impacted by the lockdown. As we emerge and build back, will he undertake that not only will we make it a top priority to ensure that stroke and related therapies are restored to pre-pandemic levels as a matter of urgency, but also that we invest to make sure that we are able consistently meet clinical guidelines for the amounts of therapy given, which we have been struggling to do so up until now in any event.
My right honourable friend is absolutely right to stress the backlog that we now face in the NHS, the stroke care, stroke services that need to be addressed. The weight of work is enormous, but we will make sure that we fund it and we get it done. And it's absolutely vital for the people who do have conditions, who do need treatment, stroke patients and others, do come forward now to get the treatment they need.
Let's go to Clive Efford. Clive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's own figures suggest that since March, we have built up a stockpile of about 12 million vaccines. During this period of time, we in London were told that supplies were down and that the vaccine rate would not be as fast as it had been. So can the Prime Minister explain this and say what he can do to ensure that we get these vaccines into people's arms and that this stockpile doesn't continue to grow?
No, Mr. Speaker, that's a misunderstanding, I believe, and we've been vaccinating, continue to vaccinate at a steady and a rate and as fast as we possibly can, and we're secure in our supply, but obviously we don't want to get to the stage, Mr. Speaker, where we run out, and we're confident that we'll be able to offer everybody in this country a vaccination before the end of July. Every adult in this country.
To Ben Spencer.
Mr. Speaker, I congratulate and thank my right honourable friend for the success of the vaccination programme and the roadmap, which has provided certainty and stability, especially to those planning for the easing of restrictions. My constituents often ask me, what will the new normal be like beyond the 21st of June? And of course, much depends on the outcome of the reviews, those into social distancing and others, which will have far-ranging impact on what our society will be like for months to come. While we eagerly await to hear their conclusions, can my right honourable friend assure me that we'll have a chance to debate the recommendations before they are implemented?
Yes, indeed I can, Mr. Speaker.
If this inquiry is to achieve everything that we would want of it, then it must be the preeminent vehicle by which the voice of those who have lost loved ones in this pandemic will be heard. I'm pretty certain that ministers, officials, health professionals, business interests and others will all have good quality legal representation in that, many of them paid out of the public purse. Can the Prime Minister give me some commitment today that bereaved families will also get the necessary support to ensure that they have the same level of quality of representation so that their voices will be properly heard?
Yes, and I believe that that is not only vital for the inquiry, because I think that the inquiry must learn from the direct experiences of the bereaved who have suffered so much, and I think that they will provide invaluable evidence for the inquiry. But it's also plainly a matter of justice and fairness, and I fully accept the point he makes.
Jim Wakefield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking everyone across Radcliffe, Prestwich and Whitefield for the work they've been doing in regards to the vaccine rollout, because that is allowing us to go through the roadmap and reopen the economy. For those who are still asking a few questions, and I think in regards in particular to those going through marriage, obviously this should be the best day of their lives. However, they're still worried about what the actual guidance will be saying from when they can get married from next week. So will my very honourable friend commit to publishing that so we know what social guidance will look like moving forward so they can fully enjoy that best day of their lives?
Right. Yes, I can. I mean, so from Monday, it's the rule of 30. 30 applies to marriages, and we will set out all the details about the marriage world post June the 21st, as I said, before the end of this month.
Let's go to Dan Jarvis. Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Prime Minister will want to warmly welcome the newly elected Metro Mayors, Nick Johnson, Dan Norris, and of course, Tracy Brabin. As the Prime Minister well knows, serving as a mayor is an immense privilege, but as COVID has proved, it is not without its frustrations. So, can I urge the Prime Minister to use this moment to reset the relationship with the English mayors and work more collaboratively and closely with us as we emerge from the pandemic?
Yes, I certainly can, Mr. Speaker, though my observation, and I believe that the the mayors and the metropolitan, the mayoral authorities should also have their say, Mr. Speaker. In my experience, there are two types of mayor. I think the mayoral project is a great one, but it tends to produce mayors who champion their area, who get on and take responsibility for their area, or people who whinge and blame central government for things. And I much prefer type A to type B, Mr. Speaker.
Matt Vickers.
Mr. Speaker, whilst across the country people have retreated to the safety of their own homes, our retail workers have had to roll up their sleeves and get on with it, ensuring we had what we needed and that our shopping spaces were safe. Unfortunately, no, in fact, disgustingly and shockingly, the number of assaults on our retail workers is through the roof. Will the Prime Minister join me in thanking our retail workers for their exceptional service to our communities and ensure that we're doing everything we can to protect them and tackle those that would do them harm?
I totally share my honourable friend's disgust at attacks on retail workers, anybody doing their job, and it is very, very important that we work with the retail sector to drive down this type of crime. We show zero tolerance for it, and also, of course, that we, when in the case of serious violence and assault, that we have appropriate penalties, Mr. Speaker.
Karines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my father-in-law died at the beginning of the pandemic. Our children not able to go to their grandfather's funeral. Our grief remains raw. So let me welcome the commitment to those families and the memorial. But can I draw the Prime Minister's attention to the scope of the inquiry? Because we do know, don't we, that the fracturing of social care, running the NHS at 90% capacity, the lessons warned in the flu pandemic strategy in 2014, and the lessons from Operation Cygnus all forewarned much of what has happened. And for those of us who've worked in emergency planning, we were shocked at the initial responses. So can the Prime Minister assure us that the scope of the inquiry will go beyond the 14 months I think he has alluded to in one of his previous statements?
I'm so sorry to hear about her own loss, Mr. Speaker, and I want to assure her that, of course, I can't imagine there'll be any chair of the inquiry or any terms of reference that we could devise that wouldn't include looking back at the state of preparedness before COVID actually struck this country.
Cleethorpes, like other resorts, is heavily reliant on the coach industry to bring tourists into the resort. And though the support for the industry has been very welcome, there have been one or two anomalies, and some coach operators in my constituency and elsewhere have been designated as tourism operators rather than coach operators, which meant they didn't qualify for some of the financial support. Could my right honourable friend look again at this and perhaps arrange for a meeting with me and representatives from my industry and constituency to meet with the Transport Secretary so that we can see whether any additional help is available?
As ever, my honourable friend makes what sounds like an excellent point about coach operators and tourist operators. I'll make sure he sees the relevant Transport Minister as soon as possible.
Nurseries are a vital part of community infrastructure, helping our youngest get a better chance at a good start to life and making it easier for parents to go to work. Given that over 300 shut their doors for good in February and March, will the Prime Minister publish a COVID recovery plan for nurseries and early years providers to help them get them back on their feet?
Mr. Speaker, will be publishing a very comprehensive plan for educational recovery very shortly.
Stephen Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome today's announcements of both an inquiry and the memorial? But can I also welcome the extraordinary progress that has been made that has allowed us to further lift restrictions? However, there are still many individuals, charities, organisations and businesses that are still not confident to commit to further public events. Will my right honourable friend therefore consider a COVID indemnity scheme that will cover the costs of any last-minute cancellations that may occur due to ongoing restrictions to allow the planning of events to continue to avoid a second year of cancellations?
I thank my honourable friend for raising this, and I understand exactly why he says it. I think the best thing I can tell him is that we want to proceed with the caution and the certainty that we have done so far, and I believe that all the evidence I've seen at the moment suggests that we will be able to continue our reopenings, and that the businesses that have done so much to get ready should be able to plan on that basis.
Christian Mathers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome much of the Prime Minister's statement, although I concur with my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, that the sooner we can get the terms of reference and invite evidence from those who are able to give it, the better. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said that the end of the lockdown is not the end of the pandemic, and he's absolutely right. There are some sectors of the economy which will suffer from a longer time lag. Travel and tourism, aviation and therefore aerospace manufacturing. Can I urge the government to give support in the longer term to these sectors, because they will be affected long after the rest of us are trying to get back to normal?
He's making an important point, but my strong view is that the best thing possible for all those sectors, including aviation, is to try to cautiously to make sure that we get through the roadmap and allow their businesses to grow again. And that is, I think, the single best solution, the best long-term, the best medium-term solution.
Barrowman.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I warmly welcome the Prime Minister's statement and this inquiry. As our fantastic vaccination programme continues to be rolled out, and as our vaccination continues to be effective against all mutant strains and other countries catch up, will the Prime Minister look at widening the green list of countries that travel is permitted to? Will he also ensure that the airports have the resources from border control and digitisation to deal with more passengers? And can he also warmly encourage President Biden, when he sees him next month in Cornwall, that other Americans would like to come over to this great country, and indeed we'd like to go over to theirs?
Yeah, well, he's making a very good point about the United States of America, and we're on that issue with our American friends. But I think people have to recognise, Mr. Speaker, that we still are at risk of importing new variants into this country. We've seen the arrival of B1.617.2, Mr. Speaker. And we must be cautious, and I can tell him that on that basis, the green list, and there's already some countries on the green list, as he knows, very attractive-looking destinations as far as I can see, but that list is going to be subject to review every 3 weeks.
Dave Dugan.
Many thanks, Mr. Speaker. Last summer, COVID was almost fully suppressed in Scotland, and on current trends, it looks like we're heading in that direction cautiously again. However, as international travel reopens, I know that many in my constituency are very concerned about new strains entering the country. So while our First Minister has welcomed the UK Government's current very cautious approach to travel, she won't sign up to any plans that might put Scotland's progress at risk. So will the Prime Minister confirm today what happens in the event that devolved nations' strategic ambitions are at odds with the UK Government's? How is compromise in that scenario reached that isn't simply England's way or the highway?
Well, I think if I may say, I think that the cooperation, levels of cooperation, in spite of the differences which are sometimes accentuated or emphasised for whatever reason, has been amazing. And if you look at what's happening in Scotland today, it's very close to what's happening in the rest of the UK. That's the level of cooperation that we're showing together.
Sir Ed Woodley.
Right at the end of his statement, the Prime Minister echoed the words of his predecessor, Sir Winston Churchill, in saying, "Let us go forwards together." Of course, 80 years ago, precisely, on the 12th of May 1941, his predecessor was standing right there in this devastated chamber and committed ourselves to freedoms in the future. But in that spirit, may I ask a practical question about the future? Just as we had compulsory ID cards in the war and they worked so successfully, would the Prime Minister acknowledge that if we'd had them now, the whole test and trace system would have worked superbly? They could be made to work in future. For instance, on your smartphone, it'd be clear that you'd been vaccinated or whether you'd been in touch with infections. All this is very interesting for the future. Now, my right honourable friend can't give a definitive answer now, but would he at least have an open mind about how we can deal with these pandemics in the future?
Well, I'm a long-standing admirer of the libertarian school of thought that I've generally associated with my right honourable friend. But he's making an interesting point about data, Mr. Speaker, and the importance of being able to access data fast and to help people. I think perhaps the idea of ID cards is a slightly different one, if I may respectfully suggest to him, and I think that we're still some way off that solution.
Right, let's head to Tim Farron. Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As has been acknowledged already, it is Mental Health Awareness Week, and it's right that we note the huge impact of the COVID pandemic on the mental health, especially of our young people, and on their education. Will the Prime Minister then reconsider whether imposing a summer of cramming is really the wisest thing to force on students and teachers? And would he instead look at our outdoor education centres, many of which are based in Cumbria, of course, and who have been hit worse than pretty much any other part of the entire economy? And would he therefore agree to not just save outdoor education centres, but to deploy outdoor education by commissioning professionals from that sector to run an ambitious programme in schools and in outdoor settings to re-engage young people with a love of learning and to help to tackle the mental health crisis?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't think a summer of cramming is exactly how I would describe the programme for educational recovery that we have. It's very generous, it's broad-based, it's intended to help students, pupils, kids across the whole spectrum of abilities and to help them to make up the detriment to their learning. But can I say how warmly I welcome Cumbria's outdoor education approach, the alfresco learning that he supports. It sounds magnificent to me, Mr. Speaker, and I think it should be replicated across the entire country. And I look forward to hearing more about it.
Mark up.
Mr. Speaker, I can just say to the Prime Minister that other venues are available, and the Forest of Dean would be fantastically keen to join in offering itself for outdoor education for children across the United Kingdom. I welcome what the Prime Minister said about being able to say more at the end of this month about relaxing all restrictions by the 21st of June, and he'll know I'll welcome that. But can I just take him to what he said in his statement about the winter? It's inevitable, I think, that we'll see an increase in COVID, as with other respiratory viruses, and there will be some increase in hospitalisations and deaths, although because of our incredible vaccination rollout and the effectiveness of our vaccines, that will be at a much lower level and one that will not overwhelm the National Health Service. So can he confirm that work is underway in government to make sure that even with that small increase because of the success of our vaccinations, that we'll learn to live with the consequences of COVID as we do with flu, and we won't need to shut down the country again in the winter?
Mr. Speaker, there is plainly a difference, as my right honourable friend understands very well, between a disease such as flu, which sadly causes every year a number of hospitalisations and death, perhaps in the thousands, and a disease which has the potential to replicate, to spread exponentially, and to overwhelm the NHS. And what we need to be absolutely certain of, Mr. Speaker, is that we're right in thinking that we've broken the connection between COVID transmission and hospitalisation or serious illness and death. And that's still the question that we really need to establish in the weeks and months ahead. I'm optimistic about it, Mr. Speaker, but that is I think the key issue. And I just want to make one point I should have said earlier to my old friend behind me about weddings, Mr. Speaker. It's very important that for the purposes of the bans, we will be making an announcement within 28 days, as it were, of June the 21st, if you follow me, Mr. Speaker.
Let's go to Afzal Khan. Afzal.
Mr. Speaker, the Israeli government made the decision not to vaccinate more than 4.5 Palestinian citizens in Gaza and the West Bank, leaving this responsibility to the occupied territories' under-resourced healthcare system. Only several thousand Palestinians have been vaccinated, in contrast to the 4.2 million Israelis. In light of the shocking and appalling scenes in Jerusalem, where Israeli forces attacked worshippers, the Holy Al-Aqsa Mosque, and the healthcare units, will the Prime Minister outline what steps the government is taking to provide assistance to the Palestinians in this difficult time? And will he condemn the actions of the Israeli forces and accept that the only way forward is a two-state solution to ensure peace, health equality, and protection of human rights?
It is a statement that the Prime Minister made, but I'm sure he would like to answer the question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Well, he makes a fair point about the situation in Israel, and I must say that I'm deeply concerned by what we're seeing, and everybody is deeply concerned in this House by the scenes that we're seeing. I think we all want to see urgent de-escalation by both sides, and let me tell him that the position of this government is firmly behind his, in that we continue to believe that a two-state solution is the best way forward.
Simon Felth, are you ready?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Prime Minister's announcement about a public inquiry. Mr. Speaker, when COVID first rolled into Barrow-in-Furness, we had a disproportionate impact from it due to a toxic mix of underlying health conditions. With that in mind, could the Prime Minister confirm that the inquiry will take a look at not just the actions the government did or didn't take, but also what we need to do to make sure we can build back healthier out of this pandemic?
Actually, I think he makes an extremely good point, my own friend. It's a very important point. And I hope that this is what they call a big teachable moment for the entire country about our obesity, about our fitness levels, about disparities across public provision, not just between affluent areas, but within regions of the country. The levelling up needs to take place, Mr. Speaker, and that's why that is the ambition of this government.
Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Speaker. And can I welcome the Prime Minister's announcement of an inquiry as well. It is important because of the number of people who died, but also because of the millions of people who will live with the consequences of the policies adopted by ministers on the advice of their chief medical officers. Many people who have lost their lives because hospitals and surgeries were closed, people whose businesses were wrecked because of stop-go lockdowns, children whose education has been disrupted, affecting their life chances. And at the same time, there were many credible experts who questioned the modelling on which those policies were based, the impact that it had on the poor, and also the appropriateness of the actions and the consistency of the actions. Can the Prime Minister assure us that the inquiry will include listening to the views and examining the views of those experts and the issues which they have raised?
I think he's only serving to underline, with his excellent points, the extreme difficulty of the decisions that governments in this country and around the world were forced to make, and the terrible balances that we had to strike. And I'm sure that the considerations that he raises will be looked at by the inquiry.
Lissy Buchan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my right honourable friend on the huge success of the vaccine rollout. The economy in central London is hurting, partly because of the lack of commuters and partly because of the lack of international visitors. Can my right honourable friend confirm that the plan is to lift the work-at-home guidance as of June the 21st, providing we stay on track?
Mr. Speaker, that is certainly our intention, provided we stay on track. But you should, I want to be sure that people will wait until we're able to say that with more clarity a bit later on, because we must be guided by what's happening with the pandemic. And she's so right about London and the dynamism of London, and indeed any other of our great cities. They do depend on people to be able to have confidence to go to work. I think it will come back. I think it could come back remarkably quickly, but it does depend on keeping the virus down. Madam Deputy Speaker, forgive me.
We now go to Debbie Abrahams.
Madam Deputy Speaker, on the 22nd of February, the Prime Minister told the House that the PPE contracts are there on the record for everybody to see, and all the details are on the record. But what the Prime Minister told Parliament was not true. A large number of contracts were neither there for everybody to see or on the record, including a £23 million contract to Bunzl, which was not published until the 8th of March. The Ministerial Code states it is of paramount importance that ministers give accurate and truthful information to Parliament, correcting any inadvertent errors. So will the Prime Minister finally apologise to the House and the country for this misleading statement and ensure that the government's procurement practices during the pandemic are in the scope of the COVID inquiry?
I'm sure the Honourable Lady means inadvertently misleading. Prime Minister.
I'm sure she does, Mr. Speaker.
James Davis.
Deputy Speaker, as life continues to return towards normality and attention turns to how we can learn lessons from the pandemic, there remains an urgent need to tackle this country's problem with obesity. Following the Queen's speech, what reassurances can my right honourable friend give me that the government will continue to pursue this agenda with vigour?
Yes. I give my own friend who is a doctor every possible assurance, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think that this is a struggle that many of us face, but we are, I'm afraid, one of the fattest countries in Europe, if not the fattest. And we have to, and that has medical consequences, and it is extremely costly, both medically and financially.
We now go to Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In November, the Prime Minister, in response to my question on funding for charities through COVID-19, said in this chamber, and I quote, "We will be doing much more over the winter to support the voluntary sector." He has delivered nothing, absolutely nothing over the winter. Now 10 billion in debt. Tens of thousands of jobs have gone, charities are scaling back and closing, and our communities are suffering. So will he tell the House why he made that empty promise and what he will not just say, but do to support our charities now at this critical time?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we've had huge support for businesses of all kinds, premises, cuts in business rates, Madam Deputy Speaker, cuts in VAT, furloughing, and the single best thing we can do for charities is getting non-essential retail opened again as we did, and allowing our economy to come back. And I think that the British people give huge amounts to charity. We're one of the most generous countries in the world, and I've no doubt that instinct has been there throughout this pandemic and will continue.
Now go to Jason McCartney.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The NHS in Kirklees has now given over 50% of people who have been vaccinated their second dose. Will the Prime Minister join me in thanking our local NHS, GPs, community pharmacies and the wonderful volunteers at my local Honley Vaccination Centre who have all played a magnificent part in this superb effort, which now means we can proceed to the next step of the roadmap on Monday?
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to thank everybody who's been involved in the vaccine rollout and particularly those at the Honley Vaccination Centre.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee published a report last September that recommended the Government should announce an inquiry into the response to the coronavirus immediately to allow time to set up the Secretariat and other administrative functions, which should mean it could start taking evidence early next year. So that was 8 months ago. So I wish to support the comments made by my honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, that the statutory public inquiry should be set up as soon as possible before spring 2022. So may I also seek the assurances from the Prime Minister that a key element of the terms of reference will be to investigate why there was a disproportionate impact on our Black, Asian and other ethnic minority communities, and that any chair of the inquiry has an expert reference panel that is diverse and has community leaders involved.
I agree with her totally about the need to establish those facts and the impact on black and minority ethnic groups and what was driving that, what could have been done to mitigate that, and I'm sure that the inquiry will be suitably set up so as to address that amongst many, many other issues.
We now go to Bob Blackman.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend will be well aware of the tremendous success of the vaccine programme in Harrow, Indeed, he visited the Hive vaccination centre very early on during the vaccination programme. What message does my right honourable friend have now for younger people who will be approaching the position whereby they'll be called for their vaccination so that we can ensure that all adults are vaccinated by the end of July?
I thank my honourable friend, because he's totally right. That's, I think, one of the key messages all of us in this House should be transmitting to adults, and they're getting younger and younger now, the groups that we're reaching. Come forward when you're asked, get your vaccine. You won't feel a thing. It's absolutely vital. It's not just good for you, it's good for the whole country. So get it done.
Now go to Peter Grant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier on, the Right Honourable Member, the Chair of the Health Select Committee, raised the question of recruitment and retention of medical staff. But throughout the entire health and social care sectors, we could be about to see a big increase in the numbers of staff leaving, either because they delayed their retirement in order to stay on and help until the worst of the crisis was over, or in some cases because they're simply burnt out with the stress they've been working under for so long. So what specific plans does the government have to increase recruitment and retention of staff across the entire spectrum of health and social care professions?
We've actually, Madam Deputy Speaker, got 60,000 nurses in training. And I'm reading every day about the enthusiasm with which people now want to go into that wonderful profession. We've got, I think, 11,000 more nurses this year than last year, and we're investing massively in social care to make sure that our older people are looked after properly, and that there's much more. One of the reasons that we'll be bringing forward plans for reform of social care is I want to see proper join-up between health and social care, and at the moment we don't have that as a country, and we need it.
We now go to Duncan Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Times reported at the weekend that there are 120,000 people who are immunocompromised, for instance those having treatment for cancer. For them, the effectiveness of the vaccine is still unknown. What safety and reassurances can my right honourable friend give to those worried and anxious, clinically extremely vulnerable, as we continue to unlock?
Prime Minister.
He's totally right. My honourable friend's totally right to raise the immunocompromised and their continuing anxiety. The risks continue to diminish, as he knows. I think today 1 in 1,340 are estimated to have the virus. It's going down at the moment quite steeply, as I said earlier to the House. It's much lower than at any time since last summer or even before. But plainly, for those who are anxious, who are immunocompromised, they should continue to exercise, as I've said, caution and common sense in the way they go about their lives for some time to come.
Chris Bryant.
COVID has left tens of thousands of people in this country with problems which are remarkably similar to a brain injury. They're going to need long-term neurorehabilitation. When you add them into the 1.4 million people who before COVID came along had suffered from a brain injury, either from carbon monoxide poisoning or concussion in sport or stroke or a traumatic brain injury or fetal alcohol syndrome, that's a phenomenal financial and medical need. Can I urge the Prime Minister, there still isn't anybody in this country who takes sole charge of this area of brain injury. It's a hidden pandemic because you can't often see it in the person across the other side of the room that they're affected. Can he please, maybe he should meet with a group of us to talk about it, because it affects every single department of government, and I really want him to take it on so that all these people get the support that they need.
I'm really grateful to him, and I know that he was going to raise this with me yesterday. I hope he forgives me for not. I hope he forgives me for not allowing him to intervene, but entirely inadvertently. But he's raised an extremely important point. I believe that not only brain injury, he's right to raise 1.4 million, but also a brain cancer is an area that is too often neglected in our system, may fall through the cracks, and I certainly undertake to get him the meeting that he needs, whether it's with me or the relevant minister. I cannot currently promise, but he will get the meeting he needs.
Final question from Dr. Liam Fox.
Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, almost every human crisis produces advances in human innovation, and the COVID crisis has been no exception. We've seen in the UK what collaboration between academia and the private sector has done in terms of vaccine production. mRNA vaccines may turn out to be as important as antibiotics in dealing with global disease outbreaks. As soon as we're able to identify the genome of a virus, we will be able to move to rapid vaccine production, something we were unable to do before. What can we in the UK do, with our leadership of the G7 and our membership of the G20 and other international organisations do, to determine global protocols to enable us to be able to move forward in any future pandemic in a less chaotic way than we did on this occasion, and be able to develop global capacity for vaccine productions? Surely, if anything is a long-term and valuable legacy of global Britain, it would be this.
My right honourable friend, who's also a doctor, is completely right about, necessity the mother of invention, Madam Deputy. We've been driven by the pandemic to great feats of scientific genius, producing, as he rightly says, the mRNA vaccines at incredible speed, the AstraZeneca vaccine, and that has meant, the pandemic has meant that the abilities of this country alone to cope have hugely increased. We are now capable of producing vaccines, the film finishing plants, the new VMIC that we have. We're invested in bioreactors across the country. We're much more resilient than we were, but we're also leading across the world in making sure that countries coordinate and work together on spotting zoonotic diseases earlier with the research hubs, making sure that we coordinate data, we share data much earlier, but also making sure there aren't the barriers that have sadly sprung up between countries to the sharing of supplies and of vaccines, so that we have secure supply chains around the world. So what the UK is doing is not only spending £548 million on COVAX, Madam Deputy Speaker, investing in vaccines around the world. I think we've given, 40 million vaccine doses to 117 countries the UK has so far given. But we're also working on a global response to pandemics, and that will be one of the things that we do together at the G7, and it's supported by all the partner countries. So that's what we'll be doing.
I thank the Prime Minister for his statement, and I'm suspending the House for 3 minutes to make necessary arrangements for the next business. Order.
Deputy Speaker.
David Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier this week, the Commissioner for Standards published the names of 9 members currently under investigation for breaches of the Code of Conduct. The names were published along with the allegations made against them. She was able to do this following a motion passed by the House on 21st of April, amending Standing Order 150. This was brought before the House as part of a package of changes that passed after a very brief debate and without a vote. This is a very serious matter. The finding of a breach of the Code of Conduct can destroy reputations, end careers, effectively end the working lives of individuals concerned, and perhaps most importantly, it can have a devastating effect upon their families. Yet under the Commissioner's amended power, she is able to publicise the allegations without the individual being able to defend themselves or respond publicly. Those who claim that members can defend themselves are wrong, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've had access to legal advice on the matter. Paragraph 17 of the Committee on Standards report requires any member's proposed statement in response to be subject to approval by the Commissioner. In effect, this is the prosecutor being given the right of veto over the defence. So this allows information to be issued under the power of privilege of this House, which can then be used by others to attack the reputation of honourable members, without them having the right, the ability to freely defend themselves. This defies natural justice. If any one of my constituents were to face such a procedure, I would be raising hell on their behalf. I imagine other members would do the same for their constituents. It cannot be right that we do not allow to members of Parliament the same rights that we would fight for our constituents. Here, in the Mother of Parliaments, particularly today, on the 80th anniversary of its destruction by an authoritarian power. It also allows the political weaponisation of a process which is supposed to be fair and just. It is, in my view, in complete defiance of natural justice and accordingly contrary to access to justice under the European Convention on Human Rights. I'd be grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker, if you could let the House know whether the Speaker's Council was asked for an opinion on the compliance with the European Convention before the vote was put to the Commons. And if not, and it's perfectly proper if not, please can such an opinion be requested to guide the committee and the House to ensure members' rights are not trampled. I have been party on a number of occasions to the defeat of the British government in the European Court of Human Rights. I would hate to see the same happen to this Parliament.
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving me notice of his point of order. He is right to state that on the 21st of April, the House endorsed the recommendations of the Committee on Standards, which included a recommendation that the Commissioner should have authority to publish a list of non-ICGS investigations, returning the situation to that before the 19th of July 2018. He is also correct that the process endorsed by the House contains a provision in some circumstances for a rebuttal to be issued, but that the wording of any such rebuttal requires the approval of the Commissioner. The Committee's deliberations on its report and the advice taken are a matter for the Committee and not for me or the Speaker. As the House has endorsed the process we are discussing, it is also not for me to comment on his criticisms of it. However, he has put his views on the record and he might wish to pursue the issues he has raised with the committee itself.
If I might.
Point of order, Chris Bryant, Chair of the...
I just want to be helpful to the House in this point, and I've already had a private conversation with the Honourable Member about this. I think the committee will obviously consider the matter that the Right Honourable Member has already raised. I am absolutely clear in my mind, and I'm sure that the committee is, both that the Commissioner was granted the power to do this by the House, indeed was required by the House to do this in returning to the situation that existed before July 2018, and even more importantly, that the committee will always consider every single instance that comes before us on an entirely impartial basis so as to secure justice and fairness for every single member of this House.
I thank the Chair of the Committee for that clarification and suggest we now move on. Presentation of Bill, Secretary Kwasi Kwarteng.
Advanced Research and Invention Agency Bill, presentation and second reading.
In accordance with Standing Order number 80A and the order of the 23rd of March 2021, this bill is read a second time. Consideration what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Thank you. Presentation of Bill, Secretary Ben Wallace.
Armed Forces Bill, presentation, second reading and recommittal.
In accordance with Standing Order number 80A and the order of 8 February 2021, this bill is read a second time and stands recommitted to a committee of the whole House. Presentation of Bill, Secretary George Eustace.
Environment Bill, presentation and second reading.
In accordance with the business of the House order of 26 January 2021, this bill is read a second time. Bill to be considered what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Presentation of Bill, the Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Finance Bill, presentation and second reading.
In accordance with Standing Order number 80B and the order of 13th of April 2021, this bill is read a second time. Bill to be considered what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Presentation of Bill, Secretary Robert Buckland.
Police, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Bill, presentation, second reading and committal.
In accordance with Standing Order number 80A and the order of 16th March 2021, this bill is read a second time and stands committed to a public bill committee. Presentation of Bill, Minister Matt Warman.
Telecommunications Security Bill, presentation and second reading.
In accordance with Standing Order number 80A and the order of 30th November 2020, this bill is read a second time. Bill to be considered what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Presentation of Bill, Secretary Brandon Lewis.
Northern Ireland Ministers, Elections and Petitions of Concern Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Presentation of Bill, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster.
Dissolution and Calling of Parliament Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Presentation of Bill, Minister John Glenn.
Compensation, London Capital and Finance plc and Fraud Compensation Fund Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Presentation of Bill, the Chancellor of the Exchequer.
National Insurance Contributions Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Presentation of Bill, Secretary Robert Jenrick.
Rating, Coronavirus and Directors' Disqualification Dissolved Companies Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Presentation of Bill, Secretary Gavin Williamson.
Higher Education Freedom of Speech Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Queen's Speech, motion for an address, adjourned debate on question.
Now. The question is that an humble address be presented to Her Majesty as on the order paper. I call the Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to be speaking today in support of the Queen's Speech and the measures it contains to make the United Kingdom stronger, healthier and more prosperous than before. But let me first warmly congratulate and welcome the Honourable Member opposite to her new position on the Shadow Front Bench. Her predecessor and I often had robust debates, but always in the right spirit, and I'm sure this will continue with the honourable member now sat opposite me. Because whilst, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is much to debate, the fundamentals of our economic recovery should actually be a point of consensus in this House. One of the quickest, largest and most comprehensive economic responses to the pandemic anywhere in the world, continued agility throughout the crisis, making sure that where we can, support gets to those who need it, and now, with our economy reopening, I can say with full confidence, our plan for jobs is working.
How on earth can it be fair when somebody is employed on a long-term contract for them to be fired and then immediately rehired afterwards?
Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, both the Government and I strongly believe that firing and rehiring should not be used as a negotiating tactic by companies. That is absolutely right. The honourable gentleman opposite will know that the Secretary of State for the Department for Business has asked ACAS to look into this matter. They currently are, and we await to hear their findings. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll make some progress. Madam Deputy Speaker, before I turn to the details of the Queen's speech, let me first update the House on the improving economic context. A year ago today, I stood at this dispatch box and told the House and the country that I and this Conservative government believe in the nobility of work and that we would stand behind Britain's workers throughout the crisis and beyond. Judge our commitment to those values by our record. When the furlough scheme ends in September, we will have helped to pay people's wages for a year and a half, supporting at its peak the jobs of almost 9 million people. We have protected the incomes of more than 2.7 million self-employed people, backed businesses to keep people in work with tens of billions of pounds of loans, grants and tax cuts, and supported the most vulnerable through the crisis with a strengthened safety net, increased funding for local authorities and public services, and help for the charity sector. I have to give way.
Grateful to the Chancellor of the Exchequer for giving way. I noticed that he didn't mention young people. Recent figures reveal that the Kickstart scheme is only helping 5% of unemployed young people who were made redundant during the financial crisis. Given that there are over 600,000 young people out of work at the moment, why didn't the Queen's speech contain more measures to help tackle youth unemployment? Did he just forget? Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, with the greatest respect, only 1 minute, I think, into the speech. Forgive me for not mentioning everything in the first 30 seconds, but what I would say is I completely agree with the Honourable Gentleman. As I've said repeatedly from this dispatch box, not only are jobs my highest economic priority, I've from the very beginning highlighted the particular impact that this crisis has had on young people, particularly because many of them work in the sectors that are most affected, particularly in the hospitality industry, which is why this government has taken steps to support that industry. As I will come on to later, the Kickstart scheme is a key part of our way to help those young people find work. It is one of many things we're doing, whether it's traineeships, apprenticeships, or the Prime Minister's Lifetime Skills Guarantee, and we will continue to focus on that. If I make a tiny bit more progress. Taken together, Madam Deputy Speaker, over last year and this, our plan for jobs is providing over £400 billion of support for British people and businesses, a historic package unmatched in peacetime. And the evidence shows that our plan is working. GDP statistics published just this morning show that the economic impact of the lockdown at the start of the year was less severe than had been expected, and that there are clear signs that we are now on our way to recovery. The Bank of England said last week that they now expect the economy to return to its pre-crisis level by the end of this year, earlier than they previously thought, and I'm happy to give way.
I'm extremely grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. He's just given us the excellent news that the economy should have rebounded by the end of this year. He and I have discussed on a number of occasions the importance of international development. In view of that, can he confirm to the House today that he will restore the 0.7 at the end of the year when the economy has so recovered?
Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable friend for his intervention, and I appreciate all the constructive conversations he's had with me on this topic, which I know he feels passionately about. As he will know, whilst our economy will have recovered its pre-crisis levels, the damage to our public finances is much longer lasting than that. And that is what led the government to make the difficult but I hope understandable decision to temporarily divert from the 0.7 commitment with a full intention to return to it when the fiscal situation allows, but in the meantime to remain one of the leading donors to the causes that both he and I are passionate about. If I make a tiny bit of progress, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the labour market, it is worth reminding the House that at the start of this crisis, unemployment was expected to reach 12% or more. It is now expected to peak at around half of that level. That means almost 2 million fewer people losing their jobs than previously feared. And our unemployment rate today is one of the lowest in the G7, lower than Italy, France, Canada, and the United States. And Madam Deputy Speaker, our plan has protected incomes too.
I'm very grateful to the Chancellor. He's been very generous with his time. He mentions countries in the G7, and it is without question good news that our economy is back into positive growth territory. But why does he think that the British recession was so much worse than all of the countries he's just mentioned and is the bottom of the G7 during the coronavirus?
So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Member for raising this point, which I have addressed previously, but I'm happy to do so again. I think, as the Office for National Statistics and others have said, it's actually difficult to make accurate cross-country comparisons. But on GDP figures specifically, for the simple reason that the way we calculate GDP in this country uses different deflators for the public sector. This has been explained by the OBR and the Office of National Statistics, which actually means that we are disadvantaged relative to peers. If you look at it on nominal GDP, which corrects for that difference in calculation, as the ONS have said, actually our performance looks very comparable to all our major competitors. And I could point him to the box in the Office for Budget Responsibility report, an independent organisation which would verify what I've just said. But it's worth bearing in mind, what I've always said is the most important thing to me. GDP is of course important, but it is abstract. What matters to people are their jobs and their livelihoods. So the fact that unemployment is as low as it is, compared to the projections at the beginning of this crisis, I think is something that everyone in this House will welcome. Our plan has protected incomes too, Madam Deputy Speaker. The latest statistics show that real household disposable incomes in the last quarter of last year were only 0.2% below the same period the year before. Now, of course, many families are facing profound difficulties, but it is an extraordinary relief that in the face of one of the largest falls in output in 300 years, that we could broadly maintain household incomes. And in turn, that has meant that some people have saved more, with household savings last year £140 billion higher than the year before, and surveys now showing consumer confidence returning to its pre-crisis levels. Yes, happy to give way.
Give way. Chancellor, I spoke to you beforehand. During the lockdown, COVID loans were made available to companies. The companies in my constituency have come to me and have indicated to me that the repayment scheme is not over a flexible period of time. It seems to be large amounts of money at one go. To ensure those companies can survive beyond the lockdown and into next year, could I ask the Chancellor if it's possible to make some flexibility in the payments for those companies for those loans? Thank you.
Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the Honourable Gentleman makes an excellent point. It's one that we, I hope, have already addressed, and he's right about the importance of companies having the cash flow to bounce back strongly, which is why late last year, in fact, we introduced something called Pay As You Grow to help the 1.3 million small and medium-sized companies that have taken bounce-back loans. And that means that automatically, at their option, they will be able to turn those loans from 5-year repayment loans to 10 years, which almost halves the monthly repayment, and furthermore gives them options to go for interest-only repayment periods of 6 months or indeed payment holidays, none of which will impact their credit rating as long as they do it in advance. That should be automatically communicated to them by their bank, and I hope is helpful to his small and medium-sized companies. Happy to give way.
All the pressure on my right honourable friend has been from one direction, so let me just try and right the balance. When this is over, in terms of a smaller state and deregulation and lower taxes, are there any Thatcherites left in the government?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend and I strongly agree in the role of the private sector in driving our recovery. And actually, what is important, as the honourable gentleman said, is about businesses having the confidence to invest. And that is why this government has provided not just support for businesses to get through the crisis, but support for businesses through tax cuts, like the super deduction, to help them invest and drive our recovery forward. Because both my honourable friend and I know that that prosperity that we all want can only be created by those private sector companies. So hopefully that gives him the reassurance that he is looking for, and I maybe should make some progress, Madam Deputy Speaker. And talking of those businesses, I do believe they are also now beginning to feel more confident. Whilst many firms have been hit hard by the pandemic, the latest data shows that the number of businesses becoming insolvent actually fell last year compared to the year before by nearly a quarter. And in aggregate, firms have been able to build up an extra £100 billion of corporate deposits since the start of the pandemic. And since we announced our super deduction tax cut, businesses now have a virtually unprecedented incentive to invest and create jobs. Bank of England surveys show businesses expect to invest around 7% more than they would have done over the next 2 years. And Deloitte's recent survey of business leaders shows their intention to invest is stronger than it has been at any point since 2015. Now, it is, of course, going to take this country and the whole world a long time to recover fully from the shock that saw the largest fall in output in 300 years. But while our recovery will be long and difficult, it is beyond doubt now that our plan is working. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will never be complacent. 800,000 people have lost their jobs through this crisis. And no Chancellor could guarantee that there will not be more jobs lost. And people losing their jobs is the thing that weighs most heavily on me. Work is the best route out of poverty. It brings people financial independence. It improves long-term outcomes for families and children. But work is not just another economic variable. It provides us all with purpose and fulfilment. And that's why I'm going to make some progress. And that's why every job lost is a tragedy. That's why jobs are our highest economic priority. And that's why we have a plan for jobs. And that plan is working.
For giving way. He may have noticed that recently we have elected a new West of England mayor for the West of England region who has pledged to commit to jobs, green jobs, and bringing people together across the West of England. Will he therefore commit to working with the new West of England mayor to deliver that promise? Because no one from the government has currently been in touch to make sure that that promise is delivered on.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government believes in devolution and works with mayors successfully across the country. Indeed, I have a very productive relationship with mayors, and I commend all mayors who have recently been re-elected, particularly Andy Street in the West Midlands and Ben Houchin, indeed, in the Tees Valley. And I do believe, actually, that all leaders want to drive jobs and growth in their areas, and I do look forward to working with anybody who shares that goal, and I look forward to working with the new mayor. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, when it comes to supporting work, what matters also is that we'll reaffirm our commitment to ending low pay, increasing the national living wage to £8.91, an annual pay rise for someone working full-time of almost £350. And we're providing targeted support to young people who, as has rightly been identified, we know have been hardest hit in this pandemic. The £2 billion Kickstart scheme will create hundreds of thousands of jobs for 16 to 24-year-olds who would otherwise be at risk of long-term unemployment. Yep.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way. The Kickstart scheme we know isn't reaching nearly as many people as he suggested. Now, Labour has proposed an apprenticeship wage subsidy funded by the underspend in the apprenticeship levy, which would ensure that companies that took on young people would be putting a lot more into them than they are under the Kickstart scheme. Rather than continually pushing the Kickstart scheme, which is much more expensive than the apprenticeship wage subsidy, why won't he adopt the apprenticeship wage subsidy that Labour have proposed?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd say actually the Kickstart scheme has now created almost 200,000 job placements for young people in record time, given the scheme was only announced in July last year and operational in the autumn. It compares very favourably in that time to ramp up with the Future Jobs Fund that preceded it, which the honourable member will be familiar with. And of course, now that the economy is reopening, many more young people can start those placements over the coming months. But I commend all the people, both at DWP and the thousands of companies involved, for their participation in a scheme that I think will transform the opportunities of young people up and down this country. With regard to apprenticeships, Madam Deputy Speaker, we already have an incentive for employers to take on apprentices. This government introduced in the crisis a £3,000 hiring subsidy for businesses, small and medium-sized businesses, to take on a new apprentice, which is a significant 35%, I think, subsidy of an apprentice at the apprenticeship medium wage, but also pays for 95% of all training costs for apprentices employed by small and medium-sized business, as well as, of course, improving the quality of those apprenticeships. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I agree with Honourable Gentleman that the apprenticeships are important, but we took action, and we took action in July last year. But also, to help people of all ages get back into work, we've doubled the number of work coaches in job centres, provided over £3.5 billion to help people search for work or retrain. And we're launching the Restart programme, £2.9 billion to provide intensive support to over 1 million people who are long-term unemployed. And this Queen's speech goes even further to turbocharge our economic recovery and get people into decent, well-paid jobs. The plans set out in this Queen's speech create more jobs and jobs where people live. The Levelling Up White Paper will set out bold new interventions to improve livelihoods and opportunities. We're strengthening the union with record investment in new infrastructure like road, railways and broadband. We're turning Britain into a science superpower with our plan for growth, making this country the best place in the world for inventors, innovators and engineers. And happy to work.
Very, very grateful to give away. First of all, can I wish him a very happy birthday? The scale of his ambition on levelling up is absolutely right, but the scale of the challenge is also huge. The economic gap between London, the South East and the North East, in relative terms, is as great as it was between East and West Germany prior to reunification. It took 30 years to narrow that gap. But as he agreed, it will take more than one Parliament and more than the significant investment he's already committed to get to truly level up this country.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his warm words, and I agree with him. This is the task that this government will meet head-on, and it's right that it needs to be an ambitious goal that we set ourselves to fix. And like him, I share an eagerness to get on with it and keep going. And he will know, like me, that we are already doing it, and indeed making the most of our newfound Brexit freedoms to launch free ports, for example, Madam Deputy Speaker, creating jobs and growth in innovative new industries in places like Teesside, which both he and I know very well. And I must now make some progress because I know I'm running out of time. The Queen's speech also gives people the skills they need to get good jobs and progress in their careers. Right now, 11 million adults in this country, nearly a third of our entire workforce, don't have a level 3 qualification. The Prime Minister's Lifetime Skills Guarantee will change that, giving every adult flexible access to fully funded, high-quality education throughout their lives. And this will have a transformational impact on people's lives and livelihoods. And this government believes that we should value equally every path to a good career, not just a degree. So the Queen's speech provides landmark reforms for post-16 education and training. We've doubled to £3,000, as I mentioned, the incentive payments for employers to hire new apprentices. And we're reshaping the system around the needs of employers so that people can get training in the skills we know the economy will need now and into the future. And this Queen's speech delivers 2 critical pieces of Treasury-sponsored legislation. The National Insurance Contributions Bill will introduce new reliefs to encourage employers to employ veterans, to incentivise regeneration and job creation in free ports, to provide relief on NHS test and trace payments. And the Public Service Pensions and Judicial Officers Bill will make sure dedicated public servants are fairly rewarded for their service while making sure the system is affordable and sustainable into the future. So, in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm just going to wrap up. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is apt that the opposition today broke with a minor tradition, choosing to debate economic matters first, not last, and to specifically cite jobs as a focus, not the wider economy, as is the norm. I've been saying for over a year since the very outset of this crisis that protecting jobs and livelihoods was this government's #1 economic priority. It has shaped my decisions and actions, and I have said it over and over and over again to leave the British people in no doubt that this government is on their side. Last week's results showed that from Hartlepool to Harlow, the people heard us. So I can't welcome enough today's debate to share with the party opposite our plans to continue protecting the jobs of the British people and to defend a record which has seen millions of livelihoods protected, hundreds of thousands of businesses supported, and that has created the conditions for one of the strongest economic recoveries anywhere in the world. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have a plan, and that plan is working.
Just a reminder that there is a 5-minute limit on backbench contributions. Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to open today's debate on behalf of the opposition. I am conscious that one of the basic tenets of qualification for government is to be trusted by the public with their money. If we don't meet that test, then none of our ambitions, none of the changes that we seek can come to pass. So let me make one thing clear at the start. It is a test that I intend to meet. The recovery from the pandemic represents a crucial moment for Britain. This really is not the time for just wallpapering over the cracks. Instead, we must match the scale of the moment that faces our people and also our planet. We need a government which backs Britain, and that means an ambitious and a bold plan for good jobs. We must end the insecurity and the lack of opportunity in our economy for far too many, and seize this moment to create a brighter future for people in all parts of our United Kingdom. This last year has been like no other. Families have given up so much. So many have lost loved ones. Coronavirus has shone a spotlight on what matters to all of us. Our families and friends, our communities, our health and our security. After a decade of Conservative government, our public services were underfunded and underprepared for the pandemic that came. A shortfall of intensive care beds, unfilled vacancies in our NHS, a fragmented and underfunded social care system, and PPE stockpiles run down despite all of the warnings. This government has allowed the public square to become degraded, and now we all know the cost of that. Meanwhile, the failure to increase statutory sick pay in the middle of a deadly pandemic put far too many low-paid families in the impossible position of making the decision whether to go to work and put food on their table or to self-isolate and protect public health. The government could and should have done so much more for those people. And the truth is that for too many, wages have stalled over the last decade. Household debt is rising, and too many people live paycheck to paycheck. And those are the crucial everyday jobs that keep our economy running and our public services going. They've been overlooked and undervalued. The government has done nothing for them, and nor does this Queen's speech today. Instead, £2 billion of public contracts have been awarded to companies with close links to the Conservative Party. Now, we're led to believe that this is all one massive coincidence that they got those contracts. How did it happen? Who knows? The government, they're taking the public for fools. Taxpayers deserve that their money is used to best effect, not squandered on contracts that don't deliver, or line the pockets of friends and donors of the Conservative Party. The government says it wants value for money, but it has failed to claw back the millions wasted on contracts that didn't deliver for the NHS and didn't deliver for taxpayers either. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Very grateful. She talked about people with connections to the Conservative Party trying to get their favoured contractors in the front of the queue. Does she remember emailing me in the Cabinet Office to ask for one of her contractors, one of her constituency companies, to get ahead of the queue for exactly the same purpose?
The job of a constituency MP, as the honourable gentleman who's a good constituency MP himself knows, that our job is to look out for our constituents. But I wasn't pocketing the money. I wasn't giving donors. I wasn't giving donors of my party contracts. I wasn't giving my local pub landlord a contract. Now, maybe our local pub landlords are really good at delivering contracts to the NHS, even though they've got no track records. Or maybe because he was a mate of a Conservative Party cabinet minister. Madam Deputy.
Point of order, Kevin Hollingray.
The Honourable Lady is seemingly accused members of this House in pocketing money, personally pocketing money. Will she ask could you ask to explain exactly what evidence she has with that regard?
Well, that's not really a point of order. This is part of a debate. I don't want the debate to become descending into points of order. I'm sure if the Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer feels that she needs to say anything further in response to the argument, she will do.
£1 million worth of contracts to friends and donors of the Conservative Party. I'll leave it as that and let the record speak for itself. Madam Deputy Speaker, let's be clear about this Conservative government's record. They talk in this Queen's speech about a skills guarantee. Madam Deputy Speaker, it was a Conservative government that cut the educational maintenance allowance. Now, my honourable friend, the member for Sunderland South, the Shadow Chief Secretary of the Treasury, was a beneficiary of that and has spoken powerfully about the difference it made to her. And it's a government that's overseen a fall in the number of apprentices, leaving millions of people without the skills that they need to thrive. And they speak in this Queen's speech about investing in all parts of our country. Madam Deputy Speaker, it was this Conservative government that scrapped the regional development agencies that were very bodies designed to make sure that every part of our country could prosper. And they talk in this Queen's speech about levelling up. But it is this Conservative government who has cut 60 pence from every pound of funding to local councils, forcing them to close Sure Start and children's centres, to cut back on social care, on libraries and leisure centres, degrading the very fabric of our local communities. Madam Deputy Speaker, they want the public to think that they've only been in power for a year. They haven't. They've been in power for 11 years, and they need to take responsibility for their own records. Throughout this crisis, the Chancellor has pitched our health against our economy, treating it as if it was a zero-sum game, with health on the losing side. To do so was short-sighted, misguided, and it was dangerous too. And the Chancellor must take his responsibility for that. In a pandemic of this kind, public health and the economy are two sides of the same coin. And the government's failure to act speedily, to push ahead with Eat Out to Help Out without sorting out test and trace, the refusal to back an October circuit break or level with the public about the risks of mixing at Christmas, they've caused huge loss and huge suffering, as well as the largest economic decline in the G7. I'll give way.
I'm very grateful to her for giving way. And she's absolutely right to say that this is a government that seems to be railing against the incompetence of their own government and policies that they've been voting for in the last 10 years. And I'd just like to add on to a list the lifetime skills guarantee that they're now trumpeting is merely the reintroduction of what existed under a Labour government in a smaller scale. So that's another one for a list. This is a government that's voted for these things for 10 years and now says they're the answer to the problems they've created.
My honourable friend puts it very well. I also wanted to raise the issue of a gaping hole in the furlough scheme, meaning several million people have inexplicably been excluded for support. Like the self-employed painters, decorators and plumbers, freelance musicians and fitness instructors, who all work hard and they pay their taxes. But for many, there's been no safety net and no support. Why has the Chancellor ignored their cries for help? Is it because that they didn't have his telephone number? Is it because they can't WhatsApp him, signed off with love from DC? Absolutely. The revelations yesterday about the bombardment of pressure on Greenseal's behalf by David Cameron are astounding. 45 text messages, 9 to the Chancellor, 12 to the Permanent Secretary, and when the former Prime Minister didn't get his way, he threatened to phone, and I quote, the Chancellor, Gove and everyone else. What an appalling way to bully government officials. And what did he get? That is just not true. They got access to the NHS patient records through the Earned scheme. That is what they got, and they got access to other government lending schemes, and honourable members and right honourable members opposite know that. And then the Chancellor said that he would push his team. So let me ask the Chancellor, how were they pushed? What were they asked to do? Because this is not just a political row. This is about how our country is run and for whom, and it's about real jobs and livelihoods that are now at stake. Instead of trying to help out dodgy finance companies with wheezes for making money off the back of the NHS and small businesses, the Labour Party is fiercely proud of British-made goods and services and the people who make them. From championing our industries, from manufacturing to retail, our farmers, restaurants, pubs and our great cultural sector, to businesses starting up now and during the pandemic. We want and we need them to succeed. British industry is vital to our economic recovery, and the government should be working hand in hand with them, not scrapping their own industrial strategy. And if the honourable gentleman wants to explain why the government have scrapped its own industrial strategy, then be my guest.
She's praising British businesses, and rightly so. Will she therefore condemn the comments of her neighbour and honourable member for Leeds North West, who in March said that business was the enemy and that he would refuse to meet with them?
Well, I can say that business are our friend, that we will back British businesses and British workers. Madam Deputy Speaker, the label Made in Britain is a sign of quality, a stamp that marks British manufacturing as amongst the very best in the world. Yet the government does not make the most of our assets. Over the last decade, they have failed to support our manufacturing base, with so many jobs that didn't return after the financial crisis, with short-term sticking plasters that leave sectors such as steel and shipbuilding as an afterthought. And we haven't heard a word still about the government's vision of how we will become global leaders in manufacturing and industry outside of the European Union, or how we will help our cultural industries, our musicians and our performers, our farmers and our fishermen, who are suffering because of the huge gaps in this government's deal with our European neighbours. In the last quarter, exports to the EU were down 18.1%, and only up by 0.4% for countries outside the EU. This government is lacking in ambition, and they are in denial about what businesses need to thrive in this new environment. Take our automotive sector. It is the jewel in the crown of British manufacturing. Yet the UK has only one planned electric vehicle battery gigafactory, and it's not yet even underway. Yet many are springing up all over Europe and indeed around the world. We can't afford to be in the slow lane, which is why Labour is calling on the government to part finance in collaboration with the private sector 3 additional gigafactories by the end of this Parliament, putting Britain back in the fast lane of car manufacturing. Because the truth is, Madam Deputy Speaker, if the batteries aren't made here, the danger is the cars won't be either. And there is an irony here, that in the year that we are hosting the COP26 climate conference, that the Conservative government was pursuing new coal mines in Cumbria and have failed through sheer incompetence to deliver their own Green Homes grant that they promised. For the green future that we need to tackle the climate emergency, we can choose to be world leaders, or we can allow our communities, businesses and our workers to be left behind. Madam Deputy Speaker, tackling the climate crisis and creating the high-paid, high-skilled jobs in every corner of our country would have been front and centre of a Labour's Queen's speech. Let's take another national challenge. More tax gets paid by shops on the local high street than when we buy online. Some big businesses have made billions extra this year, while other businesses are on their knees. The government must level the playing field between physical high street shops and our town centres with the online retail giants. And yet none of this is in the Queen's speech. The UK has lost nearly 10,000 shops, 6,000 pubs, over 7,000 bank and building society branches, and over 1,000 libraries in the last 11 years. All of this happened under the watch of a Conservative government who stood by. And these things matter to people. And I can tell you they matter to Labour. My honourable friend, the member for Oxford East, has made that clear time and time again, and I will do so too. Action was needed these last 11 years, and yet there was none. It is needed even more now, and yet there is none in this Queen's speech. Madam Deputy Speaker, alongside thriving businesses, we also need an economy that delivers for working people. That's what the Labour Party is all about. This pandemic has shown so clearly who our country's key workers are. After all, Madam Deputy Speaker, we weren't clapping and banging pots and pans for management consultants. We were cheering the delivery drivers, the posties, the supermarket workers, and our public service heroes, especially in our NHS and social care. They've kept our country moving and our families safe, and they should be rewarded with a pay rise and not a pay cut. And any meaningful recovery means a new deal for key workers, with investment in their skills, fair pay for a fair day's work, and security and a voice in the workplace. And the British people were promised new legislation to protect and enhance workers' rights now that we're outside the European Union, making Britain the best place in the world to work. The British people were told by this government that there would be fairness in the workplace, better support for working people, measures to protect those in low-paid work and in the gig economy. The government said it would protect the majority of businesses who do the right thing from being undercut by the small minority who seek to avoid their responsibilities to society. This was the absolute minimum that we were promised. And yet the government hasn't even delivered on that. Well, why is that? It's because improving workers' rights has never been and will never be the priority of a Conservative government. And who knows that more than any? Workers at British Gas. They have played a vital role in this last year, and they have been fired and then rehired on worse conditions. Now, apparently the Conservatives say that it is wrong. The Chancellor has said that today. We agree. So if it's wrong, why don't they actually do something about it? Creating good jobs in all parts of our country, for all people, tackling the climate emergency, making sure that all of our town centres are thriving and prosperous, supporting British industry and rights for workers. Those would have been Labour's economic priorities in the Queen's speech. They are clearly not the priorities of this Conservative government. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the challenges and the opportunities facing our country are great. Yet what the government is putting forward is so small. After just 24 hours, we can already see how thin this Queen's speech actually is. The foundations were not strong enough going into the pandemic, and people deserve something better than what they had before. The Conservatives have taken for granted those who have kept our economy and our essential services moving this last year, and continue to undervalue all that our key workers do. I believe that all our high streets, our towns, our villages and cities can thrive again if people have more money in their pockets and if we keep more wealth in our local communities. We need jobs that you can raise a family on, rights that give you dignity, respect and support at work when you need it. Those who work hard should reap the rewards, not just those with access to government ministers or those who believe that they can avoid paying their fair share of tax. I believe that we will only truly help our country meet its full potential when, whatever your start in life, wherever you live, whatever your accent or your job, that these things don't define your opportunities. We must be ambitious for all of our country with real and lasting change. These should be the tests of any government right now, and they are the tests that we will hold this government to. But from what we have heard this week, and from what we have heard from the Chancellor today, these are tests that this government looks set to fail.
Number 3 has withdrawn, so we go to Stephen Flynn, SNP spokesperson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it would be remiss of me not to start by congratulating the new Shadow Chancellor on her role. She will be cognizant of the fact that she's replaced in Aberdeen Quine, so she has very big boots to fill indeed. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it's important when we look at the wider discussion of the Queen's speech to reflect upon what that actually means. Of course, it's the government's legislative programme, a programme that they believe that they have a mandate to put forward, a mandate that they got in 2019 in the general election when they won 365 seats in this place on 43% of the vote. Of course, in Scotland, in that general election in 2019, they won just 25% of the vote, and they hold just 6 seats in this here House. But yet, over the course of the last year, what we have seen is a UK government use that mandate to drag us out of the European Union against our express wishes. It's introduced the Internal Market Bill to ride roughshod over devolution, the Levelling Up Fund, the Shared Prosperity Fund, all a blatant attack on devolution. And that's not just us nationalists that say that. That's the Labour Party in Wales as well, because they're cognizant of the fact that the Welsh Assembly is also under attack. And what do we see planned for the year to come, Madam Deputy Speaker? We see a Conservative government with a mandate in Scotland of 25% from 2019 seek to introduce new legislation in relation to immigration that will make things only worse, even more draconian than what it already is, despite, again, the expressed wishes of the people of Scotland to have a tailored immigration system fitting Scotland's needs. And of course, we're also going to see legislation aimed solely at suppressing the right of people to vote by making them take photo ID to the ballot box. They are seeking to fix a problem which nobody knew existed, and they are doing it for their own nefarious means, Madam Deputy Speaker. But of course, in Scotland, we had an election last week. The Chancellor failed to reflect upon that in his remarks earlier. I do wonder why, Madam Deputy Speaker, because on the constituency ballot, first past the post, which members of this House are extremely familiar with, the SNP won an unprecedented 47.7% of the vote. 62 constituency seats, Madam Deputy Speaker. In comparison, the Scottish Conservatives won 21% of the vote. Just 5 constituency seats. 6 if you include Dumbarton, but I wouldn't wish to do that, Madam Deputy Speaker. But yet we're told we have no mandate to implement our policies. But of course, in Scotland, we don't just have a first-past-the-post system. We have a proportional parliament, one that has allowed the Labour Party to gain some seats. The Liberal Democrats, I don't think they gained anything on the list this time. And of course, the Conservatives to gain some more seats on that list. And of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, that list vote was remarkable, because what that showed was that a majority of voters in Scotland voted for parties who had an express wish for the people of Scotland to have their say, to have a second independence referendum, to decide our own future. A majority of voters on that list vote. And what we've ended up with is a parliament in Scotland where 72 of the 129 seats are taken up by people who support Scotland's right to choose. And has that right to choose ever been more important than it is at this moment in time? Has it ever been more important as we seek to overcome a decade or more of Tory austerity, as we seek to overcome being dragged out of the European Union against our will, and as we seek to build back from the pandemic, Madam Deputy Speaker. But of course, I'll give way in a moment, but of course, we have no mandate, Madam Deputy Speaker, because a Conservative party who have not won an election in Scotland since 1955 tell us that we will not get to decide our own future. Of course, I'll give way.
I'm most grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. I've listened to his speech, which is typically passionate. The trouble is, it's a speech he could have given in any debate. Could I urge the honourable gentleman to bring his mind back to the criticism of the Conservatives with their appalling Queen's speech and not give the usual stuff that we hear most days, day in and day out?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think that's the first reaction to the Scottish Parliament elections that I've heard from the member. Is it a Labour member, I believe? Aye, it is a Labour member. And that's astonishing, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I've yet to hear what the Labour Party's views are in respect of the Scottish Parliament views. Because the people of Scotland voted in favour of having that right to choose. And I think the member should reflect upon the fact that the Labour Party won just 2 seats in the constituencies in Scotland. And it's perhaps because of their arrogance when it comes to these serious issues of Scotland's votes why that is such a thing, Madam Deputy Speaker. But I will turn to the Queen's speech now. If he'd been his time, he would have got there. Because the reality is that the people of Scotland face the starkest of choices. A choice of deciding their own future, or a choice of a legislative agenda by a party that we didn't vote for. And when we look at that in real terms, what does that mean? That means that the people of Scotland, as it stands, won't have the power to borrow. We've been denied that for the last year throughout this pandemic by the Chancellor. That we'll have to have nuclear weapons on the Clyde, despite our express wishes not to have them there. And of course, we will not be able to have climate change put front and centre. Because as we look at the Queen's speech, there is just a cursory point to the North Sea transition deal. But the legislative footing needs to be more ambitious, and the money required for change needs to be there. And that's never been more important than in the north east of Scotland. Because last year we've seen the price of oil and gas absolutely plummet, collapse, and the Chancellor himself didn't lift a finger to help. And what was the consequence of that failure to act? The consequence was that a third of all job losses in Scotland came from the city and the wider region that I'm fortunate enough to represent. And now we have the opportunity to go down the path of combating net zero, to invest in our future, to put carbon capture and storage into fruition, to make sure that the hydrogen economy is built. And an honourable member says we're doing it. How much money are you giving to the north east of Scotland to make that happen? Because I asked, Madam Deputy Speaker, I asked the Secretary of State that very question, and he was unable to answer. And the point I'm making is that that investment, whilst we remain within the United Kingdom, that investment must be targeted at the north east of Scotland. Yeah, of course.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for giving way, but I would ask him to acknowledge that every time he says we in reference to Scotland, he is not respecting the fact that in the election last week, approximately half of the population did not vote for independence, did not vote for the SNP, and it is unfair to stand in this House and not reflect on that.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, we of course can take that wider question to the Scottish public in a second independence referendum, and I'm sure that the Liberal Democrat member behind me, whose party was roundly destroyed in the elections last year, will back up the support. Will back up that support for independence. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I was indeed talking about climate change and its importance, particularly in the context of the north east of Scotland, because that investment is important in terms of jobs, in terms of securing jobs moving forward. The Scottish Government has one hand tied behind its back when it comes to energy, because it is this UK Treasury which has coined in excess of £350 billion of oil and gas revenues over the decade, and it is this UK Treasury which has a responsibility now to act and to make sure that the North East of Scotland is protected. But it's not just a case of making sure that there is job opportunities for those whose jobs have gone or whose jobs are now at risk because of the transition that's going to be made. It's also about protecting those who are currently in employment. And if you're in employment and you look at the Queen's speech before you, you're asking, where is it? Where is the employment bill that was promised? Where is the protection of workers' rights? But more than just that, where is the action that this government is intending to take when it comes to fire and rehire? Now, we heard warm words once again from the Chancellor, but my colleague for Paisley and Renfrewshire North has had a bill before this House for many months now, seeking to outlaw the practice of fire and rehire. Where's been the government's support for that bill? They could end that practice and they could end it now. But of course they have chosen not to. They're not interested in protecting people's employment rights whatsoever. And there's one group, Madam Deputy Speaker, who deserve to have their rights protected more than any other moving forward, who deserve to have jobs and opportunities moving forward. And that's our young people. I think we can all agree across this House, whilst I don't think there's been much agreement for a lot of what I've said so far today. It's an understatement. But I think when it comes to young people, I think we can all agree that they've been perhaps the hardest hit by the pandemic. Unless we forget, of course, that it's not just the pandemic that's before them. There are many of the people who've still feeling the difficulties of the global financial crash in 2008. They're the same people who've had their ability to live, work and study abroad taken away from them in the European Union. These are the people who deserve our support. Now, in Scotland, we are seeking to support them. From the earliest of ages, we're going to ensure that young people have that freedom to go to university without paying any money. In stark contrast to Conservatives, we're going to make sure that our young people in schools are fed with free school meals. We're going to make sure that our young people, that the digital divide is ended, that they're going to have that opportunity to have a free laptop or iPad, all in contrast to the UK government. And of course, we're introducing a jobs guarantee to ensure that every 16 to 24-year-old in Scotland has the opportunity to go to university, college. Yes, of course.
Of course, jobs depends on economic growth, and under the stewardship of the SNP over the last, I think, 8 years, the average UK growth, GDP growth, has been 2% a year. In Scotland, 1.2%. What is he going to do about driving forward the Scottish economy to grow more quickly?
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate we're not allowed to use prompts in the chamber, but I'll refer the member to page 4 of the SNP's manifesto, which I'm sure he's read, which outlines exactly the next steps as we build back. But the point I was making in relation to our young people is that they deserve our support, and they have got our support in Scotland. But more than anything, our young people deserve not just investment, but a right to define their own future. We know that in Scotland, our young people back independence in their droves. They deserve the right to choose their own future. The people of Scotland deserve the right to choose their own future. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, they will have that choice. Thank you.
Theresa Villiers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 2 goals: economic recovery from COVID and levelling up opportunity in every part of our country are at the heart of this bold and ambitious Queen's Speech programme. Proposals to give millions of people the skills they need to make success of their lives. Proposals to upgrade our infrastructure, particularly with 5G faster broadband. To create green jobs in the industries of the future and to lead the world in life science and new medicines. All of these will help deliver progress on those 2 crucial goals. And I warmly welcome the return of the Environment Bill, with its ambitious framework to set rigorous new targets on matters such as protecting nature and improving air quality. and I'm pleased to see action to bring an end to the live export of animals for slaughter or fattening. This is something I've campaigned against for nearly 2 decades, and my time as Environment Secretary gave me some insight into the legal complications of the issues around live export. So I'll be scrutinising that bill carefully to ensure that it does do everything possible to bring an end to that cruel export trade. But I do want to sound a note of caution on one aspect of the gracious speech, and that is on planning reform. Madam Deputy Speaker, in December last year, over 2,000 local councillors signed an open letter against key proposals in the Planning for the Future White Paper. The White Paper would see England divided into growth, renewal and protected zones. Local democratic input into planning decisions would be removed altogether for areas designated for growth. That means there would be many thousands of developments over which local people would have no say at all. There would be no planning application to which to object, so the big campaigns led by residents with which we're all so familiar would become a matter of history. The White Paper's proposed substitute for the planning process in such growth zones is greater community input into the local plan, but that just isn't an adequate replacement. It would require people to anticipate, potentially years in advance, proposals that might conceivably affect them in the future. Moreover, a drastic reduction is envisaged in the time allowed to complete a local plan, inevitably meaning less input from the public, not more. And even in areas where planning applications would still be necessary, under the guise of simplifying and speeding up the process of creating a local plan, the White Paper proposes that general development management policies are set nationally. Deployed at local level, these policies currently perform a vital role in preventing overdevelopment. Removing this tool from planning committees and subjecting the whole of England to a one-size-fits-all model imposed centrally could give the green light to many high-density building proposals previously blocked by locally elected councillors. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the weeks ahead, as ministers, including no doubt the Chancellor, take final decisions on the planning bill, I'd urge them to drop those aspects of the White Paper that reduce democratic involvement in the planning system. It is not too late to come up with planning reforms which do help us deliver the homes that we need, but do so with the consent and support of local communities, not by imposition against their will. I urge ministers to do that, and I look forward to working with them on this important goal. Thank you.
Number 6 and 7 have withdrawn, so we go to David Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When I saw I was number 7A on the call list, I thought perhaps I was the first reserve for the member for Cotswolds. I didn't realise I got promotion rights too. So thank you for that. Now, one of the effects of the shock of the pandemic, along with other geopolitical changes, is that after 50 years of global trade liberalisation, the world is facing a long period of aggressive mercantilism, and we have to deal with that. So the government is to be congratulated for its ambitious agenda, including record increases in research spending, which hasn't got a mention today, the employment drive, the Freeport programme, the campaign for ambitious free trade agreements, and the bold infrastructure plans. I also welcome, on a non-economic front, the excellent proposals to guarantee free speech on campuses. However, I have serious concerns about several aspects of the Queen's speech.
Well, my right honourable friend.
Yes, of course.
Amongst those concerns is my right honourable friend including the issue of the point 7, on which he and I have not always agreed in the past.
Yeah, well, he's quite right. I oppose the increase to point 7 because I thought it was too fast and I thought it would encourage inefficiency. But once you're at point 7, reducing it will lead to the loss of lives. So yes, I absolutely agree with him on that. On the more domestic front, the most important of the domestic issues that concerns me is the proposed police crime sentencing and courts bill. This bill reverses the reforms we put in place in 2017 after the scandal of the treatment of Paul Gambaccini, who was on police bail for well over a year before not being charged. Even now, after that reform, far too many suspects are still bailed for years on end. Years on end. I currently have a case in front of me where an individual has spent 5.5 years on bail without an end in sight. This is crippling to an individual's life. It's like a sort of loose house arrest. And the National Crime Agency showed zero understanding of the cruel damage to a person's life that was being done by their ridiculously slow investigation. The police bill as it stands will make these problems worse by relaxing the current restrictions on police bail. So I would give notice to the government. I will aim to amend that when it comes. That bill also contains a proposal for the mass collection of data under the auspice of preventing and reducing serious violence. Here we have the government countenancing pre-crime, and to deal with pre-crime, they have to have your medical data, they have to have your health data, your education data, and there's no restriction on it. So all this data, it imposes a duty on an array of authorities, as I say, including health providers, to share data with the police. Now, we know from history, whether it's with having your phone confiscated or whatever, that once the police have this data, getting them to delete it and give it back is the devil's own job. Indeed, it's near impossible. Anybody who's tried it, it's near impossible. We're talking here about massively enhancing the powers of the state, or an agent of the state, to collect as much data on as many individuals as they see fit. So I want to see that restricted too. Finally, I am concerned about the threat to the right of protest, which this country has enshrined in our national fabric for over 800 years, the right to peaceful demonstration. The Home Secretary promised me from that dispatch box that we will be incredibly careful to protect that fundamental right. However, I'm afraid the wording of this bill, as it stands, simply does not do that. It needs reform, and I will endeavour to ensure it's put right. Finally, my name is, along with the Honourable Member for Walthamstow, on the amendment to the Queen's Speech that calls on the government to obey the law in those areas where the courts have ruled it's acting illegally. And there are a number of cases here where the government has not done what has been told to by the courts 3-4 years ago. Many of these cases affect the rights of children. Rule of law is not a theoretical constitutional concept. It affects lives, it affects living standards of bereaved adults and deprived children. And we should, as a Conservative party, a Conservative government, stand up for the rule of law, even when it's inconvenient and when the Treasury finds it unpleasant, because it has to pay out a few £100 million. This Conservative government should be one that limits the power of the state rather than enlarging it, celebrates freedom rather than curtailing it, and operates under the rule of law rather than under ministerial fiat. And I hope that this Parliament, of all the parties, will hold the government to that. Otherwise, we'll risk betraying the ideals of the country that we live in.
Liam Byrne.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I had not planned to speak today, but last Thursday the good people of the West Midlands decided that they needed me fighting their corner from the cockpit of the West Midlands rather than from the office of the Mayor. And so this afternoon I plan to crack on with a word for the Mayor and a word for ministers. To the Mayor, to Andy Street, I offer my warmest congratulations. In a year of tragedy, he too was hit by personal tragedy, but despite that, he continued to work and to campaign with grace under pressure. Madam Deputy Speaker, grace under pressure is what Ernest Hemingway called courage. And so I congratulate the Mayor both on his conquest and on his courage. It is, he has now earned the right to lead, and I hope also heard the duty to listen. 46% of my region voted Labour. Labour control the three great cities of the West Midlands, along with the borough of Sandwell. We also now have challenges which are multiplying. We had healthy life expectancy in our region falling before COVID hit. We have the worst youth unemployment in the country. We have the worst unemployment in the country. We have exports that were falling £2 billion a year before COVID struck. That is why we need the Chancellor of the Exchequer and his colleagues in Cabinet to work with the Mayor and Labour leaders in the region to now back some of the most popular ideas that we proposed, which were to lead Green Britain and to bring back industry. Once upon a time, our region was the workshop of the world. In this century, we have the potential and the ambition to become the green workshop of a greener planet. There is a win-win to be had with the government's 10-point plan, but there are 5 action points that we need the Minister to drive through in the weeks and the months ahead. First, as the Shadow Chancellor said in a brilliant speech, we have got to get the gigafactory built at Coventry Airport. There are 16 gigafactories already up and running or being built in Europe. In jeopardy are 110,000 jobs in the automotive industry. The window is closing fast, and the Chancellor, we need to act quickly. Second, we've got to devolve the budget for retrofitting. The Green Homes Grant is what is known in Treasury parlance as a shambles. We have got to devolve at least £4 billion to the West Midlands so that we can make sure that everybody has not only a roof over their head, but a home that is warm and a home that is green. In so doing, we could create hundreds of thousands of jobs for people without work today. Third, we need a new deal on skills. We have had apprenticeship numbers collapse by 40%. We are going to have to retrain a generation or two of workers. But at the moment, we have the ridiculous situation of the Treasury actually, or the Department for Education, actually handing back to the Treasury unspent apprenticeship budget. We have got budgets like the National Skills Fund and the National Prosperity Fund are all being dictated from Whitehall. Just hand the whole thing over to the West Midlands and trust the people of the West Midlands to implement these plans properly. We need to devolve energy powers, because at the moment there are firms in the Black Country that have power cuts in the middle of the day because our energy system is so outdated. And we need a new deal on transport, because there is a £1.1 billion black hole on our transport spending proposals. These are the 5 necessary steps that the Chancellor should be taking personal responsibility for if he is serious about not simply levelling up the country, but levelling up regions like the West Midlands. The final plea I want to make, Madam Deputy Speaker, is unashamed special pleading, and that is for the people of East Birmingham, the part of the country I serve where 5 generations of my family have lived and worked, the place that has the worst unemployment in Britain. I want to work with the Mayor and with Labour leaders and with the Chancellor to now drive through the proper gateway around a new hospital for Arden Cross, because we know health policy is economic policy. We need the new East Birmingham tram line finally building, all 13 kilometres of it. We need to retrain our workers around an ambitious programme of retrofitting. High Speed 2 needs to be instructed to hand back the land at the second biggest industrial site at the heart of 3 constituencies with high unemployment, so we can crack on with building jobs. Crucially, we need the Chancellor's support for a new Towns Fund around the Borsley Action Plan. Madam Deputy Speaker, East Birmingham is a place the size of Nottingham. It could be the 5th or 6th biggest city in the country. Not all fairy tales begin with the words, once upon a time. Some fairy tales begin with the words, when I am elected. And what we now need from government, mayor and ministers is action, not words.
Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I draw the House's attention to my interests, which are registered in the normal way. It's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Gentleman. We don't agree on everything, and I have spent the last 2 years working hard for his opponent, Andy Street, who was elected last Thursday. But I thank him for what he said and for what was a decent and fair campaign in the West Midlands, which dignified democracy and which did all the main candidates very considerable credit. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm a fan of the mayoral system, and I think that often Andy Street will be best placed to secure the right economic judgments, the jobs, the training, and the levelling up. And of course, as has been said already in this debate, levelling up is not just geographical, it's also generational. And this is the first young generation since the First World War which does not believe it will be better off than its parents' generation. So that is an important issue. But the devolution of power, part of the answer, of course, to the constitutional questions about Scotland, Ireland and the United Kingdom is very important. And I think that in the West Midlands it works well, and I strongly encourage the Chancellor to give Andy Street every possible support in the work that he is doing. In particular, levelling up funds, which we would like in the royal town of Sutton Coldfield as well. I hope very much we will be in the second tranche, because that public spending is absolutely critical to securing successful development, sometimes in places which ostensibly are quite well off, but need that spending if they are to succeed. And areas like mine have to go through Birmingham City Council. Inevitably, there are differences, political difficulties and differences of emphasis, and I urge the Treasury to consider that. The second point I wish to make is about the point 7. I very much hope the Chancellor will have heard the words of the former Prime Minister yesterday, the Father of the House, others in the House. The gracious speech calls for, quite rightly, for girls' education, probably the most effective way of changing the world. But on girls' education, the Prime Minister's particular priority, we have seen a cut of 25% from £789 million in 2019, projected to be £400 million this year. That is a very substantial cut. The best UN agency, UNICEF, looking after children, assessed by the British government to be the best in the multilateral aid review, has been cut back by 60%. These are very, very serious issues. I give way to the Right Honourable Gentleman.
I'm grateful for the Right Honourable Gentleman, and I thank him for his kind words. Would he agree that at the G7 and later at COP this year, Her Majesty's government would stand a far better chance of encouraging sign-up to the new IDA programme if it was prepared to commit ahead of those important events to the 0.7 target?
Well, he knows very well my very strong support for the 0.7. The point I am making in my remarks today is that the damage which has been done to Britain's reputation, quite apart from the poorest people in the world, is very severe indeed. And I worry that the Treasury doesn't appreciate fully these factors. He said today, when I asked him whether he would, and he very generously gave way to me, when I asked him whether he would consider reinstating the 0.7 once the economy reaches pre-COVID levels, and he said the damage that was done might be too great for that. I hope very much he will think about those words. But he also mentioned that we have given £400 billion in taxpayer support, quite rightly and highly effectively, thanks to his successful stewardship, to support our efforts to combat COVID. We are talking, on the cut that he has made down to 0.5, of 1% of that £400 billion. But the damage it is doing to Britain's reputation, quite apart from the poorest in the world, is very, very savage indeed. And so I urge him to announce as soon as he can that we will stand by our promise that we made just a year ago in the general election. We will stand by the promise that the British government made on the floor of the General Assembly at the UN, and that we will no longer seek to balance the books on the backs of the poorest people in the world. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the third point I wanted to make was referred to in the gracious speech. It is about social care. I'm disappointed, obviously, that the government hasn't yet set out quite how they wish to proceed on this matter, but it does seem to me that this is a major and important reform. It needs to be agreed by all parties. Like pension legislation, it has a long tail, but much of the work has already been done by Sir Andrew Dilnot, and I hope that the government will look carefully at those plans and decide whether or not they are able to perhaps tweak them, but to implement them. And in my own constituency, the Royal Sutton Coldfield Cottage Hospital, we have big plans for this cottage hospital, but they require us to understand what the national priorities on social care will be, and I hope this legislation will come forward, possibly with the assistance of the Right Honourable Member, our honourable friend from South West Surrey, and his experienced select committee, who might have a role in assisting the government in refining those plans and aspirations. Now, the final point I want to make Madam Deputy Speaker, is about assisted dying, where I am the co-chair of the all-party group on this matter. And I know that there are very strong feelings in the House on this issue. I greatly respect those who completely disagree with me on this matter, not least since I've completely changed my own mind since I first entered the House many years ago. And those of us who are supporting dignity in dying want a very tight and narrow change made to the law. And we believe that this could be the great liberal reform of this Parliament. 84% of our constituents, 84%, Madam Deputy Speaker, want to see this sort of reform introduced. And we know that in Southern Ireland, Scotland, New Zealand, Spain, Portugal, Austria, Germany and Australia, significant advances on this are being made. So I ask, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we consider as parliamentarians allowing our constituents who are terminally sick and within 6 months of dying to be able to exercise their own choices and not be forced to endure a level of pain and of indignity they do not wish to suffer. Thank you.
Gareth Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the right honourable gentleman for Sutton Coldfield. I strongly share the view that the decision to move away from 0.7% of our national income being spent on development is the wrong move. Yeah. Not only is it damaging for Britain's reputation abroad and for numerous programmes such as the girls' education programme he highlighted, but ultimately in the context of COVID it is self-defeating. We will not be able to feel secure in the world free from the risk of COVID unless we help to build up other countries' ability to fight COVID. Aid is part of the solution to that. Madam Deputy Speaker, Britain's financial service industry is world-leading. It generates huge wealth for our country, creates thousands of jobs and delivers considerable soft power in its wake. Hidden within plain sight in the city and beyond are financial mutuals, friendly societies, building societies, credit unions. They are like the steel girders in the Shard. They are not glamorous, but their role is critical. Their savings products, life assurance, pensions, mortgages and other products are rarely beaten for value, and they make a huge difference as a result in the quality of life of so many of our constituents. They play another critical role though. They keep traditional financial businesses, banks, shareholder and investor owned, from the temptation to take ever more value from customers' savings. The city and the financial services industry, as this House knows only too well, have seen enough stories of excessive fees, ridiculous levels of executive remuneration, excessive profit-taking. Without mutuals, without that corporate diversity, the industry would be even more open to the consequences of excessive market power. And sadly, little has changed since the Competition and Markets Authority investigated the banks back in 2016. For all the talk of challenger banks, the big banks who swallowed up all the building societies that demutualised before the financial crash still dominate. And given the obvious lack of appetite for taking on the banks, that market power isn't going to abate anytime soon. But ministers could have used the Queen's speech to at least prevent the situation getting worse. Firstly, they could take the needs of financial mutuals even more seriously, modernising the rules they're governed by, helping the smaller mutuals raise capital more easily. Australia is a great case study already, which I know the Economic Secretary is aware of. And why on earth hasn't the long-promised deregulation of credit unions happened? Yeah. Secondly, ministers should investigate the takeover of Liverpool Victoria. Exactly. The former managing director of the Post Office, Alan Cook, now the chairman of Liverpool Victoria, is selling this 178-year-old friendly society. It was originally founded to help working people in Liverpool avoid the Victorian scandal of a pauper's funeral. Presumably, Mr Cook expects to make millions from the deal. It is the first major demutualisation of a financial mutual since before the financial crash. Mr Cook cleverly proposed the conversion of LV to a company limited by guarantee, got the Financial Conduct Authority to agree, all the while telling his owners, his customers, he wasn't going to demutualise Liverpool Victoria. Remarkably, that's exactly what he is now proposing to do. To be fair, the FCA did make clear to the all-party group for mutuals that there would be some boxes they needed to tick as the sale of LV proceeded. Serious questions are now being asked about the FCA. It was asleep at the wheel when LC&F was collapsing. It was again asleep at the wheel when Greensill tottered into insolvency. And now they seem determined to take sleeping tablets as a thriving, well-capitalised British success story is being handed over lock, stock and barrel to one of America's most controversial private equity giants. I urge ministers to take the opportunity to investigate. I share the concerns too, Madam Deputy Speaker, on a second issue about the complete overhaul of the English planning system that is being proposed. It will drastically reduce the role of councils and communities, such as those in my constituency, our ability to stop inappropriate development. It will make it harder for councils to make sure the right sort of homes are built to the right standard and in the right sort of places. And I urge the government to think again.
Damien Hines.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I very strongly welcome the focus in the gracious speech on jobs, on skills, on progression and on careers. And since 2012, in the peak of unemployment, we've had something of a jobs miracle before the start of the pandemic in this country as a result of the creativity of British business, favourable investment conditions, our flexible labour markets and our active labour market policies. And now, of course, our focus, quite rightly, is on keeping people in jobs so far as possible and helping those out of work to return as soon as possible. The most recent projections from the MPC are, I mean, to call them encouraging would be something of an understatement. They're really quite dramatic if they can be realised. And obviously, all the support that's had to be put in place to make that possible has been very expensive. But it looks like the record will come to show that that investment will have paid off fiscally, as well as in reducing the human cost on individuals, families and firms. Like my right honourable friend for Sutton Coldfield, I hope that very soon we will be able to come to the point where we can return to our commitment to the 0.7, not only for all the reasons that he rightly set out, but also thinking of our shared prosperity as a world because of the effect that coordinated ODA can have on things like improving healthcare outcomes, reducing conflict and in general economic development. Right now, of course, in spite of those good projections that we've seen, we are not out of this yet. It's right that we're especially focused on youth unemployment because of the scarring effect we know that can have. And I very much welcome programmes like Kickstart. As we look beyond the very short term, we should reflect that in that jobs miracle that we had, in spite of that great growth, one problem we never cracked was productivity. And productivity is a problem that didn't just exist in the 2010s, didn't just exist under Tony Blair, didn't just exist under Margaret Thatcher. We've had a yawning productivity gap against the United States, Germany and France since before I was born. And academics used to talk about this thing called, you don't hear it so much now, but a low skills, low wage equilibrium, where firms design jobs around the skills that they think are available, and then there's little incentive for individuals to upskill because there aren't jobs available for them to upskill into. And we need to break that cycle. I'm confident that with the momentum from this programme, that can be done. There have been important reforms like universal credit, with progression at its heart and removing things like the 16-hour rule, the national living wage, the apprenticeship levy and the growth of high-value added industries, and I think the plan for growth can help in that. We need to make sure that growth is evenly spread, opportunity is evenly spread. We have significant challenges to address. 11 million adults in England who have missed out on A-levels or equivalent, a much lower proportion of people reaching what's called in the technical jargon level 4 and 5, higher level technical qualifications, not going on to a degree but doing those qualifications that we know can be worth so much. And with all the changes going on in the world, you think about robotics, artificial intelligence and machine learning, voice computing. Any one of these things on their own could constitute an industrial revolution. Right now, they're all happening together. And then on top of that, we have the opportunities and the changes that come from leaving the European Union, what we have to do around the the net zero ambition, and then, of course, the new challenges that we have as a result of this pandemic. So I'm very pleased to see skills and investment in human capital being at the heart of this approach. And quality standards and intensivity of courses was already being addressed through things like apprenticeship reform, the creation of the Institute for Apprenticeships and Technical Education and the institution of T-levels. And I'm pleased that's going to be now taken further with a statutory role for employers in the design of qualifications and in the skills accelerators. I also very much welcome the bold plan set out to significantly reform student finance, which up to now has been very much centred on traditional 3-year away-from-home undergraduate degrees, to make it much more flexible, enable people to do things in manageable chunks, to work with their careers and to do more learning from where they live. Of course, there's further that we need to go and build on all of this. Of course, we're focused on young people. We mustn't forget older people. Whenever there is a slowdown, there is always the danger that people leave the labour market earlier than they would have done otherwise. We can do more, I think, on returnships, helping people getting back into the labour market. And sometimes it's only a very short, intensive type of training that's required. And I would just finally reflect from my time as Employment Minister and also when we were doing the National Retraining Scheme, the thing you hear about most that's holding people back is not some specific skill, it's confidence. And helping people through that journey has to be at the heart of what we do.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for East Hampshire in this debate, which a short time ago I had to remind myself is actually about the Queen's Speech and about better jobs and a fair deal at work for people throughout the United Kingdom. I did, in fact, at one point wonder if I had stumbled into yet another SNP Opposition Day debate on independence, which has one thing in common with the debate today about the Queen's Speech, which is that each of those debates has been a missed opportunity to scrutinise this government, to question its policies and make proposals to how they could better reform the world of work and create a fairer deal. And I believe, actually, the Queen's Speech does very much the same thing, in that the government has missed an opportunity to bring forward an employment bill. We speak at a time, as has already been mentioned, where the economy has shrunk by 8.7% since before the pandemic, and unemployment is standing at 4.9%. And that is why I believe, and the Liberal Democrats believe, that this was an opportunity. We've had many vague promises and hints about employment measures, but an employment bill would have been welcome. Perhaps something for unpaid carers, something to make flexible working the default position in British society. It has become, I believe, clear with the proposals we have heard this week that the government has no long-term strategy for jobs. We are still in a position where the government is giving us knee-jerk reaction and patchwork responses to the economic crisis we will be facing later this year. Earlier this year, the Conservatives tried to water down workers' rights with the post-Brexit review of employment law, but thankfully that effort was stopped in its tracks. And now it looks as if the government has passed on an opportunity to legislate for the post-pandemic world of work. The pandemic has created huge shifts in how people work, whether they are office workers working remotely or gig economy workers experiencing a spike in their workload. We need to ensure that in the post-pandemic world, people can keep working flexibly where that is right for them, whilst receiving the support they need from their employers, wherever they live and work in the United Kingdom. We also need new protection for vulnerable workers in the gig economy, such as the right to paid breaks and leave, plus a 20% higher minimum wage for 0 hours contracts. And our recovery must start with the small businesses who employ more than 16 million people across this country, and it is acknowledged are the backbone of our economy. And much of our recovery could come from green jobs. If we're to make real progress in tackling the climate crisis, long-term programmes to refit homes, cutting bills and emissions, as well as investing in public transport and supporting our farms to plant trees and restore peatland, all of that would create jobs. And the recognition is also missing, I believe, from measures set out in the speech. There are two specific things I would like to appeal to the government to think about and work. And one is giving asylum seekers in this country the right to work. Not only would it give them dignity, it would contribute to the economy. They would be making a contribution in the workplace, paying tax and national insurance, and become valued members of our community. I would also, at this time, when we are thinking about recovery from this pandemic, appeal to the government to think about all those working in the National Health Service on visas and offering them indefinite leave to remain as a thank you for what they have done for this country in this crisis. And one last step, a revenue compensation scheme that would reimburse struggling small businesses for the money they lost due to the pandemic by covering up to 80% of their fixed costs, rent, insurance, loan payments, bills, etc. Send a message to this country that we care, that the government could send the message too, that it cares about small businesses, that it is thinking about those people who have made such a contribution in this crisis. And in September, when furlough is due to come to an end, think about perhaps tapering it and allowing it to continue until we are truly out of this pandemic and not miss the opportunity to support people building a new future. Thank you.
Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady, and unlike her, I find much to welcome in this gracious speech, and it won't surprise the House at all if I pick out the draft online safety bill, a bill which has had a long journey so far, and some of which I've walked myself, and it has further to go. And, of course, I warmly welcome its publication. And although it's true that the fact that it is a draft bill will mean that much of its impact will be delayed, I do appreciate the government's determination to get it right, especially if, as I believe to be the case, the government is open to the refining and improving of the bill as it makes its way through pre-legislative scrutiny. The detail, of course, needs to be scrutinised, but we can already say what this bill is not. It is not a full frontal assault on freedom of speech, as some would claim. It is a way to address the fact that restrictions on bad behaviour and protections for the vulnerable that exist in other environments do not exist at all online. And that is more and more unacceptable the more of our lives we spend online. And the truth is that freedom of speech is not and has never been unlimited offline. We can't say anything we want in print, in broadcast media or on the street. The criminal law confines us, and so do other standards of decency or protection of children, for example. And the same should be true online. We must, of course, ensure that we define carefully a duty of care on online platforms to keep their users as safe as they reasonably can. But these are highly capable companies, and systems or business models that permit or even promote harm can and must be changed. And although we should recognise and commend the progress platforms are already making, we know and they know that self-regulation is no longer sufficient. We need an independent regulator with the capacity and the tools to do the job. That is what the Online Safety Bill can achieve, and we have an opportunity to lead the world in doing it. But of course, in other areas of policy, we already lead the world. I was pleased to hear in the gracious speech an ongoing commitment to overseas aid, but I noted too the absence of any proposed legislation to change the International Development Official Development Assistance Target Act of 2015. And I hope that means that any reduction in the percentage of our national wealth spent on aid is an aberration and a temporary failure to meet the current target in the exceptional circumstances envisaged by and set out in the 2015 Act, rather than a policy change. Urgent clarification of that and of the circumstances in which we will return to 0.7% would help those of us who could not support a deliberate, strategic and long-term reduction in aid, and help reassure the rest of the world that we will remain a global leader on this subject. Madam Deputy Speaker, finally I want to come to social care. The problem is evident, but there's a reason we haven't for decades had a functioning social care policy solution. And that's because any such solution will be very complicated, and elements of it are likely to be very unpopular. But this is a collective failure of policy across the political spectrum, and resolving it must be a shared responsibility, because the implementation of any serious social care reform will outlast any single government. It's also likely to require both more of the taxpayer and more of individuals to save for their own care when they can afford to do so. Of course.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way, and I agree entirely with what he's saying about the complexity of the care issue and also about the need to work together on it. But it is the case that the Prime Minister stood on the steps of Downing Street and told us that he had a plan that he would be bringing in front of us if he was elected. Now, surely, if we're going to start a debate, the starting point ought to be that plan. Why don't we all see this plan, if indeed it exists, and then we can discuss the bits that we all agree on?
Well, I'm tempted to agree entirely with the Honourable Gentleman, and I think he's right that all of us, including the government, have to be braver than we have been. And we have to be more willing to recognise the urgency of the situation. I think he's right that this reform can't wait. And the truth is that our emergence from the COVID-19 crisis demonstrates just both the need for social care reform, but also the political opportunity for it. Let's take the lesson from the election results we've just had. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think we can conclude from those that the different parties in office across the UK have all been rewarded by the electorate for addressing the crisis before them, even when doing so required difficult and unpopular measures. The challenge facing social care is also a crisis, just unfolding at slower speed, and it's time surely to ask the electorate to support the right response to that crisis too. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would remind my colleagues on the front bench that they have considerable political authority to do this. This is a government that has, as the Honourable Gentleman has reminded us, promised to fix social care, and that has a substantial parliamentary majority. They're to be used, surely, to keep our promises. So let's get on with it.
Thank you. We now go by audio link only to Dan Jarvis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The welcome retreat of COVID masks the enormous damage it leaves in its wake and the colossal underlying problems it displays from the public consciousness. Amid an almost unprecedented economic contraction, more and better jobs is perhaps the most urgent of these issues, but it is far from the only one. The giants of deprivation, division and environmental crisis have not slept while we fought the pandemic. They have grown ever greater to the point where they threaten to do unprecedented damage and perhaps even to disintegrate our country. What this Queen's speech has again made clear is that this government lacks the ambition and the vision to meet this great challenge as they should. This administration is about show more than substance, about politics more than purpose. They give the impression of action while offering half measures so compromised and politicised that are all too likely to fail. That is especially evident in South Yorkshire, which already has large areas of deprivation. The long neglect of my region is a great injustice, but it is also a waste of colossal potential, an act of national self-harm that harms us all. In response, we've developed a roadmap for genuine transformation, not just recovery from COVID, but a fundamentally stronger, greener and fairer region. It's the ambition we need for the whole country. We've leveraged devolved funding to create a 500 million renewal fund. We'll be investing massively in everything from active travel and buses to our businesses and our young people. But transformation, at least with the urgency we deserve, needs the government to do its part too. They say that they are, but scratch the surface and things look different. The government's flagship Levelling Up Fund is worth significantly less than the local growth fund it replaced. It puts the Chancellor's Richmondshire constituency in a higher category of need than places like Barnsley and Sheffield. A third of the English areas it will support are not among the top third of the most deprived regions. The vast majority of them are conservative areas. Penny pinching, pork-barreled politics dressed up as transformation. It is a confidence trick. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it isn't just about the money. You cannot level up without a clear goal and a coherent plan to get there. The government has yet to even define levelling up beyond vague aspiration. Its investments are scattershot, not strategic. Now, it's welcome that they've appointed a levelling up advisor and are planning a white paper. But the fact it took them 18 months to do this speaks volumes. So, we need a fundamental rethink of levelling up. Critically, that needs to happen alongside a fundamental strengthening of devolution. Even senior Conservatives, like George Osborne, agree we can't recover from COVID or tackle deeper challenges from Whitehall. But the government seem to have forgotten their promised devolution white paper, along with their commission on wider constitutional change. The fundamental lack of interest is evident in their imposition of piecemeal, competitive funding pots, which open the door to politicisation, are poisonous to long-term strategic planning, and force local authorities to dance to Whitehall's tune and not the needs of their own local community. Devolution is needed as part of a much wider renewal of politics. The election in Scotland, while not the mandate the SNP is claiming, means the risk of the country disintegrating remains very real. But disillusionment cuts across the whole country. Rather than fight the problem at its roots with a genuine national conversation on reform, the government is pushing voter ID and undemocratically forcing first-past-the-post voting on mayoral elections out of naked electoral self-interest. Responsibility for the country appears an afterthought compared to staying in power. So, amid deprivation and division, our future really is on the line, and our government is playing politics. I ask them to change course before it's too late. Thank you.
Andrew Bowie.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to welcome the measures announced yesterday in the gracious speech, and I do so in the wake of a hard-fought Scottish parliamentary election, the result of which has led to a Parliament in Edinburgh with no overall majority, a clear message from the people of Scotland that they wish the political parties in that place and this to work together to rebuild from the devastation wrought to so many aspects of our lives as a result of this awful pandemic. I will briefly touch on the Scottish election, although I don't want to be told off as one of the members of the Scottish National Party were earlier. And I obviously congratulate the SNP on its re-election as the largest party in Holyrood. But I feel that also should be recognised the Scottish Conservative Party achieved their highest ever number of votes in the age of devolution in that election and matched our highest ever number of MSPs returned to Holyrood, 31, including my brilliant MSP counterpart representing Aberdeenshire West, Alexander Burnett. In fact, he trebled the Conservative majority in his constituency, something we were very delighted to see. In poll after poll after poll in the run-up to last week's election, we saw the Scottish people place the economy, jobs, education and health at the top of their priorities for the Scottish and UK governments to work on. I hope that is what the SNP will do, because it's certainly what we on this side of the House aim to do. And because this is a one-nation government governing for the entire nation, we are determined to deliver opportunities and build back better wherever in our wonderful, diverse, dynamic, inventive United Kingdom you live. The subject of today's debate is jobs, and this is apt, for no single action by this government, other than our incredible vaccine rollout, has demonstrated the strength and the flexibility, the broad shoulders of our United Kingdom than the job retention scheme, which has saved close to 1 million Scottish jobs since it was launched. An incredible achievement, and one that we can be rightly proud of. But now, as we look to recovery, it's time to be bold, to invest in the new technologies and unleash the full potential of people and places across the UK, driving this country forward enabling businesses to create the jobs of the future from my constituency in the North East of Scotland and across the whole UK. And that is what this country is doing. Now, I listened intently to the Honourable Member for Aberdeen South's speech earlier. It's a shame he's no longer in his place. And although I did not agree with most of it, there was one part that I did agree with, and that was that the North East of Scotland has had a torrid half-decade or so above and beyond COVID. The oil price crash of 2014-16 saw the oil price drop of 70%, and many jobs were lost. Supply chain companies were only just recovering when the pandemic hit. But unlike the member for Aberdeen South, I recognise and welcome what this and previous Conservative governments have done for the industry and our region. £2.3 billion of direct investment, Oil and Gas Technology Centre created, Global Underwater Hub created, the creation of the OGA, and fiscal stability in the North Sea, making it the most attractive basin in the world in which to invest. Do we need more? Does the region need more? Do we need to invest more to see the transition succeed? Of course we do. And that's why I welcome the groundbreaking, ambitious and world-leading oil and gas transition deal unveiled just before prorogation in this Parliament, investing £16 billion by 2030 in new technologies, supported by business models to enable carbon capture and storage and hydrogen at scale, whilst protecting the jobs of my constituents and supporting up to 40,000 direct and indirect supply chain jobs in decarbonising the continental shelf production and in carbon capture and storage and hydrogen sectors, all whilst we reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the industry to ensure that the North Sea is a net zero basin by 2050. That's ambition. This plan, along with the others announced yesterday to make the UK a global science superpower, supporting young people in education and with the Kickstart scheme as they enter the world of work, and our plan to transform our transport and digital infrastructure across these islands, is exactly what this country needs and will deliver for the people of West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it's quite obvious I'm very proud to represent my constituency of West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine in this place. I am very proud to represent the wider North East of Scotland. Proud to be both Scottish and British. Proud to sit here, part of this one-nation Conservative Party, determined to level up our entire country and provide opportunity to all. Keep our country united and lead our world forward. And today I am very proud to support our plan for this coming session of Parliament. I can't wait to see it in action.
And now we go by video link to Marion Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it would be an even bigger pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Aberdeenshire West if he'd actually announced what actually happened in the Scottish elections last week. A majority, in fact, for people supporting, absolutely supporting independence. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to talk now about this Queen's speech, which is more notable for what it doesn't include than for what's in it, especially in relation to employment issues, and even more especially in relation to employment issues experienced by people with disabilities, which by this government's own figures equates to 20% of the UK population. This government has failed to deliver the employment bill it promised in its last Queen's speech and is missing the opportunity to protect workers' rights and close the disability employment gap. This government must ensure that all employment schemes, such as Kickstart and Restart, are fully accessible to disabled candidates on an equal basis. A failure to do so further increases in the disability employment gap. Time and time again, disability groups have called on the government to make disclosure of the disability pay gap information, make it mandatory so that a full assessment can be made of the pay inequalities in the workplace. The re-elected SNP government has committed to expanding the specific duties that require a listed public authority to publish gender pay gap information to disability and ethnicity reporting and ensure these are included with equal pay statements. But without action from the UK government, we will never gain a full picture of the level of equalities disabled workers face. This Queen's speech does nothing to address statutory sick pay, which is wholly inadequate, one of the lowest in the OECD and a barrier to disabled workers remaining in employment. Many disabled workers who may experience ongoing illness often give up employment as they cannot live on SSP. If the UK government is serious about closing the disability employment gap, the UK government must provide sick pay which treats workers with dignity. The SNP continues to demand that the UK government increase SSP in line with a real living wage, making it available to everyone by removing the requirement to be a qualified worker and the earning requirement, and extend this to 52 weeks instead of 28. Madam Deputy Speaker, for many disabled workers, flexibility in their working hours enhances their capability to successfully continue in employment. And although the 2019 Queen's Speech said that the employment bill would be encouraging flexible working, ensuring that both employers and employees get the maximum benefits from flexible working, and make flexible working the default unless employers have a good reason not, Madam Deputy Speaker, why is this not in this Queen's Speech? The SNP would also like to see UK government provide guidance to employers on reasonable adjustments and create statutory timescales for their implementation. Too many disabled workers either struggle in work or leave because they are ignored when they request adjustments. The legal responsibility must be placed on employers to meet disabled workers' needs. The pandemic exacerbated the barriers that disabled people face when looking for and staying in employment, which has meant a disproportionate impact on disabled employees, and this has led to an increase in the disability employment gap. And what's in this new legislative agenda for disabled people in terms of economic recovery and employment support? Nothing new to help those who have suffered disproportionately. Given the commitment and ambitions of the Scottish Government and Scottish Parliament, it's obvious that employment powers would be better utilised by them as opposed to being in the hands of another Tory government which has prioritised the wealthy over workers. That's why the SNP continue to call for the devolution of employment law. Scotland's ability to tackle unfair working practices and fully protect workers' rights remains limited, while employment law is reserved to Westminster. It costs more to live if you're disabled, an average of £530 a month or more, and this Queen's Speech does nothing to correct that. Nearly 1 million disabled people still receive income-related support allowance rather than universal credit. There's no uplift for them during this pandemic. This means that on average £100 for a non-disabled person is equivalent to just £68 for a disabled person. Let's all just think about that. There is still an opportunity for the UK government to deliver for disabled workers and workers generally by implementing members' statutory asks on statutory sick pay, mandatory reporting and extending the uplift in universal pay.
I have to interrupt the Honourable Lady. I hope that she was about to come to a conclusion, but she has significantly exceeded her time. So I'm afraid that I have to stop her there. I don't think she can hear. I don't know quite how this system is working today. But I was trying to give the Honourable Lady some leeway, but I have to stop her now. Tobias Elwood.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and you articulate why it's so important for us all to return back to this chamber in person, which I hope we won't too long. Thank you very much indeed to be able to address the Queen's Speech. All the more significant, not just in mapping out the legislative programme, promoting UK strengths, building businesses and jobs and so forth, but also marking a transition point as we respond to managing COVID-19, to actually defeating it and returning to some form of normality. Simply put, that 2019 election manifesto was put on hold as the focus tilted towards economic intervention and, of course, that amazing vaccine rollout. So we're finally able to come to terms with this pandemic. But now we can return to that agenda. And following this incredible electoral success that we had on Thursday, not least marked by that totemic win in Hartlepool, it actually confirmed something so important for us on this side of the House, that the Conservatives are adapting, are learning to advance and appeal way beyond our normal areas, that we are actually not just connecting but cementing bonds in parts of the country that I never thought that we would be able to do so. That is very much a positive. But it's now time to prove that levelling up is not just a slogan, but is in fact a philosophy. And the legislation in the Queen's speech that we've heard in the last couple of days allows us to do just that. A united approach, but building on regional and complementary strategies. Now, there is limited time to discuss in this debate today. I want to focus on one particular aspect I hope the Minister will perhaps comment on in his wind-up, and that's to do with the Northern Ireland legislation. I tried to pursue a solution to the issue of the vexatious claims that have long troubled veterans for decades. And I was never able to find that legal instrument that will allow us to be able to support veterans alone. Now, in this Queen's speech, it has been mentioned that there will be a consideration of advancing a truth and reconciliation process that indeed looks to support both sides of the aisle. I absolutely believe that this is the way forward. We cannot just support one side of the argument that is against humanitarian international law. It also would never pass the Northern Ireland Assembly as well. These are very difficult questions. But if we are to build on the good work of the Good Friday Agreement and finally conclude this, I do hope the government will make this a priority. But wider from that, COVID-19 has cast a dark shadow over all our lives. Our nation has been tested before, but certainly we've come through it even stronger and more united. But the post-COVID world that we now wake up to is actually very different from the pre-pandemic world that we remember. Our adversaries and competitors have taken full advantage of this global distraction to further their own agendas. And as I reminded the House many times before, global threats are increasing. The world is getting more dangerous than during the Cold War. Why? Because of the diversity and the complexity of those threats, and the rise of states pursuing a very different interpretation of international world order. There's a 1930s feel as to where we are today. Weak global institutions, rising powers, global economic challenges, and of course a lack of Western coordination. So I put it directly to the Prime Minister. You now have the opportunity as we emerge from COVID-19 not only to rebuild Britain, but to help a latterly risk-averse and distracted West to regroup and re-establish what we stand for, what we believe in, and what we're willing to defend. And I pose the question, do you think the world will be safer or more dangerous over the next 5 years? Privately, we all know the answer to that. But how we handle the changing international dynamics over the next 5 years will have likely repercussions for the rest of the century. So I say to the Prime Minister, with the empowered mandate government now has, to use this opportunity as the cloud of COVID starts to pass, not only to rebuild and strengthen Britain, but as we host the G7 group of nations, let's commit to playing a more concerted leadership role on the international stage. I give warning, Madam Deputy Speaker, that if we don't invest more in our hard and soft power, we will lose our influence as a force for good on the international stage. Thank you.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Graham Morris.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government have failed Britain's workforce yesterday with no mention of an employment bill in the Queen's speech. I have read the explanatory notes and looked at the sections on living standards and plans for jobs, but without an explicit employment bill, there's a major gap in the Queen's speech. Clearly, we need a recovery plan from the COVID-19 pandemic, and there must be change, and it's uppermost in workers' minds that furlough ends at the end of September. But once again, we see the usual Conservative Party response, wanting a return to business as usual. And for many, that means low pay, many workers that is, insecure employment, 0 hours contracts or limited hours contracts, a gig economy with few employment rights, or a right of redress against rogue or unscrupulous employers. Now, clearly, Labour want better jobs and a fair deal at work, but this can't be achieved within the current balance of power, which is skewed so heavily against working people. The government have turned their backs on workers' rights in the package of bills announced yesterday, but I do hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, that in the private members' ballot, which is opening shortly, we do have the opportunity to bring forward a bill to ban this appalling and increasingly common practice of industrial blackmail that is fire and rehire. And I want to register an interest, but also to thank my own trade union, Unite, and indeed all the other trade unions for highlighting this appalling practice and for doing all in their power to campaign to defend the wages, terms and conditions of working people. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister will have received a letter from Unite the Union, a letter signed by over 140 honourable and right honourable members of this House, by peers and 20 trade union leaders, calling on him to outlaw the shameful practice of fire and rehire. But perhaps unsurprisingly, the letter's been met with a stony silence. To make matters worse, the government is still refusing to release the publicly funded ACAS report on this practice. And if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to take issue with the opening remarks of the Chancellor of the Exchequer. I'm sure he wouldn't deliberately mislead the House, but he did say quite clearly ministers were awaiting the report from ACAS. In fact, ministers received the report on the 17th of February, so they're already in possession of it. And I wonder, Madam Deputy Speaker, what inconvenient truths lie within this report that is causing them not to publish it. In fact, this is an issue that needs immediate action. Ministers have allowed a situation to develop where 1 in 10 workers are going to be threatened with fire and rehire, with disputes ongoing at a number of companies and organisations, including Go Northwest, Jacobs Dow Egberts, Good Lord and Heathrow Airport. And indeed, yesterday, the National Union of Journalists condemned an attempted case of fire and rehire at the Oxford Mail and the Oxford Times. And the UK lags behind countries including Ireland, Spain and France, who've already banned it. If a government committed to protecting bad employers doesn't make people angry, then people should know that many of these companies engaged in this practice have received large sums of public money. Some have seen profits increase substantially, yet this government places no conditions on the support that they have received. Many ordinary working people are suffering. So yesterday I was proud to join Unite members, representatives in offices and Labour MPs to make it plain we stand with working people, and I'm immensely proud to do so as a Labour and Trade Union MP. Thank you.
Kevin Hollinrake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Easington. And like him, I totally agree that levelling up has to be very much about better jobs and a fairer deal at work. The scale of this challenge to do that, to level up, is huge. As I said earlier in my intervention to the Chancellor, the economic disparity in terms of productivity, economic output per capita between London, the South East and the North East is as large as it was in relative terms between East and West Germany prior to reunification. That took 30 years to narrow that gap, and it's still not fully narrowed, and it took $2 trillion in investment and incentives for businesses. Because the other lesson from Germany, this cannot be done just by public sector spending. It has to be the private sector investing too. So the economic gap, as according to Andy Haldane, the chief economist at the Bank of England, £45,000 per capita overall economic activity in London and the South East, 18,000 in London and the North East, and that leads to, of course, to prosperity, which again is what levelling up has to be about. Average wages in London and the South East, £41,000, in the North East, £28,000. So yes, a huge challenge, and it's great the government's got the real ambition for this and the right scale of ambition. The good news, I guess, is this is not a zero-sum game. If we get the whole of the economy firing on all cylinders, the very fact that household consumption accounts for 58% of overall economic spending our economy means that it will be a self-fulfilling prophecy that when we get all areas become more prosperous, it means there's more spending, more economic activity, which has got to be good for everyone. And I think the government's made a great start, a historic start. It's pledged over this Parliament to spend £600 billion on infrastructure over the 5 years, a 50-year high, a highest public sector net investment over the last 5 decades. But not just the amount of money it's spending, but where it's going to spend it. In the past, the Green Book, of course, has allocated expenditure principally around where the well-paid jobs are. If you're going to create 100 new jobs in London and the South East at £41,000 each, that's going to mean a much better return in terms of value for money than investing in those 100 jobs in the North East. So the Green Book has obviously always then prioritised investment in London and the South East. The government quite rightly has changed that, and strategic objectives are now part of the equation about where this money will be spent, and I very much welcome that. It's absolutely critical to this discussion. It's also promised to change where we invest infrastructure for housing through the Housing Infrastructure Fund on pretty much the same basis. So a really good start in terms of public sector investment in infrastructure, in roads, in railways and other things. Also moving jobs around the country. UK Investment Bank, of course, coming to Leeds, Treasury North coming to Darlington, Cabinet Office going to Glasgow, just shows what we can do with public sector monies in terms of levelling up. And of course, the huge investment this country is going to make, this government's going to make through taxpayers' money, of course, through green investment. The key thing, though, we must learn that lesson from Germany. This cannot be about a parliament. It cannot be subject to electoral cycles. It's got to be a much longer strategic investment. This has to happen over 30 years. And as I said before, it can't just be about public sector investment. Mark Littlewood, who I think is the Chief Executive of the Institute of Economic Affairs, in a very interesting article he wrote in the Times about this, he said, if this is all about infrastructure, he said, why, if prosperity is about connectivity in terms of roads, railways, why isn't Doncaster more prosperous? And the Shadow Front Bench Minister there will no doubt reflect on that, Shadow Business Secretary. Why isn't Doncaster more prosperous? Because it is very, very well connected. We need the private sector to invest alongside it. Yeah. That is the key thing. So we can do that through devolution and get our excellent metro mayors of either side of the political divide to attract more investors, more private sector investment in their areas. I do think it would help tremendously to have greater tax incentives in some of these areas to get foreign direct investment, and we don't have a regional policy for foreign direct investment. That would help tremendously. I also think perhaps some enhancement to things like EIS schemes for those regions, which would encourage private investors to invest in their region, could have a transformational effect on the public sector investing in those areas. And finally, regional mutual banks could have a transformative effect on local investment by connecting investors with SMEs in these regions that need investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. After the next speaker, the time limit will reduce to 4 minutes. But with 5 minutes, Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This was the first Queen's speech of this decade, but also the last one ahead of the UK-hosted COP26 Climate Summit in Glasgow. So it was a vital moment to set out a bold and ambitious plan for a greener, fairer future in which we can all thrive, to redesign the economy so that its express purpose is delivering the well-being of people and planet, and to create millions of good quality green jobs in every corner of the country. But instead of that, what we got was a reheated environment bill that currently isn't fit for purpose, a planning bill that robs people of the right to shape the places where they live, and a voter ID bill that ignores the real problems with our democracy in favour of trying to solve a problem that frankly doesn't exist. The government's legislative programme is a recklessly wasted opportunity. And it's not as if we didn't know what needed to be done. Over 100 cross-party members of this House have come together to support a new bill to address the climate and nature crises together, the Climate and Ecological Emergency Bill, and over 40 have so far backed my amendment calling on the government to introduce it. It would ensure that the UK does its fair share to limit global heating to 1.5 degrees by taking responsibility for our entire greenhouse gas footprint, with imported emissions and those from international aviation and shipping included, and by focusing on cutting emissions at source. At the same time, it would protect nature and restore abundant biodiverse habitats and establish a citizens' assembly to advise ministers and parliament on a strategy to achieve these goals. Now, such legislation would create the foundations for a future in which humankind and the planet can survive and, crucially, thrive as well. And I want to briefly highlight 4 more bills that need to form part of any green recovery worthy of the name. The Secretary of State's refusal to rule out issuing new North Sea oil and gas licenses is the very opposite of climate leadership. We need a fossil fuel non-proliferation bill to break our deadly addiction and give backing to a global treaty which would end all exploration and production of fossil fuels, phase out existing stockpiles, and work with local communities to deliver a just transition. And I pay tribute to the work of Platform, of Greenpeace and Friends of the Earth Scotland for their pioneering work on this. Transitioning away from a fossil fuel powered economy to one that's green and fair is also the primary purpose of a Green New Deal. It would create over 1 million well-paid, good quality green jobs where everyone has a role in laying the foundation for a fairer, sustainable future. And there have been countless research reports making the case that investing in the green economy is the fastest, most cost-effective way to recover post-COVID. And recent data from Green New Deal UK has revealed the potential for this jobs-rich green recovery in every constituency. And to save ministers time, there is already a Green New Deal prepared, which the Honourable Member for Norwich South and I presented in the last parliamentary session, and we will be delighted for the government to take it over. Now, crucially, a Green New Deal will give businesses the long-term certainty they need to thrive. It's time to harness the pioneering role played by many companies and create an environment which promotes and rewards doing good business. So a Better Business Bill would amend the Companies Act to require firms to operate in a way that benefits all stakeholders, including workers, communities and the environment, as well as shareholders. Over 500 businesses have already come together to demand these changes to UK law to enable companies to thrive in partnership with people and nature, not at their expense. But we need to do more than that, shifting not just the focus of business, but the focus of our entire economy. Because we won't build back better by doubling down on the same outdated economic system that's fueling the fires of the climate crisis and making society more unequal and less resilient. The Treasury's own Dasgupta review of the economics of biodiversity is a clarion call for urgent change in how we think, act and measure economic success. A well-being economy bill would shore up the foundations on which we build a better future. It would require the government to adopt new economic goals that put people and planet first, and that would include the Treasury, so the economy serves society, not the other way around. And to better reflect that new purpose, it would see the health and well-being of people and nature become the main measures of economic success, not GDP growth. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a gaping environment and climate-shaped hole at the heart of the government's legislative programme. The 5 bills I have outlined are critical to filling those holes and setting us on the right course as we go forward.
We now go by video link to Giles Watling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure, as always, to speak today and represent the residents of the Clacton constituency. And there's much to welcome in the Queen's speech: a fairer immigration system, new protections and support for victims of crime, and increased sentences for serious and violent offenders. And there's a strengthening of the Armed Forces Covenant, the modernisation of renting and planning, and the end of anomalies with leaseholds which can be so exorbitant. This is a programme that reflects a government that is listening to and delivering on people's priorities. But I'm particularly pleased with new measures to help people into better jobs, especially the revolutionary Lifetime Skills Guarantee. This will be extremely valuable for the Clacton constituency. Our area, as I've said here many times, relies heavily on tourism for jobs. And prior to the pandemic, that represented about 17% of all employment in our area. And the results of my recent COVID recovery survey showed that this heavy reliance on tourism still continues. Yes, the government is helping business back into normality with restart grants, the business rates holiday, VAT cut, and the Welcome Back Fund. And of course, the next stage is the wonderful unlocking next Monday, which will also do so much to help hospitality. But sadly, there will still be casualties. There will still be businesses that won't reopen, despite our best efforts. And the same is true not just for tourism, but for all industries, which is why the Lifetime Skills Guarantee Scheme is so vital. It'll help those retrain after the pandemic, while equaling out opportunities for training and employment in the future, and setting out the people on the route to better, well-paid jobs. And it will do this across a wide range of job-relevant courses, including training in industries that will be of central importance as we build back better. So we are helping people get the skills that employers are looking for, thereby giving them the best chance of finding better jobs. Now, those who vote against this motion or legislation to enact this scheme do nothing but rob those hard-working, aspirational people of valuable opportunities to reskill, opportunities that, until now, have been out of their reach. Now, I won't do that. I will support this motion and the Skills and Post-16 Education Bill when it arrives in this place to ensure a levelling up of opportunities. And of course, I will do all I can in this place to help those businesses as they reopen. There is still much the government can do in this area, a differentiation in beer duty to help back hospitality, helping our arts, cultural and sporting institutions back to their feet and maintaining that help until they're welcoming back full houses once more. And promoting the wonderful destinations we have here in the United Kingdom. And that includes the wonderful sunshine coast of Clacton. Our best beaches are here, and I'm proud to represent them. Because the way to help businesses in Clacton is to get people visiting our seaside destinations regularly. Create demand, and I believe you create jobs. On jobs, I would also welcome the bill to create the free ports, which includes a site at Harwich and Felixstowe. And that is another thing that will help the Clacton constituency. And the jobs that will be filled by an increasingly upskilled workforce. Further, I recognise the importance of the bills to improve the NHS and the bill to improve the highest standards of animal welfare. Two issues that I know my constituents care deeply about, as do I. And I look forward to supporting that legislation in due course. Finally, I would like to thank the government once again for prioritising the environment in this Queen's speech. We will set binding targets, but we will build back greener, creating highly skilled jobs as part of the green industrial revolution. I have no doubt that the Clacton constituency will be a part of creating and filling those new employment opportunities. Thank you.
Toby Perkins.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Very interesting to follow the honourable gentleman who appears to have made it all the way from Clacton to Portcullis House, but never quite managed to get over those final 200 yards, which is quite an interesting metaphor for the government's Queen's speech that we have in front of us. It promises so much, as they have done over the course of the last 11 years, and yet so often there is less to the content of this Queen's speech than originally meets the eye. It's an entirely incoherent government. And most importantly, it's a government that doesn't do what it says. It's a government that doesn't mean what it says. We had the stunning statistic, which was very interesting for the honourable gentleman from Thirsk and Malton, that the gap between London and the south and the north of England is bigger than the gap between West and East Germany before unification. What a stunning demonstration of the failure of the Northern powerhouse that we were all told to celebrate 7 or 8 years ago. Very happily give way.
The point is, you need to put political differences aside for this issue. It has been decades of underinvestment that's brought us here. He's trying to make a cheap political point, which is not at all what I was saying.
I'm making a political point because I'm saying we've had a Conservative government for 11 years, and I see videos on television where there's people who have decided to vote Conservative because they're fed up about the health service or because they're fed up that courts are closing, not realising it's because of the policies of a Conservative government that members over there have been voting for all these years that have caused these problems. Right. Now, when you look at the things in front of us, we have, for example, the Lifetime Skills Guarantee. The Lifetime Skills Guarantee existed under a Labour government, and it's been in 2013. This government got rid of it, and now they want us to celebrate the fact that they're bringing back in less ambitious form exactly what existed previously under Labour. We've got the apprenticeships levy, that since the introduction of the apprenticeships levy, apprenticeship numbers have fallen. We have the Prime Minister, who 2 years ago stood on the steps of Downing Street and said, on social care, trust me, I've got a plan. And the reality is, he's now coming back saying, well, let's have a chat about it, because I'd like to work together on it. And the reality is, this government has said one thing and it's done another. They're talking now about a revolution in skills. We've had 11 years of funding cuts. The cuts to adult education are over 50%. They're absolutely monumental. And now the government has got the audacity to stand there and suggest that they are the way that we solve the skills crisis. And honourable members have spoken in this debate previously about the gap between Britain and some of our European competitors when it comes to productivity. Well, when you have the cuts that we've seen to work-based learning, when you have the cuts that we've seen to adult education, not just to the funding, but to the numbers, when you have the impact that the introduction of the trebling of tuition fees had on work-based learning and had on people bettering themselves, then is it any wonder that we've got this productivity failure that we have in front of us? The Queen's speech talks about infrastructure. Now, HS2 is an important infrastructure project. It's one that was envisaged under the Labour government. Never before has there been a government spending as much money as they are on HS2, yet simultaneously looking so unenthusiastic and so incompetent in delivering it. I firmly believe in HS2. But I just wish we had a government that believed in it as much as I do, and they're the ones actually spending the money. The government has abandoned smaller businesses. You look at the Queen's speech, she's talking about increasing the amount of trade that we do with the Gulf and with Africa and Indo-Pacific. I entirely agree with that. But the reality is we've got a large market on our doorsteps, and the current arrangements that we have as a result of Brexit are preventing small manufacturers from being able to trade with those companies. And I have companies coming to see me in the UK, and they say if they haven't got enough for an entire lorry load to export, it's just impossible for them to export. And we had Sir David Frost just recently, the architect of the UK Northern Ireland Protocol, saying, well, the UK Northern Ireland Protocol is not sustainable for long. So this is a government that in every regard is telling us one thing, is failing to deliver, and then coming back and suggesting that they are the solution to the very problems that they have created. When it comes to small businesses have been left in a very difficult situation. We've seen them completely reducing the number of apprenticeships that small businesses are able to get involved in as a result of the complexity of the apprenticeship system. We've seen many small businesses really struggling through this pandemic because their directors were excluded from the self-employed scheme. And the self-employed scheme was great for those who qualified. But the reality is there were many people who carried on working right through the pandemic in many sectors, but were also able to pocket a very generous payout as a result of the government. And then there were 3 million people who, for a variety of different reasons, were excluded. So the government spent huge amounts of money on a scheme that missed many, many people for different reasons and simultaneously gave a huge amount of money to some people who actually were very gratefully able to receive it, but wouldn't necessarily be argued to be the right people. So we've got a government that doesn't mean what it says, that doesn't deliver what it says it will, and this Queen's speech is an incoherent example of all of the failings that they have.
We now go by video link to George Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Chesterfield on behalf of the people of Mid-Norfolk and speak a little more optimistically and positively about this country and its future and reject the narrative of doom and gloom from the opposition benches. In particular, it's a pleasure to follow my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, at the end of a year in which he has inherited a crisis like no other and, in the eyes of my constituents, passed the test with flying colours in announcing with speed last year a commitment to do whatever it takes and to take unprecedented measures to make sure that this country comes through this pandemic. And it is in no small part due to the Treasury's commitment, the 9 million people who the Treasury have helped in self-employment, in employment, the 2.7 million in self-employment who've been helped, the tens of billions for small and medium-sized companies, £407 billion of relief moved at pace to support our economy, that we're now in a position, because of the genius of our life science sector and the huge success of the government's vaccination programme, to lead the recovery post-pandemic. And it would be nice to hear members opposite at least pay some tribute to some of that extraordinary leadership this year. The polls last week show where the public have their trust, and I think the opposition would do well to at least acknowledge that the government is dealing very well with a historic crisis. I particularly welcome in this Queen's speech the announcements on science, a £22 billion commitment, and the creation of our new science research agency, ARIA. In particular, the skills guarantee, so that everyone around this country has a chance to take part in the new economy that we're creating, and the commitments to go further and faster on infrastructure. I mentioned the figure that the COVID crisis has cost us. £407 billion has been the total government support. The total cost will be much higher. And I wanted to address the real issue that we must all face, which is who pays for this debt. It is simply not fair for us to bequeath the debts of this crisis to the next generation. And that means it's incumbent on us to find the mechanisms for growth, to drive up prosperity, growth and opportunity. And I wanted to mention in that context the importance of taking the opportunity as we leave the European Union and take sovereignty over our regulatory as well as our trade powers, to grip that opportunity and to unleash the full genius of British innovation, science, innovation, engineering, to create new sectors and new jobs. And I was delighted earlier this year, the Prime Minister asked me with my right honourable friend, the member for Chingford and the member for Barnet, to lead a task force on innovation, growth and regulatory reform. And we've reported this week. And our recommendations go to the heart of the measures in this Queen's speech. A new framework for regulation in the UK to be able to lead the world in the regulating of new sectors and use regulation to lead in innovation across life sciences, clinical trials, digital health, agri-tech, nutraceuticals, the decarbonisation of transport, mobility as a service, satellites, scale up finance in the city. If we make these reforms, we can create here in the UK a genuine innovation nation. A small country, yes, but one that punches above its weight in developing the clean tech, agri-tech, med-tech solutions that the world desperately needs as it faces an agricultural and industrial revolution in the next 30 years that we led here over 200. And this isn't just good for Britain. This is good for local communities as well, because new sectors of growth create clusters all around the country, from hydrogen in Aberdeen to plant breeding in Aberystwyth to immunotherapies in Queen's College, Belfast. This Queen's speech is a speech for opportunity, for regeneration, recovery, as one nation, strengthening the union and creating opportunities for people whoever and wherever they are. And I strongly, on behalf of the people of Mid-Norfolk, commend it to the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And ahead of the Queen's speech on this side of the House, we called on the Government to prioritise jobs in the recovery from the pandemic. And as the Leader of the Opposition said yesterday, after a year of sacrifice, we needed a Queen's speech that rose to the scale of the challenge, was transformative for our economy, our public services and our society. But what we got lacked ambition and a plan to meet that challenge. And as part of that, and as an example of that, we didn't get an update on the long-awaited, much-needed employment bill. And it's just imperative the government takes swift action to deal with the scourge of insecure work, including an end to exploitative working practices like fire and rehire. And I know constituents who've been caught in this trap, most recently at British Gas. I met some of them during the recent election campaigns, and their accounts of the way they've been treated are deeply unfair, often after years of loyal service. And it's a reminder of the urgent need to reform employment practices so that everyone is treated with dignity and respect at work. The Queen's speech was also notable for what it excluded as much as what it included. For all the talk about levelling up, there was no meaningful indication of support for an industry which should be at the very heart of this agenda, steel. Steel communities are a key part of our industrial future, and there can't be an advanced economy or an economic recovery from the pandemic without a resilient steel sector. Our steel producers need action on industrial energy costs, and we've been going on about that for ages. And also, actually, we need to ensure that British steel manufacturers, like those in Newport East, are at last at the front of the queue for government contracts. Platitudes about levelling up across the regions and nations of the UK are popular with government ministers, but they're less keen on talking up Wales, and there was scant mention of Wales in the speech yesterday. We're still waiting assurances from the Tory government ministers on not a penny less promise on replacing European structural funds and on long overdue investments in our transport network. It's wrong that while Wales accounts for 11% of the UK rail network, we only receive 2% of rail investment enhancement from the Department of Transport. Today, I also want to express my deep disappointment and that of campaigners and charities across the country that the Queen's speech failed to incorporate long-awaited reform of the benefits system for terminally ill people. We're now approaching the 2-year anniversary of the government's review into access to welfare benefits for the terminally ill, and we are still no closer to the removal of the scrapping of the cruel 6-month and 3-year rules which force people to spend their final months grappling with a complex and uncaring system. We've continuously raised this with ministers over the last year, alongside Motor Neurone Disease Association, Marie Curie and others, campaigners who I pay tribute to for keeping this high on the agenda, especially on social media. And the responses we've received have been vague and non-committal, with promises of updates soon followed by inaction. I know ministers say they're receptive to the campaign and acknowledge the need for reform, but I do question why we're stuck in this limbo. 2 years since the review was announced, thousands have died waiting for a decision on their benefits claims. So I ask ministers today on the front bench to convey to the DWP the anger and frustration of ministers and ask them to sort this out. Finally, policing. Despite warm words from the government, the truth is that this government has still not addressed the impact of their swinging cuts to policing over the last decade. Today, the police workforce nationally is 23,824 less personnel than in 2010. Operation Uplift is welcome, but still doesn't take us back to the 2010 levels or beyond. And the government must do better for our police services and for communities like Newport East.
Simon Clark.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and there is so much to welcome in this Queen's speech, which will make our great country safer, stronger and fairer. I'm particularly pleased to welcome the legislation that supports the introduction of the UK's first free ports, and we've already seen the impact of this budget announcement in the Tees Valley, where GE Renewables have committed to creating 2,250 jobs, mostly within the confines of the Freeport zone. And speaking of the Tees Valley, it would be remiss of me not to congratulate my friend Ben Houchen on his astounding victory in the mayoral election last week. To win re-election with 73% of the vote represents a huge personal mandate, but also a resounding endorsement by the people of the Tees Valley of this government's plan to deliver on their priorities. And it does stand in stark contrast to the Honourable Member for Chesterfield's remarks in his speech, which were so typical, I'm afraid, of the doom and gloom which characterises the opposition's approach, not just to the crisis and our handling of it, but to the wider prospects and outlook of this country. And it does go to the heart, I fear, of their electoral dilemmas. Creating a more prosperous country where your life chances are linked not to where you come from, but to who you are capable of being, lies at the heart of the mission of levelling up. A good job, a good school for your children, and a good home of your own are what millions of people rightly yearn for. And it's on this last point that I want to direct the rest of my remarks this afternoon, because the planning legislation in this Queen's speech is absolutely vital if we are to deliver the number of homes required in this country where they're most needed. In constituencies like mine in Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland, an ordinary family can, with hard work, aspire to own a really nice home of their own. Sadly, in too much of the south of our country, however, we need to acknowledge that our housing system is more or less, as a market, completely broken. People working hard, even two-owner couples, are priced out of any realistic prospect of owning the home that they want, and are instead trapped in an overpriced and heavily subsidised rental market, which further diminishes their ability to save. I will.
I'm very grateful to my friend giving way, and this has raised the issue of planning, and it is an important issue for my constituency in particular, which is going 3 times the national average already. Does he accept that one aspect of reform that would be welcome would be that 1 million housing approvals already in place, that the economic incentives are there and the pressure there for those to be implemented?
I absolutely take my friend's point, and he's quite right that this is a complex problem and we need to address aggravating factors, including, for example, land banking by developers, which undoubtedly make the situation harder to address. But we must confront the difficult reality as well that this is fundamentally a problem of supply. We shouldn't privilege the interest of those who have homes over those who do not. And in 1979, the Greenbelt was 721,000 hectares. It's since more than doubled to over 1.6 million hectares, much of which, of course, is not genuinely green. Up to 11% of the UK's brownfield land, over 4,000 hectares, lies within the constraints of the Greenbelt. And the government is proposing sensible steps to release some more land, a fraction of this total, to build the homes that are so badly needed, while protecting areas that local residents cherish and choose to exclude. Clearly striking that balance deftly is vitally important. I'm not advocating a planning free-for-all, and nor is anyone on this side of the House, but I really would make a serious appeal to the House to recognise the urgency of the problem we're storing up in the southeast corner in particular of England, and to take action to address it. For fundamentally, land scarcity is the problem. Today, the land a house is built on accounts for 72% of its sale value. In 1995, this was 55%. In the 1950s, it was roughly 25%. The pattern is clear. From a centre-right perspective, we cannot be surprised if it becomes harder to make the case for popular capitalism in communities where, for too many people, and particularly younger people, they cannot see a realistic route to build that capital in their own lives. We have to fix this. It's with a plea for us to do so that I want to close my remarks today. The most important thing we can do is to focus on sensible solutions to this planning impasse, because if we don't get this right, we are going to cut a generation of people out of home ownership, and there will be very serious consequences, which we're already starting to see, obviously, in the capital. I do think we ought to look at how we distribute the burden of planning more sensibly. It may well be the case that rather than there being some additional homes in almost every community, we ought to be looking more at garden towns and even cities, because that might concentrate some of the pressures and some of the agglomeration advantages of creating those new communities. But however we choose to address this, we cannot ignore the problem. The government's right to be addressing it is part of a strong Queen's speech, which will ultimately, I think, deliver on the promise of levelling up, not just perhaps in communities like mine, which are the typical centre of attention, but actually in the wider sense, recognising that if we don't get this right, then there will be exclusion and deprivation in parts of the country which are typically associated with being much more successful and affluent.
Ian Paisley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Northern Ireland benefits from being part of the United Kingdom. Its people benefit, its economy benefits. We're part of the 5th largest economy of the world. By contrast, over 100 years of independence for the Republic of Ireland, which leaves it today as the poorest region in the British Isles. So after 100 years of independence, almost 50 years membership of the European Union, the Republic of Ireland as a region of the British Isles remains the poorest region of the British Isles. It has no National Health Service, 11% of its employees are in the public sector. The rest of its economy is essentially a tax haven economy model, which washes through huge amounts of money for US corporations. By contrast, Northern Ireland has significantly higher employment levels. It has a 20% higher standard of living in Northern Ireland versus the Republic of Ireland. We have, of course, the benefits of being part of the welfare state, We have a large, yes, public sector that has cushioned us considerably during the pandemic and which could not be supported by the Republic of Ireland if there was any move whatsoever towards a united Ireland. So Northern Ireland's economic, social future rests surely and squarely with the Union. So for all the talk of Irish unity, the stubborn fact remains, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Republic of Ireland could not afford Irish unity because the Union offers the people of Northern Ireland so much more. It's important to say that during this year of our centenary, because of the amount of attacks that are placed on the very existence of our country. We had an earlier question in this House today about the state of Israel and how Hamas wishes to wipe it off the map. And as a member of a small state, I get that. I understand that, because there is clearly an agenda to abuse Northern Ireland that it shouldn't really exist. Well, I'm proud it exists, and I'm proud that this Queen's speech actually will help us to continue to grow our economy as being part of this union. That's important to say that. However, so far, the first and second quarters of this year have created significant challenges for Northern Ireland. One of those issues was well beyond the government's control, namely dealing with the pandemic. The second issue was, of course, the Northern Ireland Protocol, which has unfortunately blighted business opportunity for the first 2 quarters this year. Now, I welcome Lord Frost's comments earlier this week that the protocol is not sustainable. But once again, we need more than just words. We've had lots of words. The Prime Minister told businesses they could bin the protocol. Well, they can't. A Secretary of State told us it would be light touch. It isn't. We now have been told it is not sustainable. Well, if that's the case, I and my country would like to see actions over the unsustainable protocol. It needs to be put away to put businesses out of their misery in Northern Ireland. I would urge the Government to invoke Article 16 and to make sure that we can move on from the societal and economic hardship that has been caused single-handedly by that protocol. And I hope that we can do that and do that fast. Those who want to keep the protocol for a political point-scoring exercise while businesses suffer, those people and those parties only seek to prove that Northern Ireland is somehow different, without realising that it is that difference that prevents normalisation of both politics and our economy. I hope that we can build on the promises that have been contained in the Queen's speech. I hope we can build on the bus building promises. The Government has to do an awful lot to meet the 4,000 predicted buses that they will build during this Parliament, so they really do need to get a move on that one. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Mike Wood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. They say that success has 100 fathers, and similarly, as we've seen over the last week, for any election, there are 100 reasons put forward as to why one side won and another party may have lost. But I think it's beyond question that one of the reasons why yesterday's Queen's speech set out the legislative programme for a Conservative government was because one of the pivotal arguments was around how we can level up the United Kingdom, one of the key arguments at the last election, and indeed one of the key reasons last week why Conservatives in local authorities like Dudley and successful mayors like Andy Street in the West Midlands are also successful. That need to level up to make sure that every part of the United Kingdom enjoys in our success and our prosperity, that no area gets left behind. Because for areas like the constituency I represent in Dudley South, in 1997, Dudley's average income, their GVA per head, was around 78% of the national average. By 2010, that had fallen to just 64%. And my honourable friend, the member for Thurston-Moulton, alluded to the disparity between East and West Germany as the comparator. I don't have any similar analogy, but clearly a 36% gap from national average is something that cannot be allowed to continue. Now, action has been taken over the last 11 years to start to address that gap, and to the extent that before the pandemic, over the 5 years leading up to 2019, salaries in Dudley had increased more quickly than anywhere else in the country. And we've seen investment in areas like Dudley South, investments such as the Midland Metro tram extension, which will be linking my constituency in Brierley Hill and Netherton through Dudley into Birmingham National Rail Network. Investment in our enterprise areas to create jobs, and investment in Future High Streets Fund to get our town centres back on their feet. But there is still a wide gap, and many of the measures announced by Her Majesty yesterday will see concrete action to start to close that gap further, to ensure that people have opportunities to succeed, regardless of where they live and regardless of who their parents were. And as one example, the Skills and Post-16 Education Bill is particularly important for my constituents in Dudley South. For years, if not for decades, we've talked about closing the skills gap in the Black Country that exists with the level of skills and qualifications compared to elsewhere in the country. This bill will help to address that gap, make sure that local people, my constituents, have the skills that firms need for the jobs they have, and at least as importantly, that they have the skills that will be needed for the jobs that we want to attract and to create. I went to state schools in Dudley, but few of the people I was at school with in Dudley in the 1980s and 1990s still live in the area because so many have had to move away for work. We can't allow that to happen infinitely. Now, moving on to hospitality, the House will be aware that I chair the all-party parliamentary peer group. Hospitality is, of course, one of the largest employers in the country, particularly amongst under-25s. And so the support that's been given has been necessary. I hope that the Treasury will look at how we can also be looking at differential duty rates, reforming that duty system to support draft beer, that will support thousands of beers according to their, thousands of jobs in every part of the country according to the economic model, and perhaps thousands of beers, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Christian Matheson.
Speaker, it's always a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman when he's talking about his work on the All-Party Parliamentary Pubs Group, of which I'm also a proud member, but less of that for now. Can I welcome the government's commitment to ban conversion therapy, which I hope will sail through this House as long as the government get it right? And can I also give a cautious welcome to the online safety bill, which we've been calling for many years. I just hope the government don't do their usual failing of caving in to the demands of foreign big tech companies. I'm extremely worried about their proposals to introduce requirements on photographic voter ID. Let's call it what it is. It's voter suppression. It's straight out the Trump playbook. It is sinister and it's authoritarian, and it will be opposed in this House. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I understand, Madam Deputy Speaker, some of the hostility about this, but it was a Labour government imposed photographic voter ID on Northern Ireland for electoral vote. It has actually increased voter turnout and has reduced fraud. Let's not scare tactic people out of their democratic franchise.
It was introduced in Northern Ireland because there was a specific issue that he obviously knows about because it concerned another political party, where there was clear identified fraud. In the 2019 elections, 49 million votes were cast, and there was one conviction for fraud. This isn't a problem, and it doesn't require a solution. There's too much left out of this Queen's speech. There's nothing for cladding the victims of the fire safety victims and those who are trapped in housing that is now worthless. There's very little on leasehold, and it's good to see my honourable friend and next-door neighbour from Ellesmere Port and Heston, who's worked leading this issue, along with others. The Father of the House is one, has been outstanding, and I pay tribute to him. Instead, we get a planning free-for-all that honourable members on the other side have referred to, that will cause chaos locally and line the pockets, frankly, of big Tory donors. There's nothing on energy-neutral building standards and changes to building regs to make housing built to tougher environmental standards. In fact, as we've heard, apart from rolling over the Environment Bill, there's very little on environmentalism and a green recovery anyway. There's nothing out there for local government, which has been at the forefront, we know, of the community pandemic response. We know that social care has seen £9 billion chopped off by this government, and local government has had to pick up that tab. And I say to ministers opposite, They mustn't use local government to pay off the debts of this pandemic that will need to be paid off. In Cheshire West and Chester, we've lost £337 million in the last decade. They've just recently, for example, the government has cut 20% of the money that they're giving to fix potholes, which is one of the government's big schemes. And we know what the modus operandi of this government is when it comes to cuts. They cut the budget of the local council or the public authority, police, fire, for example, and then when the local authority is unable to deliver the services, they criticise the local authority for having to reduce quality of service. Or if that public authority has to increase council tax or the police precept or whatever it is as a result, they criticise them putting the council tax up to make good on the cuts that the Tory government has imposed. It is dishonest. It is dishonest. And there is a dishonesty that runs through this government. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said from the dispatch box, "We understand this crucial point. We find flair, imagination, enthusiasm and genius distributed evenly throughout this country, while opportunity is not. We mean to change that, because it is not just a moral and social disgrace, but an economic disgrace and a criminal waste of talent." And he is absolutely right. But he's been in power, or the Conservatives have been in power, for 11 years, and the Prime Minister has been a member of the government for most of that time. They change their leaders, since I've been in, Madam Deputy Speaker, every couple of years, like some kind of tin pot regime, and try to pretend that all of a sudden they are a new government. But just as a snake will change its skin and slither away, so it's still the same snake, and this is still the same Conservatives who are in charge, trying to deny everything that they caused in the first place. It is a dishonesty that they cannot abrogate their own failings. So stop blaming everybody else for their own failings. Finally, let me turn to fire and rehire, which has been a scandal of this pandemic. And if employers came to trade unions and said, "We've got a problem, our business is the bottom's fallen out of our business, let's work together, let's solve this together," businesses would have gone for that. And employers and trade unions would have gone for that. Instead, we see this awful practice. And as my honourable friend spoke earlier about the British Gas, loyal employees, skilled employees, 15, 20 years in service, being fired and rehired on worse conditions. There's nothing in the Queen's speech to do that. The Minister himself called it bully boy tactics. He's absolutely right. But now is the time in the pandemic when it is becoming so common that the legislation must be brought forward to ban this dreadful practice. And I have to say, if I'm fortunate enough to win the private member's ballot, I'll be bringing forward legislation. I hope the government will back me.
Richard Fuller.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it was an engaging speech by the honourable member from Chester, and he made some important specific points which I'm sure the government will bear in mind. But I wonder if he will accept this more fundamental point, that in the 2019 election, when the country was looking for a person who could identify the opportunities this country went through, the most substantial changes in economic relationships from leaving the European Union, someone who had the ambition and drive to fulfil those opportunities, they chose my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister. And as we reflect last week on the elections and the response that we saw in the elections last week, will he also accept that, yes, there was a substantial amount of support for the successful vaccine rollout, but also recognition that it was the Prime Minister's support and the Chancellor's support for such fast route of activity across government that was also rewarded by the public in those elections. And it is those fundamental points of trust in the Prime Minister, in his ambitions for this country, which the public are resonating to and which are reflected in the Queen's speech, which I wholeheartedly support. And I'm very grateful.
Honourable friend, agree with me, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the only person that the honourable friend should be directing his comments to in respect of fire and reef hire, as the events of the weekend showed, should be the honourable member for Holborn and St Pancras.
My honourable friend makes a customary poignant point, which I'm sure will be reflected with glee on the opposition front bench. But I think one of the longer contexts for this Queen's speech, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that since 2010, this current thread all the way through has been a focus on the value of work. And in the first period of 2010-2015, a lot of that was about benefit reform, so that people who had to go out to work did not look at their neighbours and think, well, they've got a better life living on benefits. The second part was the Conservative government implementing a living wage commitment, a commitment that this government continues with. And the third, which we're seeing in this Queen's speech, is the identification that ultimately what we're looking for is a lifelong commitment from the government to support people's skills development. And what's so exciting about the skills and post-16 education bill is that it's starting to focus, Madam Deputy Speaker, on potential. It doesn't matter who you are, where you are, how rich you are, how poor you are. What matters is what is your potential for this country. But I would urge the government to perhaps look at 3 ways of going a bit further. First of all, can we broaden even further the scope of what we understand as potential? Potential also, we've seen it can come in academic potential, it can come in skills, but it can also come in commercial potential, it can come in artistic and creative potential. Where are the mechanisms, creative mechanisms for those talents and unlocking those potential? Can we also get a better balance of where the risks for taking part in these programs comes? At the moment, all of the financial risk lies on the person choosing what they decide to do. As a paper, I think, by Peter Ainsworth, the Education, Enterprise and Giving Back grant, suggests institutions should have more of a skin in the game. There should be a sharing of risks between the institutions who are trying to tap and unlock that potential and the individual who is seeking that forward movement. And thirdly, why is there not an opportunity now to have more competition, both between types of providers for government resources, so between the academic track, the skills gap, and potentially commercial track, an artistic track, and also within those types, so between universities, based on an accountability for how well institutions are fulfilling potential. There are a number of measures in this bill which are particularly relevant, or the speech, which are particularly relevant to the people of Bedfordshire. The commitments on air pollution will be particularly relevant to people in Sandy and other parts of the community along the A1 corridor. I welcome cautiously the government's obesity strategies, but I worry that some of the measures may inadvertently harm certain producers, including Jordan's, which is a manufacturer of healthy cereals in my constituency. I firmly welcome the government's commitments to drug and alcohol rehabilitation in criminal justice, which was such a crucial part of the successful election of Festus Akinboseye as Police and Crime Commissioner of Bedfordshire last week. And on planning, I echo the concerns that other members have said. I do think the government needs to make sure that those 1 million existing approvals are actioned, that there is a tax and build schedule. Otherwise, the government will face not just the Northern Powerhouse group on the backbenches, but also a Southern Alliance to tackle with. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would say that just looking across the Atlantic, one wonders how powerful countries and empires end. And there are 2 substantial ways they do that in peacetime. The first is that governments spend too much and then tax their population beyond their tolerance to take it. And the second is that governments debase their currency, and then inflation lets rip and destroys savings. Let's make sure that at the fundamental part of this, we maintain and hold up the probity of public finance.
Thank you. Kirsten Oswald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There have been many criticisms of what is contained in the Queen's speech, but I want to focus on one of the glaring omissions, the much-promised employment bill. This was an opportunity to shape the future of work and address the difficulties facing those whose employment is increasingly precarious and other disadvantaged and vulnerable groups in the workplace. The pandemic has shown just how badly the UK protects its workers. The degree of inequality, including labour market inequality, the pandemic has exposed is stark. This government has an obligation to tackle this, but instead it's gone backwards, removing even the promise of an employment bill from its legislative programme. We in the SNP favour a different approach, raising the floor of protection and welfare, focusing on equality, providing transition support for workers. That's what should be getting urgent attention from this government. But when ministers praise the UK's flexible labour market, they're really praising an increasingly exploitative market where many have been stripped of basic rights. I've spent the past year talking about the future of work and how we must deliver positive change so that post-pandemic work is fit for the future. But this appears far from the thoughts of this government. Instead, they're intent on pursuing a furlough cliff edge, the withdrawal of the £20 universal credit uplift and their chaotic Brexit. They're choosing inaction on employment, and the inequality that hampers the future of so many will simply get worse because of this. For instance, pregnant women and new parents still have no protection from widespread discrimination and unfair redundancy that even this government has accepted exists. Maternity Action say pregnant women and new mothers are facing a wave of unfair redundancies this year. Why won't this government protect them? Where is the action to protect workers from the fire and rehire tactics so powerfully highlighted by the Honourable Member for Paisley and Renfrewshire North? Why won't the government act to stop this? The Prime Minister promised an employment bill containing measures on flexible working. Recent experience of workers, particularly those with disabilities or parenting or caring responsibilities, makes the need for that clear. Businesses and trade unions back the ability to work flexibly as the default. It must become a right from day one for all employees. Where is the government action on that? And where's the action on 0 hours contracts? Where's the action on workers in retail and other services on the front line during a pandemic, excluded from effective health and safety representation and protection? This government must act to create a level playing field on health and safety, regardless of employment status. The failures of the UK's employment protection legislation affect much of the social care sector, whose workers on the front line in the pandemic served such a key role. The contrast between the Prime Minister's vague promises on reforming social care and the actions of the Scottish Government are stark. The SNP Scottish Government will legislate to create a national care service on an equal footing with NHS Scotland and have pledged a new fair national care wage for staff with national pay bargaining. That is the bold, decisive action that people expect as we emerge from a pandemic. Scottish people know that this Tory government is making empty promises on work, but instead is working to deliver a post-Brexit race to the bottom. And last week, people in Scotland returned a parliament committed to fair work and equality. And increasingly, as we can see very well from the SNP landslide result, they recognise that the only way to build that fairer society that protects and enhances workers' rights and supports equality is for Scotland to have the full powers of an independent country.
Stephen Kinnock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Good jobs and decent working conditions have always been central to the Labour Party's core mission. Prosperity and patriotism are the mutually reinforcing foundations upon which our labour movement is based. And whilst we on these benches recognise that good pay is utterly crucial, we also know that work is about dignity, pride and contribution. It's about being part of something bigger. Madam Deputy Speaker, in my Aberavon constituency, I see this desire to be part of something bigger every day. From the NHS workers who've saved so many lives, to the manufacturers who have provided them with PPE, to the steel workers who have continued to build the foundations of our modern economy. And yet, over the last 11 years, we have seen an exponential increase in insecurity across all sectors of our economy. From the 2 in 5 adult workers who don't yet know their shift hours for next week, to the exploited gig economy workers denied holiday pay, to the workers sacked by British Gas and then rehired on worse conditions, to the high street workers with the threat of internet shopping looming over them, to the factory workers who could be the latest victims in the erosion of our manufacturing base that we've seen over the last 11 years. British workers are the greatest asset that this country has, and yet successive Conservative governments have utterly failed to value their contribution. Now, many on the benches opposite celebrate flexibility and fluidity, yet flexibility without real choice means insecurity, and fluidity without proper investment in reskilling means mass unemployment. Madam Deputy Speaker, tackling insecurity at work should therefore be a top priority for any government. So where on earth is the long-promised employment bill? Its omission from this Queen's speech is simply unforgivable. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's important that we recognise that during the pandemic, 50% of the workforce didn't work a single day from home. It's many of these workers who are still going into work or who've been furloughed who are the most likely to be at the sharp end of the job market, with their jobs often most at risk from automation, the digital economy and a green revolution. It is these trends, and crucially how the government responds to them, that will define Britain's success in the years ahead. Of course, the trade union movement must be at the heart of this response. The modern job market will evolve, but the basic principle will always remain. The most productive and competitive companies are those which give their workforce a strong voice. Good industrial relations deliver good business results. I therefore suggest that there should be 3 core principles at the heart of the government's response. First, dignity at work, with new legislation protecting rights of employees, not least to outlaw fire and rehire. Second, partnering with business and trade unions for a new kind of growth to deliver the jobs of the future, recognising where Britain can be competitive, but also that less celebrated foundational industries like steel are critical for our security. Third, a properly resourced programme of training and retraining aimed at the jobs of the future. Because there's no point trying to address the productivity crisis if you keep cutting the workforce out of the conversation. There's no point investing in further education if the jobs aren't there. And there's no point in decarbonising our industrial base if the local workforce isn't trained up and jobs and carbon emissions are simply offshored. Madam Deputy Speaker, as my honourable friend, the Shadow Chancellor, so rightly said, our communities don't need sloganeering about levelling up. They need good jobs. Good jobs you can raise a family on. Thank you.
Richard Holden. Oh. Is the honourable gentleman virtual? No. No. Right. Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We heard in the Queen's speech that this government plans to create jobs and support lifetime training. And on the surface, these are good intentions. I'm not here to argue against employment or education. Few, if any, in this chamber would be. But what is striking was what was not mentioned in this government's new legislative agenda, and where there remains no support for those who needed it before the pandemic, during it, and are still in need of support now. Before the pandemic, it was well established that disabled people face significant barriers relating to the labour market. And we've seen throughout the pandemic that disabled people have been disproportionately impacted, notably through the government's continual refusal to provide an uplift to legacy benefits in line with the universal credit uplift. We were told it was too complex to do this quickly at the outset of the pandemic. A year on, it's clear that this government simply has no appetite to do so. Where some have benefited financially during the pandemic and the government is relying on them to kick-start the economy, yes, I'll give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way, and I'm interested in the comment she's making about legacy benefits. This morning at the dispatch box, the Prime Minister told me that what was needing to be done would be done, and that the arms of the UK state would be put round all those in need. Does she believe that I am correct, that that is simply not what has happened?
I thank the Honourable Member for intervention. I agree that it does seem that the Government have no appetite in which to do this, and in fact, she'll listen as I go on to talk about the transition to universal credit. She'll see that I'm in agreement with her. The failure to do this uplift means that an estimated 1.9 million disabled people are missing out on much needed support. The delays in the managed transition programme to universal credit have also meant that a number of people have inadvertently transitioned. And I've raised the case of a constituent of mine in this House before. Having volunteered during her nursing studies to work in the NHS, the unintended consequence was the loss of legacy benefits and ineligibility for universal credit. Research by the Leonard Cheshire Foundation has found that there has been an impact on 71% of disabled people's employment since the start of the pandemic. Not only are disabled people more likely to suffer job loss, but employers are simply more reluctant to employ them, with 42% of those surveyed stating concerns about doing so. Turning briefly to universal credit again, claimants whose payments are assessed based on their monthly earnings lose out when their pay dates do not match the government's ideal of being paid on a strictly monthly basis. Now, the Secretary of State is likely to respond that after a legal challenge last year, the regulations were changed to allow some degree of flexibility. But those changes did nothing to help those on other payment cycles, such as every 2 weeks and 4 weeks, who continue to be incorrectly awarded varying levels of support. And again, I have a constituent who has experienced this difficulty and lost passported local authority benefits as a result, and may do so again in future. This system must be amended so it is suitable for the real world of work, which the government says is what it wants to support. Madam Deputy Speaker, I ask where women are in the government's plans for jobs and better work. Evidence given to the Women and Equality Select Committee on the gendered impact of the pandemic showed that women were more likely to be working in sectors that were completely shut down during lockdown, were more likely to be in insecure work, and also less likely to receive topped-up earnings if furloughed. One of the first things the government dropped as a result of the pandemic was gender pay gap reporting. We know that what is measured gets attention, and with this decision the government highlighted its priorities, what were not. The Queen's speech talks about the creation of green jobs. Women account for less than 25% of the STEM workforce. More needs to be done to encourage greater diversity in our high-value sectors, where the government wants to drive and is expecting growth. We do not yet know the impact of long COVID on employment and if sufferers will need the same support as many disabled people do now. We do not yet know how the bereavements experienced by so many families will change the numbers of single parents needing support. And I join my colleague, my right honourable friend for Kingston and Surbiton, in asking the government to extend bereavement support to unmarried couples. We do know the devastating impact on the employment of young people and in sectors such as hospitality and tourism, which are so important to constituencies like mine in North East Fife. But we do not know what the future of those sectors looks like. Finally, what we do know, Madam Deputy Speaker, is what has been promised by this government in the Queen's speech is limited in both its vision of support and growth.
Laura Farris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is no greater priority for me than the jobs and livelihoods of my constituents, and it has been the most anxiety-inducing aspect of the last year, watching unemployment nearly triple in my constituency, notwithstanding the nearly 22,000 people whose wages were supported by furlough. And that is why I'd like to start by welcoming the measures in the Queen's speech that go to jobs, and in particular to our ambitions in science and technology as it applies to defence, as it applies to healthcare, and as it applies to telecommunications. And in addition, the huge R&D opportunities that will come from the ARIA bill and the opportunities they will create for people in West Berkshire. And let me start by saying that the vote of confidence that the government has expressed in those industries is already reflected in recruitment decisions. At the Atomic Weapons Establishment in Aldermaston, where they're tasked with developing the new warhead, 300 jobs are being created. A new test and validation laboratory at Vodafone's headquarters in Newbury, another 30 jobs coming. At the Harwell Science Park, just up the road from us, where they've opened the Vaccine Manufacturing and Innovation Centre, but also have plans for bioscience, for AI, for genomics. There is the prospect of another 5,000 new jobs in the coming years. The Labour Party sometimes, in fact always, describes itself as the party of the working people, but often this feels like it's rooted in the old, industrialised, unionised industries. What are the people who do these high-skilled, high-paid jobs if they're not also working people? And what is a one-nation Conservative government for if it is not to make sure that the opportunities in those jobs are as accessible if you are old or young, male or female, or resident in any part of the country? We in Newbury measure our success in part by the success of the students at Newbury College who provide our best local apprentices, whether that's in green energy or technology or engineering. But all these courses are brand new to the college. There are many who live locally who wouldn't have had the same opportunities. That is why I fully support the Lifetime Skills Guarantee and the supporting loan entitlement to give workers the chance to develop new skills irrespective of age, and may I add, irrespective of gender. Because in this brave new world of science and tech, we know that women have been historically underrepresented, often because of educational choices they made when they were at school, and therefore it is crucial that further training opportunities are available to them so they have an equal opportunity to seize the chances. If there was one thing for me that was missing in the focus on jobs, it was about, I think, a new solution for childcare that has been revealed, particularly in the course of the last year. And I look forward to speaking to ministers in the Treasury in the coming days about what I think this ought to look like. Madam Deputy Speaker, you'll forgive me if I end very briefly by swerving onto the territory of the Home Office, because another very notable mention in the Queen's speech was about the safety of women and girls. And this is a work in progress for the government. The government has done such important work in this area, and it deserves credit for its unflinching approach to things like stalking, to creating new offences to some of the most pernicious forms of domestic abuse, and to tackling new crimes on sexual violence that protect the Tinder generation, when for too long we were too embarrassed to talk about it. But serious issues remain about the safety of women in public, about street harassment, and most recently about what happens to girls at school and the sexual exploitation that they have experienced. So I look forward to supporting the Home Secretary's work on it this year, and I look forward to the strategy on violence against women and girls that's going to be published in the autumn.
Justin Matters.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start actually with last year's humble address, because that promised that there would be a right for workers to request a more predictable contract, presumably aimed at the many people on 0 hours and flexible contracts. But that was never introduced, so here we are, another year on, and another opportunity missed to deal with those parasitic, unfair contracts, more befitting to the 19th century than to the 21st. And until we really begin to challenge the very existence of 0 hours contracts, we will only ever be tinkering at the edges of an unfair, fundamentally unbalanced labour market. Levelling up will just be a fantasy until we put in place the building blocks people need for a better life. That means permanent, secure, well-paid jobs. Too few new jobs at the moment offer none of those. The Taylor Review is nearly 4 years old now, and the vast majority of its recommendations are still gathering dust on the shelf. The truth is, this government has no intention of improving workers' rights. But they should, because the security of the job should be valued as much as the creation of the job itself. Why is it the case that whenever a multinational is looking to cut its workforce, we always seem to be at the head of the queue? Why are we seen as a soft touch? Why are British workers seen as easier and cheaper to get rid of than just about everyone else in Western Europe? We need to end the culture of weak employment rights, avaricious corporations, and a government that is indifferent to the importance of job security. Because without job security, people have no security. And nowhere is that indifference more apparent than in the government's failure to address the scandal of fire and rehire. Ministers repeatedly tell us they don't agree with it, yet they do absolutely nothing to tackle it. ACAS sent them their findings on the options several months ago, but since then we have had radio silence. In a vain attempt to find out what was happening, I sent FOIs to both ACAS and to the department. ACAS told me it wasn't in the public interest to release the report, and the department said if the report were made public, I quote, "We believe the nature of such frank discussion and debates on key public policy issues would be inhibited, and the department would be prevented from taking decisions based on the fullest understanding of the issues. We take the view that on balance, the public interest is better served by withholding this information." What utter nonsense. Thousands of people are having their livelihoods ripped away from them, and it's not in the public interest to even reveal what options the government are considering to deal with it. Not in the public interest. I think what they mean to say it's not in the interest of the greedy employers who are boosting their profits by cutting people's pay. Well, on this side of the chamber, we do think it is in the public interest to support working people. The clue is in the name, the Labour Party. And yes, we do need more housing, but tinkering with the planning system will lead to more of the same. The problem is not the developers being able to get planning permission. The problem is that there is a big cartel at the top where we get the wrong types of houses built in the wrong types of places, because that is where the money is made. And I thought we were going to take back control. I see precious little in that. Legislation will stop people and councils having a say on the future of their area. They are denying people a voice, and it's a fundamental threat to democracy. But the biggest threat, of course, is the plans to stop millions of people from voting in the future. And why do that? 32 million votes cast at last election, yet only 6 cases of voter fraud. It's all about moving the goalposts for party political advantage. And it's part of a wider pattern to suppress and reduce accountability. We also see proposals to restrict the right to protest. We still see the continued use of emergency powers in here when they are not justified. And we see an increasingly distant relationship between the government and the truth. We see the linings of mates' pockets with public money whilst kids go hungry. And I see there's plenty of talk as well about simplifying procurement too. Just who is going to get the benefit from that? The government is deliberately embarking on a course of action that will damage our democracy. And whilst I welcome the announcement of a public inquiry into the pandemic, it's clear it's going to be delayed until after the next election. Again, party political advantage is being sought. And if there's one thing that sums up the government more than anything else, it's their complete failure to take responsibility for absolutely anything.
Mary Robinson. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In this Queen's speech, I'm encouraged to see the government rise to the challenge of setting out the blueprint for the economy we aim to build after the pandemic.
restoring our freedom and prosperity, whilst also embracing innovation and the big challenges of the future. It's especially important, in my view, that our national recovery goes hand in hand with addressing the socio-economic, health and educational disparities across our country and puts the levelling up at the heart of the government's agenda. The pandemic has highlighted the value that people give to place. In the past, a connection between London and the northern regions has been seen as a gateway for people to leave the north. But the pandemic has changed this wrong thinking and demonstrated that this is not the case. And the government's commitment to legislation in this session, providing for the Crewe to Manchester section of HS2, together with Northern Powerhouse Rail, will ensure that the north will not only be well connected, but even more attractive to job creators. In addition, the plans to improve local connections through the National Bus Strategy, together with the Towns Fund and the Levelling Up Fund, will address the inadequacies of local public transport that has been a barrier to our community's prosperity. As a member of the Cheadle Towns Fund Board, I look forward to the building of a new train station in Cheadle Town Centre, which will reconnect my constituents with the rail network, and I hope the Chancellor will support my bid for restoring your railway funding, which will further facilitate this key connection. These projects will boost our infrastructure and bring jobs to our region. Madam Deputy Speaker, many of my Cheadle constituents work in the Cheshire Life Sciences Corridor, and I welcome the Government's continued support of the sector. I hope that the new Advanced Research Agency will bring about another step forward for life sciences in the North West and across the country. I also welcome the upcoming Skills and Post-16 Education Bill, which will underpin the Lifetime Skills Guarantee. As someone who completed a degree when married with a family, I know how important it is that education doesn't end when you're 18 or 21. As the world of work evolves, it's crucial that people have access to education and training that will help them adapt and thrive in their careers and access new opportunities as they emerge. That's how we back the innovative industries that will form the backbone of our levelled up northern economy and place this country at the forefront of global innovation. The pandemic has changed the nature of work, and we have to be prepared for the effects that will have on our wider economy. Pre-pandemic, the imminent death of the high street had been widely predicted. But more people are working from home and have learned the value of their local high streets, and the Levelling Up Fund will provide an opportunity to rebuild and rethink them. Because across our high streets there are still shops like Waterhouses in Cheadle Hulme, a family greengrocer's celebrating 100 years on the high street this month. These are the businesses that have been there for people throughout the past year, and now we should be there for them. Madam Deputy Speaker, whether on the high street or in high finance, we must value and support people in the workplace, because they are the key to the success of business. As Chair of the APPG for whistleblowing, I am constantly reminded of the importance of supportive workplaces, which value those people who speak up when things aren't right. And so I hope that the Government will listen to our calls for reform of the law and enhanced protections for whistleblowers. Madam Deputy Speaker, this Queen's speech will provide better jobs, skills and infrastructure, and I look forward to working with the Government to ensure that people in my constituency and across the North see the positive benefits of levelling up. As we emerge from the pandemic, there is much to be done, but I'm confident that this Government has laid the foundations for a strong recovery.
Emma Hardy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Cheadle. When the Right Honourable Member for Holborn and St Pancras said back in February that you shouldn't have to leave your hometown to get a good job, it really resonated with me. Equality of opportunity will always be a myth when jobs are unevenly distributed throughout the UK. This is despite the excellent work done by the previous Labour government in bringing Siemens to Hull and ensuring we have that much-needed direct rail route through to London. But this uneven distribution of jobs has been made worse after a decade of Conservative cuts to infrastructure and public services. And the pandemic has only exposed the inequality that has always existed. But now is the moment for a clear, bold vision to make sure our economy works for everyone. Because there is a revolutionary change happening right now in the way that we work. And we must seize this opportunity to bring more jobs home to Hull and the East Riding. And you can do this just by clicking a button. And so the Queen's speech was very disappointing, and I did wonder, was this written for the world that was rather than the world that is right now? Because if we look at what other countries are doing around the world, the Irish government have just announced a target of 20% of Ireland's 300,000 civil servants to move remotely working by the end of the year. Spain are also looking into this as well. Ireland have seen the revolution in home working brought about the necessity of the lockdown and recognise there is an opportunity here to redistribute jobs across the country, bringing the same opportunities to everyone regardless of where they live. Now, I believe that such an approach is the right one, and I'm proud to say that Hull is already prepared for this home working revolution. And we don't just have low-cost housing, which incidentally to those people living in London will be astounded to know you can buy a beautiful property in Hull for around $168,000. But we were in 2019 declared the first full fibre city in the UK. KCOM now provide 99% gigabyte speed coverage through its fibre optic broadband network and the fastest upload speeds in the country. But we don't just offer affordable living and nice broadband. Our Labour group on the City Council had the vision to make Hull the City of Culture in 2017. Since then, they've continued to regenerate the fruit market area, secured £30 million for our Maritime History project and the £130 million Albion Square development. And there's also really exciting private investment going on in an old shopping centre called Princess Quay, which includes having some clubbing space down in the basement, which looks like brilliant fun. These developments recognise that the retail landscape has changed and is not going to change back. What we need is for the government to back councils like Hull with the vision to reinvest into their retail opportunities and reimagine their city centres. And I'd like to take this moment just to thank Council Leader Steve Brady for all he has done for the city as he prepares to step down later this year. Because you truly can, taking opportunity of this revolutionary change in working, live in Hull and work anywhere. All the government needs to do is to look at what's happening in Ireland, look at what's happening in Spain. It costs very little, it could in fact save the government money, and it brings jobs to Hull. But not all jobs are, of course, suitable for remote working, and many require face-to-face. I've said many times in here that Hull is the caravan building capital of the UK, something I'm incredibly proud of. And what I would like to see as the government moves forward is legislation again for firing the hire, looking at increasing the minimum wage. All our key workers deserve a reward. All those people who have, let's be honest, put their lives at risk going to work face-to-face deserve some benefit from it. So I hope that the government will think again, write a bill and a Queen's speech for the world that is right now and not miss this opportunity.
Thank you. The next two speakers are both participating virtually, and they will continue with a time limit of 4 minutes. But after the honourable member, starting with the honourable member for Dudley North, the time limit will be reduced to 3 minutes. Yes, I can see him tearing up the final page of his speech. First, we go by video link to Duncan Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Queen's speech yesterday placed at its heart recovery from the pandemic and restoring the public finances, much as the budget did a few months previously. Protecting jobs, business and driving economic growth will deliver this, and the Queen's speech brought forward a wealth of bills and means by which to achieve it. It is worth remembering that throughout the pandemic, this is a government which has gone further than virtually all other national governments to protect livelihoods, with extensive financial support packages, including furloughing, grants and loans, a total of more than $300 billion being spent. The economic forecasts point to optimism. The Bank of England expects a faster than expected recovery, with growth predicted to be over 2 percentage points better than the forecast made at the start of just this year. Unemployment, which at one point was forecast by the Office of Budget Responsibility to peak at a rate of 12%, is now expected to peak at nearer 5.5% by the autumn. One should bear in mind the rate was 4% pre-pandemic. However, the economy is materially smaller than it was, and this will take time to rebuild. But a raft of bills will help achieve this. But how? Well, through investing in green industries. Although already we are paving the way in North Norfolk with plans to push for hydrogen research in the constituency at the Bacton gas terminal, which needs to transition. But that is happening around the country. A wise business invests before the uptick in economic growth, ready to take advantage of a surge in demand. The government is no different, investing now in connectivity through the high-speed rail bill and pouring money into 5G and gigabit broadband connectivity. And already we've seen the East put on the map as a new free port is granted to deliver thousands of jobs and innovation to the area. But perhaps the jewel in the crown is the right to have an opportunity to retrain in later life at any stage through the lifetime skills guarantee. The pandemic will, and it has, affected people like never before, and it will make people reevaluate what is important to them in life. Now having the chance and opportunity to take more control and improve access to the funding and opportunities that simply prohibits too many people in later life from the freedom to explore new avenues is a centrepiece in supporting every citizen throughout the country. I've said that my constituency will bounce back, and it will bounce back swiftly. But North Norfolk is perhaps luckier than most. We will be propelled by high levels of domestic tourism to a beautiful corner of the country. Not every part of the country has the same features, but the government is doing all it can to create that level playing field and opportunity for all. It is quite simple, Madam Deputy Speaker. History teaches us many things. In politics, a government that mismanages the economy is one the electorate will not forgive. It appears even the most pessimistic of observers recognise the mood is confident, and as such, the country is poised to get back on its feet, and these bills will give us the tools to do so.
Thank you. Now we go by video link to Geraint Davis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister has given the United Kingdom the highest COVID death rate in the world, the deepest economic recession of the G7, and given billions of money to Tory donors for procurement contracts. On top of that, we've got a Brexit deal that will cut our economy by 4% and 1.4 million jobs. And now we've got a Queen's speech that attacks our fundamental values of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. His bills in this Queen's speech will mean he decides when the general election is called, will make it harder for poorer people to vote, make it harder to challenge government decisions, and harder to protest against them. Alongside this, we've seen the weakening of the BBC, the civil service, the universities, our fundamental institutions. And meanwhile, as we loosen the ties with Europe, our biggest and closest market and friend, that will weaken both our economy and our values. Millions of voters of poorer, more diverse communities will now be required to have voter ID, and that will reduce voter turnout. This is in essence voter suppression. In addition, the abolition of the Fixed Term Parliament Act means the Prime Minister can call the election when he likes. The Higher Education Freedom of Speech Bill opens the door for right-wing intolerance in our universities. The Judicial Review, Dissolution and Calling of Parliament Bill allows the Prime Minister to suspend our parliamentary democracy without the Supreme Court being able to intervene as it had to in 2019 to safeguard us. And it also reduces the ability of the courts to challenge courts' decision, to challenge the government's decisions, which is fundamental to our democracy. Our devolved democracy, of course, in Wales and Scotland and elsewhere, are also under attack from the centralisation of economic and political decision-making, which risks actually creating a divided economy in the name of the union. Despite the fact that in last week's elections, we saw a mandate for more, not less, devolution. And to top it all, we've got a bill coming forward, the Police Crime and Sentencing and Courts Bill, that would actually undermine or stop peaceful protests. And such protests have been very much the lifeblood of our democracy, promoting democratic change, whether it's suffragettes, peace campaigners, trade unionists, EU supporters, climate change activists, or whatever. We've seen now in the Clapham Common Vigil and in the Bristol protests against this bill that the police have enough power and there's an issue of accountability. These changes, Madam Deputy Speaker, are the hallmarks of an emerging authoritarian state. So let's remember that our Queen Elizabeth gave her first Queen's speech when Winston Churchill was Prime Minister and the architect of the Council of Europe to promote democracy, human rights and the rule of law. And now, 70 years later, she must present an agenda that puts these fundamental British values at risk. It's for all of us and people across these lands to defend these values. I hope members in the weeks ahead will do just that. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thank you. The time limit is now reduced to 3 minutes. Marco Longhi.
Madam Deputy Speaker, your name isn't English. Why don't you go back to where you came from? That's a recent Facebook comment that came from an articulate but clearly limited left-wing activist. So I took some pleasure replying in Italian che in realtà sono nato da un minatore di carbone del Black Country. Madam Deputy Speaker, that I was in fact born to a Black Country coal miner. More condescending left-wingers recently said this: you'd think Marco would understand why Brexit is bad. He's lived in Italy and even his dad is Italian. Why is he such a strong Brexiteer? He must be stupid. Well, brownie points for working out that my dad is Italian. I did explain at length why Brexit is vital, but it became clear to me that there was a limit to their thinking too. I mean, Marco, Italian, therefore Remainer, otherwise stupid, is a bit microaggression and is a rather limited thinking, isn't it, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Here is my suggestion for the Labour Party. Set up an internal limited thinking focus group to eradicate it from amongst their ranks, because how can they represent people who are clearly not limited? They may want to start in Amber Valley, where the Labour leader blamed voters for their election results. It might prove more useful than rearranging the deck chairs on their front bench. So yes, my name is Marco, yes, my father is Italian, but here I am. How did I get here? 2 words: opportunità e lavoro. Opportunity and graft, Mr. Deputy Speaker. My grandfather is a rags to riches story, and my parents examples of blue-collar workers who for years lived hand to mouth. They bent over backwards to give me opportunities, and I put in the work. Opportunity and work are 2 pillars of Her Majesty's most gracious speech. People out there don't want handouts. They want a hand getting back on their feet. More than anything, they want opportunities to do well. The Lifetime Skills Guarantee is a massive investment in education and in apprenticeships, readying people for the jobs coming their way. You may remember the Prime Minister, or our Boris, as they say back home, visiting Dudley to the site of our new Institute of Technology, where he delivered his jobs, jobs, jobs vision. The pandemic has shown that fish can be necessary, but fishing rods are what people really need. And that institute will provide those rods. Her Majesty's speech contained a vast array of steps that will take us out of the clutches of the pandemic, freeing us to be even stronger than how we entered it. The commitment to our NHS, continuing with our investment in the vaccination programme and the private sector life sciences, is a huge bonus that this country is going to benefit by. The roaring 20s are upon us, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Dio salvi la regina. God save the Queen.
Thank you very much. And before calling Karen Smith, just to say that on the enunciators or the screens in the chamber, it says 4-minute limit on backbenches up to number 20. If we could change that to 3 minutes now, please. Karen Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This speech was most notable for what it lacked. It was the thinnest of gruel for a nation hungry for ambition and a plan to get back on track. But there was no plan for our economy, nothing of substance on jobs or opportunity for young people, and perhaps most troubling of all, no plan for social care. Normally, a government waits until after the speech is concluded to start breaking their promises, but this government's refusal to confront the ticking time bomb of social care, despite the Prime Minister's repeated assurances, shows they are willing to break new ground on broken promises. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there was no need for the Prime Minister to bring his ID to the chamber yesterday. This speech had his fingerprints all over it. In Bristol, 6,000 people are supported by adult social care, most of them at home. It's around 40% of council expenditure. But that is the tip of the iceberg, because most of us are trying to support our older relatives and give them the dignity they have earned through their lives. We are frustrated, we are tired, but we are resolute in supporting our old people, and we need help. A care home manager wrote to me yesterday. I don't have time to go through her whole letter. It was heartbreaking. But at the end she said it's a travesty that such a skilled role involving caring for people, ensuring medical and all care needs are met, is often paid less than a supermarket worker. I agree with every word. Let's be honest about the cost of social care. We need a cap on care costs. We need to increase tax or national insurance contributions as an insurance against future costs, and we need to learn from the low transaction and bureaucracy costs in the NHS and make the same provision for social care and end the artificial divide. We now have a Labour Metro Mayor in the West of England, so I hope we make progress on training and educating local people for the jobs that come from a green recovery. We have been left behind in recent years. The Tories have been good at scrapping green initiatives but putting nothing in its place. There are two further points I'd like to make. First of all, I'm co-chair of the Choice at the End of Life all-party group, and I would like to see this country have a compassionate law on assisted dying rather than people who've got £12,000 able to make the choice for themselves. The statistics that we are now commissioned by the Secretary of State on the number of dying people who end their own lives by suicide alone would be really helpful for that debate. Secondly, can I welcome the inquest findings into the events in Ballymurphy in 1971 and the vindication of those families who tried to clear their loved ones' names. The Prime Minister must now apologise after 50 years and accept the failings of successive UK governments under successive Prime Ministers that has caused such untold damage. There is something deeply unsavoury about a Queen's speech which ignores issues like social care, happy to allow millions of citizens to face the uncertainty of those end-of-year lives and younger adults, but is instead far more concerned with denying millions of people their democratic rights. It tells you everything you need to know about this government and its priorities and values.
Aaron Bell. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady opposite for Bristol South. Mr Deputy Speaker, I hope your break was as good as mine, because I got a vaccine in my left arm and 3 new county councillors in Newcastle-under-Lyme. I welcome the Queen's speech, and I also welcome the speech my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, made opening the debate today, in which he pointed to the outstanding record of support the government has given in supporting my constituents, everybody's constituents across the country, jobs, self-employed businesses. What we've done in the last year, both with that and with the medical advances, is absolutely astonishing. Now, there are a few bills I would like to pick out and highlight in the brief time I have available, partly because I've already had a hand in some of them. The ARIA bill, which I served on the committee, is coming back. I see the Secretary of State is in his place. It's a truly exciting, innovative idea, and hopefully it will harness some of the breakneck innovation we've seen during the pandemic and help us build back better in the future with new innovations at the real cutting edge of technology. I look forward to speaking in the report stage when it comes back. I also welcome the dissolution and calling of Parliament bill, because I served on the joint committee under the noble Lord McLaughlin. I think it will restore our constitutional arrangements around elections to the situation that should never have been departed from. And I realise the reason it was departed from when we had a coalition, but I think it will really put things back, and we can't ever again have the mayhem that we saw during the 2017-19 Parliament, when thank goodness I wasn't here. And I also welcome the Electoral Integrity Bill, because I think people deserve to know that all the votes will be counted properly and that nobody can personate people at the polling station. And thirdly, I'd like to welcome the Environment Bill coming back. I haven't yet had a hand in that bill, but I have to bring again to the House's attention the matter of Wally's Quarry in my constituency, an appalling landfill where odours are out of control, the operator is out of control, and the Environment Agency have not been strong enough. They've been behind the curve. I brought forward a 10-minute rule bill in the last session, and I will be speaking with DEFRA about how we can perhaps include some of those ideas into the Environment Bill. As the Chancellor of the Exchequer said, we're building back better, we're levelling up, we're investing in towns like Newcastle-under-Lyme. I'm looking forward to our Town Fund bid announcement by the end of the month. We've also reached the next stage for an Institute of Technology with Newcastle College. We're turning the red wall blue, one brick at a time, and I welcome my new friend from Hartlepool to her place. Now, far be it from me to give Leader of the Opposition any advice. Perhaps they should listen to a former Red Wall MP of their own, a Mr Anthony Blair, who said this morning, people like common sense, proportion and reason. They dislike prejudice, but they dislike extremism in combating prejudice. They support the police and the armed forces. It doesn't mean they're beyond reproach, not at all, but they're on their guard for those who they think use any wrongdoing to smear the institutions themselves, and they expect their leaders to voice their own opinion, not subcontract opinion to pressure groups, no matter how worthy. If the Labour Party want to be taken seriously again in places like Newcastle-under-Lyme, they should listen to Mr Blair, and they should start by backing the police crime sentencing and courts bill, which my constituents support, and they shouldn't have MPs shouting "kill the bill." It's disgraceful.
Charlotte Nichols.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. May I begin by saying I'm glad that we're now at the stage of talking about building back and not just mitigation of the worst of the pandemic. I'd like to thank the NHS for the success of the vaccine rollout, and I look forward to the eligibility reaching my age group later this year. Social mobility and security at work have both gone backwards over the past decade, with this being accelerated by the pandemic. The opportunities for those who are lucky enough to have wealth, property, high-paying jobs, or indeed the ear of government ministers have rarely been greater. But for people without these privileges, stuck on benefits, surviving week to week in insecure employment, just getting by, or indeed the millions of self-employed and others who were excluded from the government's pandemic support, prices outstrip wages year on year and things get tougher. There is so much that an ambitious government could do, from banning zero-hours contracts and fire and rehire tactics, to properly supporting people in setting up their own businesses and realising their potential. I want to focus my comments on three key sectors. Firstly, the social care sector. We know that the government is stalling once again its years-delayed promise to fix social care, but as well as the financial hardship and heartbreak that so many families suffer, social care staff remain shockingly underpaid. Before being elected to this place, I used to represent social care workers as a trade union officer. They are truly dedicated and caring, doing the jobs that we choose not to, and yet the average care worker in England is paid £8.80 an hour, and a third of care workers are employed on zero-hours contracts. They deserve so much more than empty applause. Secondly, hospitality. We know the repeated body blows that all parts of the industry have suffered over the past year, but this has had a particular impact on young people just starting their careers. I met with representatives from Green King 2 weeks ago who said that 50% of their 40,000 employees are under the age of 25. Hospitality is part of the answer in that they can employ and train new staff swiftly, but we should also recognise the gap that this has left in the past year, as so many young people and students never had a chance to earn as they studied. As you will know, Mr Deputy Speaker, my constituency manufactures 1/5 of the world's gin, and I know from speaking to producers both in the wine and spirits sectors and smaller breweries locally, the limited support that pubs have had hasn't flowed through to the on-trade suppliers who have faced the knock-on impacts of closures. And finally, I want to bring up nuclear. I'm proud that Warrington North has the 4th most nuclear jobs in the country. These are highly paid, highly skilled, solid, secure, unionised jobs, the gold standard for what we should aim to expand. The government is not doing enough to commit to new nuclear or to the new high-tech opportunities they would bring. We deserve better and real ambition to improve the lives and the life chances of British people. I worry that the agenda announced yesterday won't be enough or ambitious enough to build back better.
Andrew Griffith.
Mr Deputy Speaker, so much to welcome, so much ambition, and yet I have so little time on behalf of the constituents of Arundel and South Downs to welcome what was in Her Majesty's speech yesterday. Tougher sentences for dangerous drivers, fairer immigration, an ambitious environment bill to clean our air, purify our rivers and boost biodiversity. And for so many people, the lifetime skills guarantee, giving them a second chance at a first-class life. As a member of the Science and Technology Committee, I look forward to a record £22 billion of funding coursing through our labs, our catapults and our research centres, whilst the Advanced Innovation and Research Agency brings disruptive and dynamic thinking to play in that world. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, every citizen and taxpayer should celebrate and quiver with excitement about our new plans to reform procurement, to cut red tape, to allow small businesses to participate on an equal footing, to allow us to buy British, and to streamline 300 different regulations that people who are currently trying to sell services to government currently have to jump through. 1.5 trillion of spending will be procured over the life of this government, a great opportunity to improve the quality of services for our citizens and to improve the value for money for taxpayers. But let me conclude on a subject Her Majesty mentioned that I'm very passionate about. We can all be proud that Britain is a world leader on climate action. While some on the opposite benches talk about the climate emergency, we are getting on and solving it. We were the first to make a 2050 net zero target into law, and our target of 68% reduction in our 1990 emissions is one of the most ambitious of any country on the planet. We've got the fastest growth in renewable energy of any G20 nation and some of the most ambitious targets. By contrast, a German child born today will be leaving school before her country stops burning coal in the year 2038. And it's not just energy, we're an automotive green leader in the world. The last combustion engine in the UK will be sold in 2030, whilst across the Channel our French friends will be rolling out combustion engine-driven vehicles for another 10 years until 2040. The reason we can make so much progress so quickly is that we Conservatives believe in the ferocious, problem-solving power of free enterprise and free markets, that human ingenuity and innovation is the answer, not delaying ambulances with street protests or blockading a free press. In the right frameworks, business is the solution, not the problem, and that just as global capitalism has lifted billions out of poverty, transformed the length of human life, and just as we've seen with the vaccine development, so too will it be business that actually solves the climate crisis.
Daniel Zeichner.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it's a pleasure to speak on better jobs in the week that the task of improving skills in Cambridge, indeed Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, has been taken up by the excellent Dr Nick Johnson, our newly elected Metro Mayor. And also in the week that Cambridge United secured promotion to League One. No need for skills improvement there. Paul Mullins' 32 goals, the most ever scored in a League Two season. And we are very, very proud of the team's success. But in the East, as elsewhere, we do have a skills challenge. The government's known for years about the skills gap. It's estimated it will have a shortfall of some 4 million highly skilled workers across the country by 2024. Adult participation in learning is falling and continues to be unevenly distributed, with the poorest adults with the lowest qualifications still the least likely to have access to training. And under the Conservatives, the number of colleges has declined by a quarter, and we're down 350,000 further education students in the last 5 years. So a simple question for the government. Will the government listen to the Sixth Form Colleges Association, who speak for excellent colleges in my constituency, and raise the rate to at least £4,760 per year? And will they protect threatened applied general qualifications, such as widely respected BTECs? And for Cambridge and the area around, there's a particular problem, because future economic success can never be taken for granted. For our universities and world-leading life sciences and tech sectors, we need to attract and retain people who have choices, because they can go elsewhere, here or abroad. So homes are too expensive, transport too difficult, and the environment becomes stressed and unattractive. These not only problems in themselves, but threaten the very engine at the heart of a future green UK economy. We haven't yet seen the details of the government's planning proposals, but if they in any way reflect last year's white paper, then the row over housing numbers will be as nothing as to when people realise that for huge swathes of our country, the government are giving a green light to developers to build. Newt counters, that's how the Prime Minister described us, as every person who cares about our countryside, and there are millions upon millions of us, every one of us, our concern, our love of our precious land, disrespected by him. Build, 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 he says, in his ignorance of what it is that makes our country special. Homes for all, yes, but without proper regulation and enforcement, we know where it leads. Given the appalling experience of so many of my constituents, trapped in homes that are unsellable because of the cladding scandal, facing rocketing insurance costs and huge fees and charges, it beggars belief that this government's answer is less regulation. Unbelievable, of course, until, as the Sunday Times has expressed, one notes the unhealthy and close relationship between this government and their developer friends. So no wonder they want to curb the right to protest and fix the voting system. This is why these proposals should be rejected.
Tom Hunt.
Mr Deputy Speaker, with the greatest respect to the honourable member for Cambridge, I hope it is just 1 year that Ipswich will be having a local derby against Cambridge, and very soon will be at least a couple of divisions higher than Cambridge. With the greatest respect to my, initially, my home county. In terms of Miss Queen's speech, there is a huge amount to welcome. I only have a very short period of time. On immigration, it is right that we are robust in tackling illegal immigration. There is nothing compassionate about sending out a message that it is worth the risk of fueling an evil trade in human lives and actually limiting the capacity of this country to help the most genuine of refugees who are fleeing actual areas of conflict, not other safe European countries such as France. So I welcome that, but we really do need to deliver, because my inbox is pretty full of constituents who are quite angry about that, like many others, I imagine, on the police and crime bill. Again, something I very much welcome. Tougher sentences for some of the most serious offenders, and also good stuff on protest, nothing that threatens peaceful protest, but also gives the police the powers they need to curb excessive protesting that causes huge nuisance and disrupts the lives of the law-abiding majority on far too many occasions. But I do feel there's a lot further to go on criminal justice. Many of my constituents feel the system isn't far away from being broken, and I can't blame them when we find out that the person responsible for killing Richard Day in Ipswich not long ago received only 4 years and will be let out automatically after only 2 years. This is an individual who punched in the neck my constituent that led to his death and was seen laughing over a dying man, going through his pockets and stealing his belongings. Understandably, my constituents are sickened by this, and I will take this up in a different debate. In terms of skills, we are in a great place to be benefiting from a free port in Felixstowe, but I am determined that Ipswich people benefit from that free port as much as possible. We have to have a kind of like an ecosystem approach when it comes to skills and education. We need to create a framework in which business, FE colleges, our university, we start careers advice early, and there's a clear sense early on that there are multiple pathways. There's an academic pathway, but a technical pathway as well, and no one is superior to any other. There needs to be that common sense of purpose. The Lifetime Skills Guarantee is a huge benefit and a huge plus, and Ipswich will also benefit from a town deal, where we have Spirit yachts that design some of the world's most in-demand, elegant yachts that are sold across the world. But in the past, it's been people from outside the area coming to Ipswich to make them. The Maritime Skills, funded by a town deal, will make sure that it's local people who get those jobs and sell products from Ipswich, the greatest town in the country, around the world. So I very much welcome this Queen's speech. I can't say any more than I've already said, but good job.
Richard Thompson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We all know the challenges that we face following COVID, particularly those challenges facing our young people through the loss of economic opportunity and the loss of opportunities through our withdrawal from the EU and the right to live freely and work freely and study freely across the continent. They, above all others, needed something particularly special in this Queen's speech, and I have to say that this speech simply wasn't it. Now, throughout this afternoon's debate, we've heard tales of electoral success and triumph, and I'm sure that by this stage in the afternoon, members opposite's appetite for hearing tales of how the SNP secured twice as many MSPs in the Scottish elections as did the Conservatives is probably quite sated. Nevertheless, the contrast that there is between the sparse content of the programme before us and the ambitious prospectus on which the Scottish National Party secured 48% of the votes and 49% of the seats could scarcely be more stark. Now, in the time that I have, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like to focus as best I can on 3 areas in particular. That's 5G, broadband and the delivery of infrastructure spending. Now, the Government says that it aims to ensure that 95% of the UK's geographic landmass has 4G coverage from at least one operator by 2025, and for the majority of the UK population to have 5G coverage by 2027. So in other words, that's an ambition to have 4G coverage by 2025, which is no better than the 3G coverage that we have at present, which still misses out large areas of the landmass, and to take another 6 years to have 5G coverage, which barely extends out of the main urban centres. If that's going to leave my constituents in Gordon distinctly underwhelmed, imagine how they'll feel hearing that the Government only plans to ensure 85% coverage of gigabit broadband by 2025. And as ever, the challenge isn't about claiming credit for what the commercial build was going to do anyway. It's about building from the outside in and making sure people have the economic capability, the financial wherewithal to pay for the services that they need and also to have the access. There is absolutely no indication that that is what the Government intends to do. In terms of infrastructure spending, instead of trying to grab powers away and grab agency away from our government in Edinburgh, which has a proven track record of delivering major road and rail projects, the UK government needs to be working with the Scottish government on these things instead of trying to take powers away. Now, once this crisis is over, there will be a referendum to put Scotland's future in Scotland's hands rather than in the hands of the Prime Minister's. This Conservative government might be determined through its actions and inactions to hold back Scotland's recovery. They cannot and will not stand in the way of our democracy. Thank you.
Gerald Jones.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to focus on three key areas today, given the time available. Despite the government's talk on creating good, secure jobs, it was very disappointing not to hear any indication of action to finally outlaw fire and rehire practices in the gracious speech, especially since these tactics have been used by companies throughout the pandemic and the Prime Minister himself declared them unacceptable. We know this by no means is a new practice. However, it is shameful that as many as 1 in 10 workers have been subjected to these shameful tactics over the course of the pandemic, with companies meant to represent core British values instead using this crisis as an excuse. Mere talk on this issue is simply not good enough. We need action to give hope to the many thousands of workers who continue to be bullied and pressured by these disgraceful tactics, by confirming that decisive action will finally be taken, and I urge the government to act. Turning to the government's plans for voter ID at general elections, just to remind ourselves that electoral fraud is a tiny problem. There were only 164 alleged cases of any kind at the 2019 general election, with only 1 conviction. Across all elections in 2019, the police found it necessary to issue a mere 2 cautions. The Electoral Commission itself has confirmed the UK has low levels of proven electoral fraud, and even senior Conservative MPs have denounced the government's new voter ID policy a waste of time and a complete waste of public money. Around 1 in 5 British citizens do not have a form of photo ID, and they are disproportionately from young, low-income and from Black, Asian and minority ethnic backgrounds. There is no low-cost or free option of photo ID available to people in the UK, with a passport costing upwards of £80 and a driving licence upwards of £40. This is a cynical and ugly attempt to rig the system to disempower the poorest and most marginalised groups, and at an estimated cost of £20 million per election to enforce. The government must be in no doubt that this policy is unwarranted and unnecessary. The Queen's speech also did nothing to address concerns over future funding for Wales. Despite the vague rhetoric and buzzwords around levelling up across the UK, we have no real clarity around the criteria for the Levelling Up Fund or the Community Renewal Fund. As an example, part of my constituency lies in the Caerphilly County Borough and has a number of the most poorest and isolated communities in Wales. Yet under the Community Renewal Scheme, Caerphilly County Borough has been excluded as a priority area, yet the Chancellor's constituency, where houses are being sold for more than £2 million, is included and prioritised for funding ahead of more deprived areas. Does the Minister think that this is fair and will address obvious need? So, instead of a strategic, joined-up approach to investment and tackling the urgent issues affecting our communities, with local authorities in Wales working in partnership with the Welsh Government to deliver the investment Wales needs, it is deeply concerning that we will now see a centralised, Whitehall-led approach with no real understanding of the needs of Welsh communities, no record of working with communities in Wales, and no understanding of the priorities of those communities, and completely bypassing devolution. A real step backwards. Thank you.
We may have a video problem, but we'll see with Paul Howell. Yep, audio, Paul Howell.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Jobs. Jobs in a constituency like Sedgefield are the key to the equalisation of opportunity that the Prime Minister has promised. Jobs are the foundation from which we can deliver opportunity, and it's opportunity which stimulates aspiration, and giving people aspiration is the key to them supporting the whole Build Back Better and levelling up agendas. When considering jobs, we have to remember that jobs deliver not only a source of income for people, but also they are the key to giving people the self-worth that enables them to feel they are contributing to society as opposed to just taking from. This means that we need to consider jobs in as holistic a context as possible. We need to facilitate the creation of high-level, well-paid technical jobs, as well as roles in support and voluntary organisations, and the opportunity to deliver these through the Green Agenda. Whilst the Community Infrastructure Fund is a step in the right direction, I would like to see further consideration given to support for local social infrastructure as proposed by the Left Behind Communities APPG that I chair, and the desire to see a Community Wealth Fund delivered that can support the provision of capital resource that enables voluntary organisations to deliver both volunteers and support staff, rather than just spending time sourcing grants to enable them to survive. The development of the economic hub in Darlington, which neighbours my Sedgefield constituency, is a critical platform to deliver more high-value jobs in an area ready for this stimulus. This is levelling up, not giving up by any agenda. The key rail infrastructure project I'm supporting, being the reinstatement of Furry Hill Station, is a perfect example of how we deliver opportunity for people in Furry Hill and the surrounding villages by connecting them through this rail link to the Freeport and all the other outstanding employment initiatives being delivered by the Tees Valley Mayor in Teesside. When looking at local industry, I look at companies like Cleveland Bridge, Cromac, Filtronic, 3M and a myriad of SMEs that need our focus on improved government procurement processes that will deliver greater resilience for our critical national supply needs and be a platform to encourage investment. A lot of the representations I get suggest the best thing the government can do to stimulate growth is by utilising its purchasing power and placing orders. An acceleration of government procurement programmes can send key critical messages to sectors encouraging private sector investment, and I hope that the procurement bill needs to deliver a programme that drives towards a more resilient and robust UK-based manufacturing platform and ensures that public sector expenditure is strongly encouraged to support our UK business. In terms of stimulating jobs, there's no better place to start than with the entrepreneurs of this country. We've seen the stimulation of young employment by the Kickstart scheme, and I and the member for Stoke-on-Trent Central have proposed an enterprise Kickstart scheme, whereby instead of funding apprentices, you fund entrepreneurs to allow them to kickstart a small business. I'll start by, as I finish, by saying
Paul,
jobs create opportunity.
Paul, I'll have to interrupt you. Paul, I'm sorry, I know you're doing it remotely and you probably couldn't see the clock, but sadly your 3 minutes have expired. Video link.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Catherine West.
Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a thin Queen's speech which fails to grasp the nettle of the challenges we face and is an example of a government short on ideas and low on energy. While President Biden is demonstrating bold policies in the US, lighting the way for a green-focused recovery, investment in new industries, technology, research and development, this government is tinkering around the edges, with 11 years of austerity leaving the country unprepared and underfunded to deal with the pandemic. We need transformative action to ensure our economy works for the whole country. I want to focus on two issues: green jobs and specifically a sustainable social care sector. We all know that we have less than a decade to make the bold changes demanded by the UN's climate body to limit temperature rises. But this Queen's speech is bereft of any programs or resource allocation to implement the Green Jobs Plan, which we need to meet the target. In fact, the government completely scrapped its only green jobs scheme, the Green Homes Grant, after it was outsourced to a private American firm which botched the rollout. While ministers will trumpet the newly announced National Infrastructure Bank, which we've been calling for a long time now, the Office for Budget Responsibility has said that the new bank will provide less than half the funding that we used to receive from the European Investment Bank and offers a fraction of the funding recommended by the National Infrastructure Commission to tackle the climate emergency. With an ageing population, the social care sector is vitally important to our social and economic health. Successive Conservative governments have starved local authority budgets by £8 billion in real terms since 2010. We now have a welfare state in the 2020s built on the life expectancy of the 1940s. With the unlocking of society, now must be the time to deal with the social care challenge, not kick it into the long grass. When he entered office in 2019, the Prime Minister promised on the steps of Downing Street they would fix social care. Instead, we have the wet proposal in the Queen's speech. This failure, which is having a real impact on every single day in constituencies like mine, with undervalued and poorly paid social care workers, and no security or protection for residents from questionable care home owners, and families worried sick about the quality and care of elderly and disabled family members. It doesn't have to be like this. We need to tackle unemployment with a new jobs promise. We need a 10-year plan for investment and reform to provide security as we emerge from COVID. We need green investment to be brought forward to create 400,000 jobs A better future is possible, somewhere where we can feel proud to grow up in and safe to grow old in. But it won't happen with the government's lack of a comprehensive plan for green jobs and a sustainable care sector. After the pandemic we've been through, that's the least we can expect.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There's so many aspects of the legislative agenda set out in the gracious speech that I'd like to speak to, but underpinning all of these is the need for a strong economy and the investment in jobs and skills which are its foundation. In the past year, I've seen businesses close and people lose their jobs as a result of the pandemic. And our priority is rightly to get people back into work. We've supported people with furlough and a range of other schemes, including universal credit. But furlough must come to an end, and in-work benefits like universal credit relies on a buoyant job market where everyone has the opportunity to get a job. Even before the pandemic, automation, technological advances all show that it's difficult to predict the future of work. So our workforce needs to be nimble, and I welcome the government's commitment to prioritise education and access to skills and training. Enshrining the lifetime skills guarantee in law will ensure education doesn't stop at school, so that everyone has the opportunity to achieve their potential, not only improving lives, but creating a skilled and flexible workforce which attracts business, driving continued growth and prosperity. Now, if I digress for a moment and turn to health, and as you know, an area close to my heart, of course, and I remind the House my previous employment as a doctor, my wife's current employment as a doctor, our proposals rightly drive forwards the reforms we need in the NHS and to mental health care. But I say again, there are few interventions better than getting someone into work to improve their physical and mental well-being. And it's through jobs and a thriving economy we create the funds to invest in our public services, to fund the ongoing improvements in St Peter's Hospital, to rebuild the Weybridge Health Centre, to train up more nurses and doctors, and to invest in science and research which drives medical advances. And turning to science and research, next week I'll get my COVID vaccine. Surely we need no better example of the critical and central role science plays in our society than the COVID vaccination programme. Science and innovation drives progress, and it's through our commitment to supporting and investing in R&D that we provide jobs and opportunities for the future. It allows us to tackle the great challenges of our day, such as climate change, where our commitment to innovation is driving efforts to develop new biofuels, supporting Jet Zero, not only directly attracting investment and jobs in R&D itself, but also supporting sustainable aviation, which many jobs and businesses in Runnymede and Weybridge rely on. In fact, my constituency of Runnymede and Weybridge is a great example of the opportunities available when you combine great people, great business and great infrastructure. But the vision set out by the government improves even on this. Our investment in infrastructure, both digital and physical, will create better connectivity and the conditions for growth. And I look forward to the rollout of ultra-fast broadband, as well as improvements to our road and rail networks. It will support our SMEs, providing local employment, in turn increasing footfall to local high streets, creating even more jobs and strengthening our vibrant and close-knit communities.
Video link. Chris Stevens.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my colleague in the Work and Pension Select Committee. But let me start by congratulating Humza Yousaf and Nicola Sturgeon on their emphatic victories last Thursday and their re-election to Scotland's Parliament, both back with increased majorities, and I look forward to working with them to ensure that we deliver the best service we can to Glasgow's South West constituents. And obviously look forward to the government and its other measures when the crisis is over, granting a Section 30 order so Scotland can decide its own future. As well as the great domestic issues we're dealing with, there are a number of worrying international developments. And I want to express my solidarity to the people of Gaza, my solidarity to the Kurds in Turkey, quite disgraceful situation happening there, and also worrying trends in Colombia. And the Colombia government must immediately end all violence targeted against protesters. And I look forward to the government telling us that the protection of human rights will be at the heart of its international response. But Mr Deputy Speaker, the last two Queen's speeches in 2017 and 2019 committed to legislation in response to the Taylor Review, the Good Work Plan. The pandemic has exposed even further the issues and the inequalities in the world of work. The lack of an employment bill has, in the words of the TUC, rode back in its promise to boost workers' rights. And indeed, it is 3.5 years ago where the government responded to a joint inquiry by the DWP Select Committee and VS Select Committee, promising that legislation in response to that Taylor review. Because workers urgently require legislation to ensure that they have the right to a written contract. They also have the right and should have the right to a fixed hours contract, ending the practice of 0 hours. The right to know in good time and with adequate notice their hours of work for the days and weeks ahead, because what the pandemic has exposed is a high number of workers without access to statutory sick pay. Workers should never again have to choose between going to work and possibly passing on sickness to colleagues, or going without finance and being unable to pay their bills. An employment bill is urgently required, Mr Deputy Speaker, to address the status of a worker or an employee, and to define what self-employment actually is, and to define who the self-employed actually are. Because as the Taylor Review says, the meaning of the term workers is ambiguous and the legal definition is excessively vague. Mr Deputy Speaker, I've got colleagues from across the political parties and trade unions like GMB and Unite in seeking to end fire and rehire. Never again should workers have to face that exploitative practice. The government needs to put an employment bill before the House, or allow others to do so, and provide time to ensure dignity and fairness at work. Because if it fails to do so, then many of us will demand the time and we will be putting our names in for ballots to ensure that we get this bill through. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in this debate on the Queen's speech. The government has had a great deal to say about levelling up, but there was very little in this speech to help our thousands of small businesses all over the country with the real help that they need to recover from the pandemic. Our small businesses are the lifeblood of our communities, and the need for strong local communities has been highlighted as never before. Small businesses and our town centre businesses have already been struggling with high business rates, outdated property leasing arrangements and increasing competition from digital services. While the government did a great deal to alleviate some of the problems that the pandemic presented, it was unavoidable that many businesses, especially in our retail, hospitality and cultural sectors, should have lost a great deal of income over the last 13 months. Consequently, many small businesses have taken on a great deal of debt. The overall debt burden for businesses in this country is now estimated to be over 100 billion. The Federation of Small Businesses have said that 40% of their members describe that debt as unmanageable. I'm sure the Prime Minister has a great deal of sympathy for all those struggling with debt repayment. So it's extremely disappointing not to see more action from the government in supporting the debt burden that these businesses are struggling with. Additional support would save many jobs. I welcome the government's announcement yesterday that it plans to continue to open up the economy according to the dates in the roadmap, and I very much look forward to the next step on Monday. It will deliver a huge boost to businesses up and down the country, and I very much hope that we will see a dramatic increase in economic activity in the second half of the year to help those struggling sectors recover some of their COVID losses. But beyond a post-COVID bounce back, what are the government's long-term plans for economic growth? Only sustained growth can help businesses to pay down their debts and deliver secure, skilled, long-term employment. The only thing we've heard about so far is free ports. Free ports are set to be delivered in hand-picked parts of the country and cannot deliver jobs and growth everywhere. They rely on special customs status and are appropriate for only limited forms of economic activity. Evidence shows that their effect is to divert economic activity from elsewhere rather than generating new activity of their own. The government doesn't appear to have any further ideas. The Liberal Democrats want to see an investment in green growth, real action on the fight against climate change in the form of upgrading our homes, investing in renewable energy infrastructure and reducing carbon emissions from transport. There was nothing in the Queen's speech to indicate how the government planned to progress towards their own goal of net zero by 2050. An alarming omission given how urgent the need for action is. In particular, we need to see the government's plans for replacing the Green Homes Grant to encourage householders to invest in zero-carbon homes, which will encourage the construction sector to invest in the skills apprenticeships and the workforce to deliver it. That work needs to start now. The most recent figures from the ONS show that our trade with the EU has recovered since the low level of exports recorded in January, but exports to the EU in March 2021 were still 20% below the levels we saw in March 2019. The government needs to abandon its flag-waving and look seriously at the obstacles that the Trade and Cooperation Agreement present to trade and make a start on addressing them if it wants this country to recover economically.
Faye Jones.
Thank you. Mr Deputy Speaker, I warmly welcome the Queen's speech and the measures contained within. Its timing marks a real turning point in the pandemic. As we cautiously roll back the restrictions that have blighted our lives, I, for one, am overjoyed to be holding meetings again in person and to be meeting constituents once again face to face. And as we talk about jobs in this debate, there was one job change in Brecon and Radnorshire that I very much welcome and celebrate. James Evans was last week elected to represent us in the Senedd, finally ending 22 years of stale Liberal Democrat control. Knocking doors throughout my constituency, people told James and me the one thing they wanted was jobs. Now, my constituency has no general hospital, no high-rise office buildings, and no large corporations, but I firmly believe we can be at the heart of the green jobs revolution. With £12 billion of investment funding unlocked by the 10-point plan which the Prime Minister unveiled last autumn, this is a real moment to give rural businesses every chance to create the jobs we so desperately need to keep our young people close to home. So with that, can I urge the front bench to prioritise hydrogen? This is an industry which the government acknowledges could create up to 8,000 jobs by 2030, with the potential for many tens of thousands more over the coming years. Brecon and Radnorshire's very own River Simple could be at the forefront of this. Based in Llandrindod-Wells, River Simple is an award-winning manufacturer of the UK's leading hydrogen fuel cell car. They want to recruit some 80 additional engineers for their research and development centre and build the most sustainable manufacturing plant in the world. Eventually, they hope to employ 220 people. These are the types of opportunities that areas like mine need. I very much welcome and encourage the Secretary of State to come to Llandrindod-Wells and see what River Simple does and see the difference that jobs like those could create in an area like mine. Rural areas do not want to stand still. They want every opportunity to embrace new technologies. And this Queen's speech empowers businesses, and it's important to remember that. It's businesses that create jobs and wealth. It's the government that gives them the tools to do that. And that's exactly what this Queen's speech does. Thank you.
Video link. Paula Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Earlier this year, I engaged proactively with the government on the plight of domiciliary care workers who are so often and routinely not paid for travel time between home visits. The Minister said he and his government recognise the scale of underpayment of the national minimum wage across sectors like social care and childcare. They underlined their opposition to my bill on the very basis these issues would be tackled head-on by their own legislation, not mine, but in the form of an employment bill. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I must ask, where is the bill? The basis of my private member's bill that never was to secure beyond doubt that the lowest paid would receive their full entitlement under the law. That was it. Nothing more, nothing less. Hardly a sweeping change. However, this small but significant change that would have made a difference to hundreds of thousands of care workers across this country was rejected on partisan lines. This type of issue is one of the many that could have been addressed by the government's employment bill, one that many of this side of the House expected to be on the parliamentary calendar during the coming autumn. So too, it could have been an opportunity to address the many other inequalities that exist amongst the modern workforce. Young workers, for example, who often find themselves at the mercy of low pay and precarious employment in sectors like hospitality and the service sector and the wider gig economy. As with many things, it is yet another example of the government talking a big game, but when it comes to the crunch, they leave our people wanting. Furlough will soon end and the HR departments will be pumping out redundancy notices. Whilst the pandemic has ripped through our communities with the economic shockwaves to be felt for some time to come, too many bosses have used this moment in time, a moment of unrelenting human misery, as a smokescreen to mount an outright assault on their workers. So too, the government could have brought forward a commitment to the end of practice of fire and rehire at the heart of any employment bill, the likes of which we saw most recently with British Gas. Above all else, the government talks its biggest game on levelling up, particularly for the regions of this country that have far too long been left behind by the politics of austerity, deindustrialisation and the rampant privatisation of our public services. How can they look at my constituents in the face, asking them to take their levelling up agenda seriously when too many in our great northern towns and cities remain at the sharp end of the labour market? Without a genuine and meaningful offer to workers, there will be no levelling up. Only words and empty slogans. And it is my people, my constituents, that will pay the price. Thank you.
Gavin Newlands.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. In yesterday's programme for government, bills that will make it harder for people to vote, scrapping fixed-term parliaments and reducing oversight of the government through the judicial system were announced, yet they found no room in the programme for a clear and unequivocal pledge to make fire and rehire illegal. And this is at a time when workers' rights are under attack from some of the biggest businesses in the land. And the results will be all too predictable. Continued inaction will inevitably lead to yet more companies telling their staff to accept wage cuts with no negotiation or discussion or face the sack. Minister after minister have condemned the practice. The Prime Minister himself said earlier this year that using threats of firing and rehiring is unacceptable as a negotiating tactic. Questions from myself and many other members from across the opposition benches have been met with the response that the government was studying the ACAS report delivered to them, a report that's now been sitting on their desks for 3 months now. Now, we don't know what's in this report, as the government haven't published it, but I have to ask, what is the point in commissioning ACAS to produce it if nothing is to be done with it? Given the indignities that millions of employees have been expected to tolerate over recent months at the hands of unscrupulous and immoral employers, it's shocking that there is no employment bill, no reference whatsoever to workers' rights and dignity, and no mention of levelling up for those subject to employment practices that are more reminiscent of the poor laws than a 21st century society. This despite the fact back in November the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State said of the employment bill that it was a matter of when, not if. In recent weeks, as we've heard others mention, hundreds of British gas workers have lost their jobs because they refused to be fired and rehired. Where is their levelling up? Sites filled to bursting with British gas vehicles, van graveyards deliberately created by the company because no one is left to work in them, with the entirely predictable result that service visits and repairs are hugely behind schedule. Last year it was British Airways telling staff to sign the dotted line or join the dole queue just weeks into lockdown. In Ireland or Spain, where BA's parent company also operates, these tactics would be illegal, so workers in these countries were safe from fire and rehire. But in the UK, BA saw no legal obstacle to effectively telling staff with, in some cases, decades of service to take 40, 50, 60% wage cuts or face the sack, all whilst BA were using those same taxpayers' money to stay afloat. Ultimately, the state has a responsibility to make sure that the rights of workers are protected by the force of law against the deep pockets and power of huge corporations. By failing to act yet again, the government are abandoning that responsibility and instead appear to be content issuing stern lectures from the dispatch box about how naughty these companies are. Lectures don't level up for workers. Lectures don't pay mortgages, they don't pay the bills, and they don't protect jobs.
Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Over the past year, workers across the country have risked their lives to keep us safe and our country moving. But workers' rights and the long overdue employment bill were not mentioned once in the Queen's speech. It shows that workers' rights are nothing but an afterthought for this Conservative government, when they just had to quickly put out a statement saying that they will introduce the employment bill when the time is right. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, the employment bill could not be any more urgent. The pandemic has exposed appalling working conditions in the UK that have left workers unprotected. Zero-hours contracts and the exploitative working practice of fire and rehire must be banned through legislation. The TUC has found that nearly 1 in 10 workers have been told to reapply for their jobs on worse terms and conditions or face the sack. We need proper rights for every worker from day one, an increase to statutory sick pay and the living wage to be raised to at least £10 an hour. This would have increased pay for 8.6 million workers. The government's commitment to investing in access to education and training throughout people's lives rings hollow when the same government is cutting the Union Learning Fund that has supported more than 200,000 learners in workplaces across England in 2019-20. It's a complete fallacy to state on one hand that the government want to level up the country, but then on the other hand fail to legislate to support the 1 in 8 workers who are trapped in in-work poverty. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation has said that it is deeply concerned that providing security for low-paid workers was not a priority in the Queen's speech. And this exposes the central point. The Conservative Party isn't acting to fix the system, as for the past 11 years they enacted the policies that have exacerbated the inequalities and insecurities at the heart of our economic system. There's no new deal for workers, as there was no pay increase for public sector workers in the budget. Instead, as workers continue to suffer from exploitative practices, the government has prioritised the introduction of the completely unnecessary voter ID plans, which will lock millions of people out of our democracy, predominantly the elderly, low-income and black, Asian and ethnic minority voters. In 2019, a year with a high turnout general election, the UK saw just one conviction for impersonation out of over 59 million votes. It's a total waste of money that will cost the taxpayer £20 million at every single election. Voting is a right, not a privilege. So however the government chooses to spin it, fundamentally the government's programme plans on levelling down our democracy and the living standards of workers. Levelling up is nothing more than a marketing slogan, and it's certainly no call to action. My constituents in Luton South and communities across the UK deserve much, much better than empty platitudes. We deserve a transformative interventionist strategy that prioritises improving living standards through well-paid, secure, unionised jobs and strong public services.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As the Prime Minister made clear yesterday, we need jobs, jobs, jobs. And following the hardship which I know many people, especially the young, will have felt over this year, I know that we need this more than anything else. And not just any jobs, we need quality jobs. Jobs that will keep aspiration in Doncaster. After all, decades of Labour Party dominance in my borough and across the north of England has left an entire population feeling left behind and deprived. Left behind and deprived. These are hardly words that would entice new investment. Yet generations have therefore been left behind, not because of any lack of talent, but because of lack of opportunity and aspiration from local political leaders. In Doncaster, we are expected to cheer when yet another fast food restaurant announces it is opening up, or when a new warehouse is built. There is no wonder that we in Doncaster have experienced a brain drain, which is why, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to state to all my wonderful constituents that I will do everything I can to make sure that in the future they will have more exciting job prospects, just like their fellow citizens in the south. We live in a great country, yet the chances of someone like me from the north with my working class background have been at best limited. Put simply, a young person with my type of background have for too long found the odds stacked against them when trying to enter this place and other prestigious institutions. Luckily, with this re-energised One Nation Conservative Party that is committed to levelling up, we can reverse this trend. And so, if it is possible for me, why should it not be possible for anyone in Doncaster, not only to work here, but to get any job they dream of? Yet this does not mean they must attend a Russell Group University or get a job down south. Why can't they find success in the area where they were born? We want innovation with research and development companies setting up in Doncaster, new manufacturing companies, software design and gigafactories. With these in Doncaster, I see no reason for a continued brain drain from our town. Therefore, I hope that with my voice and the government's investment in research and development and commitment to establish ARIA, we can bring the new digital revolution to Doncaster. So, as this government builds back better, I will work hard in Don Valley and here to champion our borough. So, if I may, I will speak directly to my constituents. We might be behind at present, but we will not be left behind any longer. And I say to industry leaders that if you want a vibrant workforce, come to Doncaster. If you want a loyal workforce, come to Doncaster. And if you want an MP to champion your investment, come to Doncaster. So let's stop the brain drain, let's inspire the young. That way everyone can feel valued and everyone can feel needed and feel part of a community that pays its way and contributes to all the services we have relied on so much these past 18 months.
Link.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, my constituents and millions of people across our country desperately needed to hear a Queen's speech that rose to the scale of the challenges our country is facing. And in a year when this pandemic has been particularly brutal for the poorest and the most vulnerable, millions of families are no more than a pay packet away from disaster. Children out of school going hungry, and the elderly and disabled have suffered at the hands of a deeply inadequate social care system. And instead, the programme for government we were given showed just how far removed this government's priorities are from tackling the widening inequalities, poverty and insecurity that define the lives of so many of my constituents and millions more across the country. And while the government outlined detailed initiatives for shameful new plan for immigration, voter suppression, legislation and constitutional reform to repeal the Fixed Term Parliament Act, it dedicated a mere 9 words for their plans for social care. And this speaks volumes about the warped priorities of the government, seeking to increase its powers and limit accountability at a time when it's presided over a catastrophic pandemic response, resulting in over 130,000 deaths. And this government talks big about levelling up. And I asked the Prime Minister how he can say those words with a straight face. He has missed an historic opportunity to level up workers' rights and end disgraceful fire and rehire practices, legal loopholes that allow bosses to undercut workers' rights and conditions with absolute impunity. Nearly 1 in 10 workers have been told to reapply for their jobs on worse terms and conditions since the first lockdown in March. 1 in 4 workers in the adult social care sector are on 0-hour contracts. Care workers in the independent sector earn merely half the average UK annual wage. And this is a disgrace, not least after the sacrifices they have made to keep our elderly, disabled and vulnerable cared for during this difficult year. Yet when I asked the Prime Minister last month if he would commit to legislating against the draconian fire and rehire practices that are already outlawed in several countries, stunningly, he didn't even know what I was talking about. And instead of bringing forward legislation to lift millions in work out of poverty, working families on low wages and precarious contracts have been betrayed by this government. And I would say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the task before us is immense to rebuild from the ashes of the pandemic a society which prioritises health, education and well-being. The lessons from the past year have shown just how undervalued our key workers are in their name and in recognising of their sacrifices they've made for all of us this year. We must continue the fight for a society run by them and for them. Thank you very much,
Thank you, Kim Johnson. Kate Osborne.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is a Queen's speech that fails working people and seeks to further curtail people's rights and freedoms. In 2019, the government promised to bring forward an employment bill which they said would make the UK the best place in the world to work, and which would include measures to strengthen workers' rights and protections. Many of these measures were also promised back in 2018 on the back of the Taylor Review. Yesterday, the government put out a statement saying they've taken all steps to protect workers. So why then has this Queen's speech failed to deliver an employment bill that would repeal the current anti-trade union legislation and make it illegal once and for all for employers to fire and rehire their staff on much worse pay, terms and conditions? It has shown that this government are not prepared to do anything about how weak employment rights have caused unsafe workplaces and economic insecurity, all of which have been an issue for many years but have been exacerbated by the impact of the pandemic. And this government's inaction to do anything about rogue employers using fire and rehire is once again a clear example of how they are not the party of working people. Fire and rehire is a disgraceful practice where employers who have often made millions or even billions during the past 12 months or so are now using the pandemic as a cover to reduce pay, strip back pensions and steal holiday entitlement away from their hard-working staff. And we have had plenty of lip service from the Prime Minister and his ministers around fire and rehire. On the 13th of January, the Prime Minister said, "We regard fire and rehire as unacceptable and we will continue to make that point and seek further means of redress." On the 23rd of March, the Biz Secretary
the Honourable Member for Sutton and Cheam said, we will not kick this into the long grass. We will tackle it. We will not allow bully boy tactics. And just today, the Chancellor said that it should not be used as a negotiating tactic. And he went on to say that they await the findings of the ACAS report. But the government have had the report since February. I'm afraid that this Queen's speech has shown that the only thing workers can expect from this government are empty words. And can the government seriously talk of levelling up across the country when they are doing nothing about the fact that pay and terms and conditions are being levelled down across the sectors and economy because of the government's failure to protect and enhance employment rights? If this government really cared about working people, it would have used this Queen's speech to protect workers, to strengthen their rights and to end fire and rehire once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Video link. Mick Whiteley.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I draw the attention of the House to my entry in the Members' Registry of Financial Interests. Yesterday, the government had an opportunity to show people living in left-behind communities like my constituency of Birkenhead that it's serious about building a fairer and a more prosperous economy in the wake of this terrible pandemic. My constituents desperately needed decisive action to create jobs, rebuild our local economy and high streets and support our struggling public services. Instead, they got the shortest Queen's speech in 5 years and one that says nothing about the most important issues of our time, from protecting workers' rights in the workplace to fixing our crumbling health social care system and creating the green jobs of the future. Not for the first time, the government's promises to build back better have been exposed as nothing more than empty rhetoric. We cannot hope to build back better while millions of people remain trapped in precarious work and so vulnerable to exploitation in the workplace. The foundation of an economic recovery has to be secure, well-paid employment, which today is all too scarce in the communities that I have the privilege of representing. But yesterday's speech made no mention of the employment bill that British workers were promised to long years ago, nor did it contain any measures aimed at stamping out despicable fire and rehire tactics, despite these measures being routinely condemned by senior cabinet members from the dispatch box. Promise to level up the country are also utterly meaningless without immediate support for 600,000 young people who have felt the fallout of the pandemic most of all. And yet, the Queen's speech did absolutely nothing for more than 15% of young workers living in my constituency who are out of work. A year into the pandemic, it is clear that the job schemes introduced by the government last year just aren't working. The Kickstart scheme has created jobs for a measly 3% of young job seekers, and too often these positions come without the quality training that's so essential to prosper in a fast-changing job market. That's why I urge the Minister today, adopt Labour's pledge of a jobs promise which would guarantee young people the right to training, education and employment opportunities after 6 months of unemployment. As we build back better, we must build back greener too. A greener industrial revolution has the potential to breathe new life into towns like Birkenhead. In my constituency, we can create thousands of new jobs through investing in the Mersey Tidal project, the expansion of offshore wind in Liverpool Bay and the development of a world-leading hydrogen industry. But just months away from the UK hosting COP26, the Queen's speech had nothing to say in support for low carbon and green industries on getting the Green Homes Grant back on track. This is a total dereliction of responsibility. There's no clearer illustration of how twisted the government's priorities are than its plans to drive through discriminatory voter ID laws that risk disenfranchising 2 million predominantly young and paying voters.
Sorry. Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. And there's a huge amount to welcome in the Queen's speech this year. The core of it is our levelling up agenda to unite the country. And that's particularly been the case in the northwest Durham, which we've already seen people really getting on board with that in our recent local elections, with going from 0 to 6 seats in the council elections here and 4th to 1st in terms of share of the vote over the last 4 years. But there's some other great stuff as well, including our commitment to the NHS, safer streets, getting immigration under control, modernising our criminal justice system, including reforming bail, reforming leasehold, online safety, higher education bill to ensure free speech on our university campuses, and also a real push on violence against women and girls strategy, something I shall be hopefully working cross-party on in my push to get virginity testing and hymenoplasty banned. At the core of the speech, the gracious speech, is really three things for me, and that's about the levelling up agenda. It's about skills and post-16 education. It's about getting the subsidy control bill in the UK, which means that we're making our own decisions about it. And it's also about the procurement bill, which means we can finally put British at the heart of everything that the government does. I'd like to say a couple of small things to the front bench. It was great to hear the members for Dudley South and Clacton, and myself. I've also spoken to the Exchequer Secretary to the Treasury about the beer duty and how we want to see a differential for drafts to help our pubs bill back, and also to see the gambling review really come into legislation, if not this year, then in the next Queen's speech, because that's something I'm very passionate about with other members of the APPG. Finally, I'd just like to say that this is a Queen's speech that really helps deliver on our levelling up agenda, a one nation agenda, and I'll be supporting it at the divisions in the future.
Wind-ups. Ed Miliband.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We've had an excellent debate with noteworthy contributions on all sides, and I particularly want to congratulate my honourable friend, the new Shadow Chancellor, who made an excellent speech and will do a brilliant job in her new role. I also want to commend the excellent speeches of my right honourable friend from Birmingham Hodge Hill, my honourable friends from Harrow West, Barnsley Central, Easington, Chesterfield, Newport East, City of Chester, Aberavon, Ellesmere Port and Neston, Hull West and Hessle, Swansea West, Bristol South, Warrington North, Cambridge, Merthyr Tydfil and Rumney, Hornsey and Wood Green, Liverpool Wavertree, Luton South, Liverpool Riverside, Jarrow and Birkenhead. And I also congratulate all honourable members who spoke in this debate. Mr Deputy Speaker, the central question facing this gracious speech is whether it can rise to the moment in which we find ourselves. Because while life is starting to return to a semblance of normality, and we all thank that is happening, we cannot just go back to business as usual. Because exposed in this pandemic, we see millions of workers in deeply insecure jobs, the key workers in our country underpaid and undervalued, public services under deep strain, and an economy not working for too many people in our country, characterised by deep inequalities of wealth, income, power and place. And on top of this, we face the challenge of economic recovery from COVID and the climate emergency. Now, I welcome the fact that after 10 years in power, some of these issues I've mentioned are at least finally being recognised by the party opposite. I'm old enough to remember when it was controversial to do so. But acknowledging the problems is not the same as solving them. So the test of government and this gracious speech is whether they can address them. Last October, the Prime Minister said they would. Indeed, he invoked the spirit of the post-war Labour government, and I quote, "In the depths of the Second World War, when just about everything had gone wrong, the government sketched out a vision of the post-war New Jerusalem, and that is what we are doing," he said. Let us be absolutely clear, therefore, about the scale of change that this Prime Minister is claiming he can deliver, a new economic and social settlement for our country. Now, we agree this is necessary. The question is, will they deliver? Now, what would that mean as a start? I think it would mean 5 things. Tackling insecurity at work with a new deal for workers. Responding to the climate emergency with a genuine green industrial revolution. Supporting our businesses to recover from the pandemic. Rewriting the rules of our economy to shift wealth and power towards ordinary people and their communities, and rebuilding our public services. On these 5 issues, Mr Deputy Speaker, the British public deserved a Queen's speech that met the moment, but on each of these tests, the gracious speech failed to deliver. Let's start with the insecurity that millions of workers face. There is no greater symbol of this than the scourge of fire and rehire tactics at British Airways, at British Gas, at many other employees, now spreading through our economy. We would never want this, Mr Deputy Speaker, for ourselves or our families, so why should we ask the British people to put up with it? The Prime Minister says it's unacceptable. So where is the legislation to outlaw fire and rehire? In the 2019 Queen's speech, we were promised an employment bill. What about this gracious speech? No employment bill. They have sufficient legislative time to seek to disenfranchise millions of voters with a voter ID system, but they don't have sufficient legislative time to tackle the insecurity that millions of workers face. It is shameful, Mr Deputy Speaker. Never mind a new economic and social settlement, a government committed to basic rights at work would have brought forward this legislation. And the obvious conclusion is this. The problem is not a lack of legislative time. It's that they haven't changed their minds about how an economy succeeds. They still believe that insecurity masquerading as flexibility is the route to economic success. Treat people worse, give them fewer rights, and they'll work harder. The rhetoric is changed, the reality is more of the same. Then let's take the climate emergency. Lots of talk about jobs and skills in this debate. Lots of good rhetoric. What do we see in the United States? President Biden, a $1 trillion green stimulus over the next decade. We've called for a $30 billion stimulus over the next 18 months to create 400,000 green jobs. What does this government offer? Investment that even on their own dodgy analysis is 1/60th the level of Biden's stimulus. And this has real consequences for our manufacturers. There was talk of the automotive sector. And that is the litmus test for any green recovery. Germany is investing billions. France the same. A global race to build the new gigafactories of the future. We need to start financing 3 additional gigafactories. This Parliament, public and private together. Where are the resources from government? Nowhere near the scale required. The same in aerospace and in steel. A new clean steel fund, which is hopelessly inadequate and won't even come on stream until 2023. And this illustrates a wider truth about industrial policy. In the gracious speech, and an honourable member just mentioned it, there are new measures on subsidies, what are called state aids, as part of our post-Brexit arrangements. And there are some sensible changes to the old EU regime. But let's understand the truth here. What was holding back government from giving industry the support it needed was not the previous rules, but their prevailing ideology. In 2019, under the old system, Denmark invested 1.5% of GDP on industrial support. Germany, 1.4%. What about the UK? 0.38%, among the lowest in Europe. And the real fear is this will not change. What about our businesses? Businesses can breathe a sigh of relief as our society reopens, but many face a long road to recovery. I want to note, and the Honourable Member for Strangford raised this, that the real issue of debt and unmanageable debt facing businesses. We've been calling for months for that debt to be restructured. I don't think the Chancellor has done enough. And I do say to the Business Secretary, at the end of June, the moratorium on evictions from commercial properties will be lifted, and I really worry about the issue of rents. It is often the largest cost for a small business, and commercial tenants in the UK have paid just 1/5 of the rent they owe in the last quarter. We needed a comprehensive plan for British business, including meaningful debt restructuring. The gracious speech failed to deliver. Now, rebuilding in a fairer way for business is not just about cash. Too many of our rules favour anti-competitive monopolies. Nowhere is that clear, and I think this is true on all sides of the House, in relation to big tech. It is good that a digital markets unit has been established in the CMA, but it needs new legislation. Where is it? We needed a new Competition Act, which establishes a statutory code of conduct for tech giants and gives the CMA real powers to act on behalf of consumers and small businesses. And my honourable friend, the Shadow Chancellor, spoke very well on the issue of online retailers versus the high street. Again, years of promises, no action. Another missed opportunity to build a new economic and social settlement. And as we rewrite the rules of our economy, we also need to change our vision of what a successful economic future looks like. Industrial policy is about manufacturing, but it's also about what my right honourable friend has called the everyday economy, in which so many people work. Nowhere is that more true than in relation to care. We need to get away from the idea that care is somehow a burden and understand it is a crucial part of our economic infrastructure. That is true for childcare for the young, one of the best economic investments we can make and where we still lag way behind other countries, and caring for older generations. We are now 2 years on from the Prime Minister saying he had a plan to fix social care once and for all. 10 years on from the Dilnot report on social care. It is shameful they are still not making any concrete proposals in this Queen's speech and letting down our care workers. And we also, Mr. Deputy Speaker, cannot ignore the wider context of this gracious speech on public spending. The Chancellor has acted in the pandemic, as it is right to do, to help businesses and individuals, and we've welcomed the furlough. But let us be clear about the truth about the plans for public spending in future years, in the so-called unprotected departments. In other words, the majority of government departments. Cuts programmed in from April 2022. Further cuts to local government, on top of the 50% cuts some parts of the country have already seen. Cuts to the justice system, cuts to transport, cuts to the majority of departments after 10 years of austerity. There can be no greater sign, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that they have not learned the lessons. You can't build a new economic social settlement with these kind of cuts after 10 years of austerity. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this gracious speech fails to meet the challenge of this moment. The government claims to have changed, to want to offer something different. The truth is, it is a very thin Queen's speech from a government in power for more than a decade. No measures on insecurity at work, not stepping up on the climate challenge, inadequate support for British businesses and industries, no plan for social care, continued austerity in many areas. The country demands a government that meets the moment, but this gracious speech does not remotely measure up. It has failed the task at hand.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I was very struck by the Right Honourable Gentleman's speech, and he said at one point that the government hadn't changed. In fact, the one thing that hadn't changed was the Right Honourable Gentleman. I listened to his speech, and I was taken back to the time I was a backbencher in 2014 when he was the leader of the opposition, and he could have said exactly the same thing. It was always the same thing, that he does the country down. He says that we talk about austerity. How can he talk about austerity when he himself acknowledged that the Chancellor has spent £350 billion in an unprecedented support in furlough and unprecedented support for British business? The world that he is describing is the world of his tenure as leader of the opposition. There may well be a vacancy. Who knows? He could come back. But it's not a world that many millions of people in this country recognise. We continue to protect the lowest paid workers. We've raised the national minimum wage. We've raised, again, the national living wage, having been the first government to institute it. We raised it only in April, but maybe the Right Honourable Gentleman forgot that. He certainly has forgotten the immense help, the grants that have supported businesses which would have closed otherwise, the Bounce Back loan scheme, which has approved more than £46 billion of loans for 1.5 million businesses. And as we follow the Prime Minister's roadmap out of lockdown restrictions, new recovery loans and restart grants will help businesses in urban areas. The country that I see is completely different from the gloom and doom that the Leader of the Opposition, oh, forgive me, he's not the Leader of the Opposition, maybe in the future, that he paints. This is not recognised by millions of our fellow subjects. And the Queen's speech that was delivered of our fellow subjects, the Queen's speech that was delivered does Build Back Better, and it does deliver on real people's priorities. We're embracing a green, vibrant economy. It was extraordinary to hear him again denigrate the achievements we've made in the green revolution, the green industrial revolution. It was only a month ago that John Kerry said to me, and he was good enough to say this publicly, that the efforts of this government, the efforts of this country had been extraordinary, and we were world leaders in the fight against climate change. This is acknowledged. What he quotes the United States. Their target is 50% reduction in 2030 from the 1990 level. Our target for 2030 is 68%. It's far in excess of the United States. And yet, once again, he points to other countries with the assumption that here in Britain we were terrible and that everybody else was doing it better, where, in fact, the reverse is the case. It is Britain that people look to as leaders in climate change, and that's something that he himself inwardly actually probably acknowledges. But beyond the histrionics of his speech, we have laid legislation for the UK's 6th carbon budget, which I'm delighted to say proposes a target which would reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 78% by 2035, compared to 1990 levels. It is by far the most ambitious reduction plan in the G7, and the Right Honourable Gentleman knows it. He knows that the 10-point plan has been acknowledged throughout the world as a world-leading and world-beating proposal. They scoff, they laugh, as they scoff and laugh at their own voters. They scoff and laugh at the country endlessly. And I'm afraid, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think they have suffered from their scoffing and mocking attitude. Now he was good enough to mention the EU's prescriptive state aid regime, which we have jettisoned. He welcomed the fact that we have a subsidy control bill, which will create a new domestic subsidy control system. He accepted that, which I think did require a measure of realisation of moving on from the EU. I'm delighted that he, at least among his colleagues, accepts that Brexit is something that is finished and that we can move with confidence beyond EU membership. I very much welcome that. But again, to hear his speech, one would think that the United Kingdom was a place of irredeemable squalor and poverty, when in fact the opposite is the case. When people look at the Oxford-AstraZeneca vaccine, the way in which we've conducted the vaccine rollout, they see a country which has been extremely successful. I was only today speaking to ministers from Japan and Italy who mentioned, without any prompting whatsoever, the extraordinary work that our scientists, that our nurses, that our health service, and in fact, dare I say, the hard-working ministers and civil servants had put in to effect a successful rollout. People are looking at Britain and they see a successful country that is regaining its place in the world. This country, as far as science is concerned, is home to a powerful combination of elite research institutions, thriving life sciences companies, superb research charities, and of course, an excellent National Health Service. This winning combination has led the world's fight against COVID and saved many, many thousands of lives, while creating a high number of good quality, high quality jobs across the United Kingdom. These are things that we should be proud of. And these are things which our government is hoping to build on and will build on. And yet we have the Right Honourable gentleman looking back to the past, simply reheating all the tired old phrases of 5, 6 or 7 years ago. I think that the bill, the ARIA bill, which will become an act in this second session, which formed part of the Queen's speech, is a world first. It's a great innovation. We're delighted as a department to have introduced this bill to create an advanced research and invention agency, which will fund high-risk, high-reward research with the potential to produce new technologies, new industries, and new jobs. All that ARIA represents is the very best of British ingenuity and creativity. And what the Right Honourable gentleman and his friends wish to highlight is to pretend that we are the very worst, that nothing we can do is any good, nothing that we can do can compete with France and Germany and all the other countries that he mentioned. Whereas in science, in innovation, the opposite is true. These countries, these ministers, were actually saying the opposite of what the Right Honourable gentleman is doing. And where I see a huge difference between the Treasury bench, between government ministers and MPs and our people across the country is a completely fundamental different view, different outlook about the future and the possibilities of this country. Time and time again as a minister and even as a backbencher, I've heard nothing but a litany of complaint, a dirge of, frankly, abuse about about the country. And on this side, we have huge optimism and huge belief in the abilities of this country and in the abilities of our people to overcome, I'm not going to take any interventions, to overcome difficulties. And yet all I hear from the party opposite is scoffing and mocking and abuse. The truth is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that across innovation with the vaccine rollout, across net zero with the 10-point plan and the opportunities for COP26, and across enterprise, we have a government that is committed to bringing progress, to driving success across the entirety of the United Kingdom. I mean, it would be indecent of me not to mention, our latest addition to the our parliamentary forces, my honourable friend, the member for Hartlepool. This was a seat, consider this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this was a constituency which had never returned a Conservative Member of Parliament. Indeed, a former Member of Parliament, a Labour Member of Parliament who isn't so popular on their side these days, well, I can't even remember his name, Peter Mandelson, said quite, Lord Mandelson said quite clearly this was a seat that would never vote Conservative, but of course it did vote Conservative. And why did it vote Conservative? I would suggest that listening to the dirge-like pessimism of many members of the party opposite, the people of Hartlepool took a different approach. They believe in the future of the country. They believe in the future of their community. And we, as a government, are determined to repay their faith in their country, to repay their hard work, and to ensure that we not only level up, but build back better.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. As many as that, please say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Tomorrow?
Oh yes, I should actually say that. So the debate is to be resumed what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Sorry, you're all going to have to come back tomorrow.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Can I ask all members to leave, please, via the door in front, and do so carefully, because as the Minister comes in to replace Kwasi Kwarteng, I've asked him not to touch the dispatch box, which will be sanitised whilst Seema Malhotra begins her speech. So if we could do that now, please. Thank you very much. Good night to those who are leaving. Just don't touch the dispatch box. Seema Malhotra.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm very grateful to Mr Speaker for granting me this adjournment debate today. COVID-19 has had a serious and detrimental impact on football, from Premier League teams all the way down through the pyramid structure of football. The giants of the game have received much media attention recently, and not all for good reason. I joined with colleagues on all sides of this House in condemning proposals for a new European Super League, and it's one of the reasons why I sought this debate today. But may I start by sharing our deepest condolences with the family of Jordan Banks, a 9-year-old boy who was killed in a tragic incident last night playing football in Blackpool. Our hearts go out to him and to for him and his whole family at this time. That could have been anybody, anywhere. It's a tragic incident, and our thoughts are with them. Football is so much more than just a sport, and it begins at grassroots level. And when we talk about grassroots football, we all need to truly appreciate what that means. Grassroots football is about every park and about every playing field across the UK. It's about giving every club and every individual of all ages and genders who has the desire to be involved in the game the opportunity to do so. Even in the face of financial pressures and the disappointment of not being able to play due to the COVID pandemic, the response from football clubs at all levels has been remarkable. It shows the integral place that clubs play at the heart of our communities, bringing people together and supporting one another on and off the pitch. The FA's latest report on the social health and economic value of grassroots football found that over 14 million people play grassroots football in England alone, which equates to a quarter of the population. It contributes more than 10 billion to society each year, while childhood football participation helps the reduction of over 60,000 cases of depression and anxiety and over 200,000 cases of childhood obesity. Mr Deputy Speaker, the grassroots game as we emerge from the pandemic is uniquely positioned to have a positive impact not only on the nation's mental and physical health, but also our economy. The benefits extend further with the social interactions which will help people to develop that confidence, communication and resilience, the camaraderie, friendship and the values of teamwork, all crucial in helping shape people's identities, supporting emotional well-being and dealing with difficult times. And I want to illustrate that also through the stories, particularly of two local clubs. And I want to take this opportunity to thank all involved in grassroots football clubs in Hounslow and across the country. I know I also do so on behalf of myself and the Honourable Member for Brentford and Isleworth. Mr Speaker, clubs in our constituencies are supported also by Brentford FC Community Sports Trust, which delivered more than 1,000 activity packs to children and families, supported over 100 young carers who were shielding, ran virtual youth clubs and provided mentoring support. Starting in June and in partnership with the Premier League's League Kicks, there will also be a new football development centre which will be delivered at Spring West Academy in Feltham for students from local schools currently receiving free school meals and from low-income families. And in partnership with Bedfont Sports FC, they deliver a girls-only weekly training session. Now, Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, clubs include Bedfont Sports FC with Bedfont Eagles in the Isthmian League South Central Division, Hanworth Villa FC in the Combined Counties Premier Division, CB United FC in the Combined Counties Premier Division, Bedfont and Feltham FC in the Combined Counties Division 1, and FC Deportivo Galicia in Combined Counties Division 1. Collectively, they'd be able to support thousands of children and young people playing each year. Everyone from young people, actually all the way up to people in their 60s, are able to join a club and play either on a Saturday or Sunday. This vast array of clubs that we have seen firsthand, all ethnicities, ages and religions playing together in these leagues. We also have the incredible Feltham Bees, supporting football for children and young people with disabilities, run by the incredible Ray Coleman at Spring West Academy. I also want to recognise the amazing leadership that comes from within our communities to help grassroots football. And I want to pay tribute today to Dave Reeder from Bedfont, who passed away, sadly, with COVID in November last year, a legend to whom the community has not yet been able to pay a proper tribute. He gave a lifetime of service in grassroots football, from the local 6 Hounslow Cub Scouts football club in Cranford from 35 years ago to the work with Bedfont Eagles, and over the years supporting other clubs, including the Whitton Wanderers and CB United. I spoke to his son Terry last night about his father, who had even won a BBC Unsung Hero Award. Over 35 years, he has helped build local grassroots football. Dave and Terry working together, Terry who continues so much of the work today, they've learnt on the ground and working in partnership with the local authority and others. A lease and a chance was what Hounslow Council gave Dave in Bedfont many years ago. And since then, through partnership and sheer hard work, love and commitment, they managed to raise as well over $3 million in partnership with the Football Foundation and others. Around 350 children play each year, and around 5 adult teams see 80 to 100 playing also. The club's seen a partnership with a college for a programme for 16 to 19-year-olds with Kingston College, with the football played at Bedfont. The club even now has dance classes and boxing classes. Over the years, Dave has touched a lot of people and has left a huge legacy. But the issues on the front line have been devastating post-COVID. The impact on children has been a lot more than people have seen. Children suffering mental health issues, becoming reclusive, not wanting to be active, putting on weight. Clubs have described to me the joy of children being able to reunite with their friends and have said how brave they have been. And the first ask from local clubs is about support to help clubs in dealing with the rise of mental health issues. They say they are learning as they go to support each other and their young people, but they aren't trained in mental health and would really appreciate guidance and support on what best to do. I was told the story of one 9-year-old boy, so impacted by anxiety and the strain of the pandemic, whose mental health deteriorated so much that he was recently hospitalised. Just recently he came back to the club, but there was a huge impact of a short video from his young teammates saying how much they needed him that gave him a massive boost, and they are working together to support his recovery. As Terry described it to me, he tells the coaches, "You are their second dad." The second issue that is ongoing for so many of our clubs is financial support and the financial consequences of the pandemic. Clubs have been able to benefit from grant support that has been hugely welcomed. Hounslow Council's Thriving Communities Fund has also been vital and has helped with other bits of support, like from the Mayor of London's Laureus project, which has been vital to helping local clubs get through. But they've raised with me the impact and the ongoing impact of having no income for a year. There's the facilities upkeep and other costs, and the worry that now lockdown is ending, these challenges may be put aside as everyone thinks that things have returned to normal. For clubs to continue to grow and thrive, ongoing strategy and support is going to be needed. And the third issue is the stability of home grounds and places also to play casually. Mr. Speaker, one of my local clubs, started by Frank James and supported daily by Vijay Kumar and other coaches and supporters, has struggled to keep access to its home ground at Green Lanes in Hounslow. My honourable friend, the member for Brentford Knisworth, has said she is saddened about the situation, having, as a councillor, before becoming an MP, helped CB Sports with the lease and subsequent grant application to transform a little-used piece of grass into a fine set of facilities. The club is supported very closely by the Middlesex FA, who have been assisting in efforts to make sure that they have the pitch hire agreement needed to satisfy the conditions of the Combined Counties Football League. The lease for the last few years, however, has been with Hounslow Sports Club, run by Mr. Stephen Hosmer, who have been continuing to put obstacles in the way of an agreement, even though it is a condition of their own lease with Hounslow Council. Hounslow Sports Club, under Mr. Hosmer, have failed to maintain pitches, and shockingly, just 2 weeks ago, Hounslow Sports Club were prosecuted by Thames Water for offences to which they pleaded guilty, relating to a legal water connection at the premises and to an offence relating to water fitting that was caused or likely to cause an erroneous measurement of water. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when the ability of children to play football and to be in supportive environments is held back by such behaviours, it is surely unacceptable. I have seen the work of CB United. I have met the young footballers. I've spoken to the parents, and I've seen the devastating impact the situation has had. The drop-off in players because they don't know week to week where their next game or training will be. And for parents trying to plan their complex lives with work, juggling work and home, how they're going to get their children to and from practice and games, it's a really, really difficult and challenging situation. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, stability for play is vital to also help build the relationships that hold clubs together and build family connection and well-being, so often supporting young people going through difficult times to give them the space and the support that they need. And what these stories also show is that local authorities are vital. There's no statutory requirement for local authorities to support grassroots football. Currently, they must provide essential services for their residents. However, sports and recreation facilities and the delivery of community sports services are not a requirement. I may also raise here, and I discussed this previously with the Minister, the side issue of park runs, with families also using local parks for park runs at the weekend that have struggled to get those park runs going as lockdown releases. And I would be grateful for the Minister's response, having had this issue raised by John in my constituency, about what the government's position is on park runs being able to restart. But we must ask also the way to make sure about how local authorities can be better supported to help grassroots football thrive. Hounslow Council developed a welcome local football facility plan in 2019 for pitches, for changing room for pavilions, clubhouses and other priority projects. But this is only deliverable alongside a national strategy and an integrated place-based support plan. We also need a more localised approach to grassroots football that removes barriers to issues such as pitch access for training and fixtures and engagement in the women's game. A localised approach to address the barriers they face and should target increased funding into grassroots football that also helps make sure football remains affordable. Football clubs should never have to call off a game because their regular playing field is overbooked or because they cannot afford the costs of a football pitch. Nor should they be needing to postpone fixtures due to the pitch not being of adequate quality. The popularity of the grassroots game and the need for it is not yet matched by the facilities. Only 1 in 3 grass pitches is of adequate quality, and around 150,000 matches are called off every season due to poor pitch quality. This is what grassroots football needs to ensure that no one and no club gets left behind. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in March I was pleased to attend the launch of the FA's new grassroots football strategy. This is an excellent basis to address some of the challenges that we face. I'm pleased to see the commitment into ensuring pathways into and through the male and female games that includes disability provision with bespoke participation opportunities as needed. Looking ahead to ensure the game thrives, they emphasise not only encouraging new participation at every age group and from historically underrepresented groups, but also harnessing the power of digital to better connect participants to the game they love. It also means ensuring the game is played in a safe, welcoming and inclusive environment, free from racism and discrimination. But on this point, earlier this month, Ian Wright shared a video on social media where he discussed with Alan Shearer the racism he receives as a black ex-footballer and football commentator, showing how important it is to foster a more inclusive environment throughout football. I've heard from young people in my constituency about racism they face, that on occasion has forced them out of clubs, and know it's very much a problem that is still live, and there needs to be accountability and action to address it. Indeed, there needs to be leverage and support for those who are victims of racism in order that they are not the ones who have to leave, but those who are the perpetrators of racism have to leave. The Premier League's social media blackout over Bank Holiday weekend was a welcome show of solidarity to those suffering from racism. But we need tangible action, not just symbolism, if this issue is to be tackled effectively. And I would be grateful for the Minister's response on this issue too. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, I hope the Minister will join me in celebrating the contribution of grassroots football for millions across our country, the base from which national players are first given the opportunity to play. Volunteers like Dave and Terry Reeder, Ray Coleman, Frank James and Vijay Kumar in my constituency are second to none. But in the challenges they all face, they need greater support to provide the service that our communities need and to support the volunteers that work with them to do so. So I would be grateful for the Minister's response on the issues I've raised, particularly on the extra support and guidance to train volunteers in helping deal with mental health issues, on sustained funding and support post-lockdown, because things won't be returning to normal overnight, and on the delivery of an inclusive national grassroots football strategy, free from discrimination, supporting also local authorities in their key role in working with the FA and the Football Foundation in delivering the opportunities for the game on the ground. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
And at the beginning of your speech, Seema Malhotra, you mentioned the tragic death of the 9-year-old lad from Lancashire, young Jordan Banks. Can I, on behalf of the Speaker and the British Parliament, send our condolences to his family and to all his teammates at the Clifton Rangers Junior Football Club and all his friends. The hearts of the British Parliament and our love go to you all. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate the Honourable Member for Feltham and Heston for securing this adjournment debate and raising the important issue of grassroots sport and football in particular, about the role of local authorities can play to support sport, the role of sport in local communities and a wide range of issues, and it's a pleasure to respond to her. And following on the sentiments expressed by the Honourable Member, by you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and on behalf of the Honourable Member for Blackpool South, who I spoke to earlier on, I would also like to express on behalf of the Government and many others in this House condolences to the family and friends of Jordan Banks, a 9-year-old boy who would appear was tragically struck by lightning and killed while out playing football on Tuesday evening at Clifton Rangers Junior FC. The club and the local community are clearly devastated by his loss, as evidenced by the absolute outpouring on social media, and our thoughts and prayers are with his family and friends in this incredibly difficult time. Now, it's clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, from the comments made by the Honourable Lady that she shares my view that sport and physical activity are hugely important for our physical and mental health, and I really did appreciate the comments and the focus that she put on mental health as well. And indeed, this is why the Government has ensured that people can exercise throughout the national restrictions, and while we have prioritised sport to open first when easing those restrictions. And Mr Deputy Speaker, the roadmap laid out by the Prime Minister out of lockdown in England included a step approach to the return of outdoor and indoor sport. And in March, school sport was allowed to resume, recreation or exercise outdoor with your household or one other person was permitted, and outdoor sport facilities were able to reopen. And on the 12th of April, indoor leisure facilities, including gyms and swimming pools, have been able to reopen for individual use. On the 17th of May,
almost all the rest of the sector will be able to reopen, including remaining indoor leisure, adult indoor group sports and exercise classes, as well as some large events. She mentioned, I should comment on park runs. I've met recently with the leadership of park runs. They take their responsibilities to run those events incredibly seriously with volunteers and others throughout the country. There is nothing stopping them from starting very soon. I understand their plans are to start again nationally from early June, and I do encourage local authorities who obviously work with park runs to make sure that the events can open safely, to take the applications very seriously and sympathetically, because I think we'd all like to see park runs start again very soon. And of course, looking forward then, no earlier than the 21st of June, we hope that the remaining settings will open, including even more large events. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as my humble friend has said, football is our national games and plays a really special part in many people's lives right up and down the country. And it's clear from her comments that grassroots football clubs in her constituencies have a really important role to play. And this is the same in my constituency and many others too. Football is often the social glue that binds a community together, with young and old getting behind their team and supporting together come thick or thin. And I saw many of these benefits firsthand when I was put through my paces, literally, during a visit to Rectory Park in West London to celebrate the reopening of grassroots sport last month, and more recently visited Solihull, and at the other end of the spectrum as well, Everton recently, and seen the great work that they do in their communities. Now, of course, Mr. Deputy Speaker, football has very important physical and mental health benefits, which are rightly being recognised as we emerge from the pandemic, with a fresh determination to be a fitter and healthier nation. And I completely agree with the emphasis that the Honourable Lady put on the importance of sport and football in improving mental health. She also rightly focused on financial support, and it's in recognition of the benefit that grassroots sport brings, including football, that the government has provided a large amount of financial support. And this includes pan-economic support to businesses through tax reliefs, cash grants and employee wage support, which community clubs up and down the country have also drawn on to help them through the pandemic. Sport England has also provided £220 million directly to support community sports clubs and exercise centres through the pandemic via a range of funds, including their £35 million Community Emergency Fund. And as my honourable friend knows, 3 football projects in the Feltham and Heston area receive funding from the Community Emergency Fund. They are the Indian Gymkhana Football Club, Benfont and Feltham Football and Social Club, and Hanworth Villa FC. And more support has recently been announced, with Sport England publishing their strategy Uniting the Movement, which commits an extra £50 million to help grassroots sports clubs and organisations affected by the coronavirus pandemic. Now, it's important to recognise that, as well as standing behind local clubs during the current coronavirus crisis, support for grassroots football long precedes the pandemic. The government has consistently invested significant sums through the Football Foundation over the past few years, and this is part of an established partnership with the Football Association and the Premier League, focused on investing into community facilities, with the government contributing £18 million each year. And this 3-way partnership sees a combined £17 million go to new facilities delivered by the Football Foundation charity every single year. And I'm pleased to say that this investment is being felt directly in my humble friend's constituency, with Football Foundation awarding 10 facilities grants in the area totalling over £750,000 in value since 2009. And we intend to build on this good work in the future, which is why in our 2019 election manifesto we pledged an additional £550 million investment into community sport facilities over the next 10 years, and this will form a strong foundation for the bid for the 2030 Men's FIFA World Cup. And at the last budget, we announced the first tranche of this investment, with £25 million to be spent across the UK. And I'd particularly like to recognise the Football Association for the huge role it plays continually in encouraging and cultivating grassroots football across the country. The Honourable Member also mentioned stability of clubs and issues around lease and challenges in those areas. Now, I can't comment in detail about the particular circumstances, but I am alarmed to hear about some of the difficulties, and I sympathise with the concern she's expressed. I would certainly hope that all stakeholders involved in these discussions can find some route towards a long-term future for the club. And unfortunately, I'm hearing some similar patterns across the country. The Honourable Lady also mentioned the important issue of racism in sport. She and I agree, in fact the whole House agrees, there is no room for discrimination and racism in sport. Recently I've met with footballers, with social media companies and many other stakeholders, as well as football authorities, to discuss racism and discrimination in sport. The government is taking action, obviously with the online harms bill announced this week, but also I think we should bear in mind that a lot of harassment is already currently illegal, and it's not all online, though unfortunately a large amount of it is. And I do encourage all of those who suffer discrimination and abuse, online or offline, to make sure that they do report it to the police, and indeed the social media companies, who do take their responsibilities seriously. And of course, with the new bill, we will be encouraging them to take those responsibilities even more seriously, and with potentially fines for if they do not remove inappropriate content. So further action is being taken, and I look forward to working with the Honourable Lady and others in progressing that bill. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, it goes without saying that the past year has been like no other. I'm determined that the sports sector, including grassroots football, emerges from the pandemic even stronger than ever. This government has made sure that grassroots sport was the first to return after lockdown, and it will continue to invest in the game to ensure facilities for all. I'll be delighted. Yeah.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I'm grateful for his responses on some of the issues raised. I wondered if he could say a little bit more about the issue of mental health support and the experience of clubs at the moment, and whether more can be done to give advice, training and guidance for clearly what they are now doing on the front line, supporting children in our community.
Minister.
Yeah, I thank the Honourable Lady for that comment. She raised an important point during her speech, and I would be happy to continue the dialogue with her on this. I've spoken to many clubs, and I say the work that they already provide, often in association with support facilities, local councils and others in providing additional support, is vitally important. Unfortunately, we have seen the real challenges, particularly with children and the suffering that they've gone through with mental health challenges during coronavirus. I do think it's important that we all do more. There's a role for government, there's a role for local authorities, but also there is a role for sport here as well, and I have to say they have stepped up to the plate. They're extremely innovative. I've been very impressed with some of the initiatives I've seen at clubs up and down the country. I would like to see more, and would be happy to work with the sector as well to see more. The Honourable Lady raised many important points. We won't be able to address them all today. I would like to thank her for her commitment and all the points she's raised. I look forward to continuing the dialogue with her and others, and thank you, Mr Speaker. Deputy.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as that can say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.